for the conditions you are serving us under. And we will take it up in Parliament from next week. And it must be addressed fully. Because media is what makes Parliament what it is. Some of us who have been gagged before in the chamber, it is the media that helped us to talk to Kenyans. Having said that, we are here to inform you that the Speaker has made a ruling today on the issue that was the issue about the majority and the minority leadership in the House. And as you are aware, we had yesterday raised in the House the court ruling through Honorable Mili that the court had ruled that the Kenya Kwanza coalition is not the majority party in Parliament. And the court categorically said majority party in Parliament is decided through the sovereign will of the people. It is only in Kenya where majority party and minority party in Parliament is decided through defections. So when you defect from one party to another, you add numbers to the other one, and without consulting the people who elected you. Secondly, the contradictions in the Speaker's rulings, I want to point them out. Initially, in his first ruling that was quashed by the court, he ruled that the 14 members who are in UDM and those other parties, he gave them to Kenya Kwanza, as you remember. Today he has turned around again saying they are not in any party. They are in purgatory. They are held up somewhere. Nobody knows where they belong to. Purgatory, yes. So it just shows you how numbers are being crafted from one side to another, just to make sure that certain group are the majority party in Parliament. The other day he made a ruling that Jubilee Party is not part of Azimio. Today he has made a ruling that Azimio is Jubilee is part of Azimio. He has confirmed. And we have been telling him Jubilee has not left Azimio. Today he has confirmed again Jubilee is part of Azimio. Thirdly, this is another ruling that will be taken to court for quashing. Because it has all the contradictions of the Constitution. It is even worse than the one that was quashed. This one. Parliament is not court of appeal. Parliament is Parliament. We can only debate. You cannot do an appellate business in Parliament. It can only be done by a 5-bench consisting 5 judges, a bench of 5 judges in the Court of Appeal. Parliament has turned itself now into a Court of Appeal where they can overthrow judgments of judges from the High Court. That has never happened anywhere in the Republic. Parliament is not immune to interpretations in the Constitution. There are many bills, many acts of Parliament we have passed that have been quashed by constitutional courts in Kenya and nullified. The security laws, the Cybercrime Act, many acts. They are telling us here now that the Speaker's ruling is not subject to any court. Which Parliament is that? So, in a nutshell, we are saying we disagree completely with the ruling of the Speaker today. Azimio is the majority party. That was achieved through sovereign will of the people in the elections of 8th of August, 9th of August 2022. It shall remain so. We are still in 2022. We are not in 2025 as. We are stuck there where the numbers were. So I want to urge the Speaker, if he wants a smooth Parliament, a Parliament that respects the standing orders, a Parliament that will deliver for the Kenyan people, let him run Parliament through the Constitution and the standing orders. Yes. He can't be, one day he says this, the next day he's saying this. He told us in his previous ruling that those 14 members are in Kenya Kwanza. Today he's saying they are not in any party. Then they are saying the Deputy Speaker wrote a letter to the Registrar of Political Parties. As who? As who? Who has given us a mandate to write to the registrar to ask for? And these documents that they are saying the registrar has written to them, they should take them to court, not to Parliament. Go and tell the judges that there is new evidence we have found that the registrar is saying these people are not members of any party. You don't bring it to Parliament. Parliament is not a court. They're saying we're judicial, quasi-judicial sitting. Where? How? But let me tell you something. It is going to be messy. It is going to be noisy, and it's going to have casualties. I promise you. It is going to have casualties, I can promise you.
We know the first casualty.
Yeah, and we can see it is getting smelly already. From the way Parliament is being handled, it is getting smelly.
Mwango can see it also.
We don't feel any broad-based arrangement in Parliament. There is nothing. Broad-based is in the executive only. Parliament has no broad-based mechanism. We are not there. So, my fellow, with the permission of my fellow colleagues, I have told you going forward is not going to be business as usual.
Correct.
And we withdrawn our members from the House Business Committee.
Yes.
I am sure they have just said, as many of that opinion, we will whip them if they put them there. They will have their own House Business Committee, their own.
Yes, which we will also challenge.
Which will also challenge in court, in public, in private, everywhere. So please, let us respect the law. Let us respect the Constitution. Let us respect the standing orders. Let us operate within the Constitution. Otherwise, we fear nobody, we owe nobody, and we stay at our homes. We don't stay in anybody's home, and we don't live in anybody's house. That's my message for today. Correct. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the press. I just want to join my majority leader in also really condemning the status that the media has been put in. You cannot have news happening afterwards, especially in a digitized era. What if anything happens in Parliament and you are not there? What is the source of information? Media must be inside Parliament. You have to know what goes on inside Parliament.
Yeah.
That is part of democracy.
Unless it is North Korea Parliament.
Yeah, that is part of democracy. And with an opening of space, democratic space, we cannot be going backwards as a country. So we will guard that very, very passionately about media freedom. And media freedom is not just about you sitting here in a corner. It's about you being able to access news where news is happening. So can you imagine if we come here and we start narrating to you that you know there was somebody dancing outside? Is that, what news is that? Or there was somebody spitting, is that news? You have to see it yourself, because otherwise people will mislead you, or somebody was walking naked. You have to see it for yourself to give objective, fair, and accurate information to the public. But having said that, I just, in adherence to the concept of separation of powers, I want to disagree very strongly with the Speaker when he says that we cannot question the Parliament or the Speaker, and that what Parliament does cannot be questioned. That is not correct. Otherwise, we would as well bury the concept of separation of powers, which operates under a system of checks and balances.
It's a creation of the Constitution.
Yes, Parliament is a creation of the Constitution, and so we must follow the Constitution. If we go against the Constitution, the courts have to put us back in line, whether we agree with the court or not. As Azimio, we have disagreed with the court many times before, but we have respectfully agreed. Disobeyed.
Including the Supreme Court.
Exactly.
The presidential elections.
Including the ones who are calling us hot air and all those. But we respectfully disagreed with them, but we have not disrespected them. But having said that, I also just want to say that if there is one thing that the Speaker started at the onset, he said that he does not wish to stand on appeal of a High Court decision, and that he is not in any way doing that. But in effect, that's exactly what he did. Because what then has he done? If you have gone against a decision of the High Court, you have actually you have done an appeal against the High Court. Otherwise, what we should have told us is there is a stay order. Yeah. And for us, there is no stay order. If there was a stay order, you would have just seen us clapping for Kimani Ichung'wah as a majority leader and for Osoro as a majority whip. But for now, I can tell you what we are looking at here is the de jure majority leader and the de jure minority whip.
Majority.
The other majority whip. Other ones are fake, and the deputy majority leader and the deputy majority whip
and majority members.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house, no matter what condition it's in. If you
yes, and then reiterate that you can see this is just a game of musical chairs. It's not about following the rule of law. And as my majority leader has actually said, earlier on in his decision that the court has quashed, he said the 14 members, yeah, he declared the members of Kenya Kwanza. Now they are frozen in space. They don't belong anywhere. And why are they being frozen in space? To deny Azimio their rightful numbers.
Yes.
What they should do, whether we have actually said that there are circumstances that may have changed. That one I agree with him. It's very correct. Circumstances may have changed.
Both sides.
Both sides. Who doesn't know, for instance, de facto, that there are people who have gone off with Wamunyoro. Yeah, Wamunyoro has gone with his own MPs. That is a fact.
And he has formed Wamunyoro Cathedral.
Yes. Oh, you know, it's also good to have a majority leader that makes you laugh like this. And what I can say, that if indeed those guys have gone, and we were to declare the way the speaker is declaring, and members of parliament, we are very whimsical. You decide today we are in this side, we are that side. We must be guided by the law and what the law says. So the 14 people, the 14 members that are frozen in space legally are Azimio numbers. And then I would want to say finally that as indicated, the deputy speaker, by the deputy speaker writing to ask for the membership from the registrar is indicative of what we are worried about the position of the speaker.
No, he said she instructed the clerk to write.
As who? As who? And that is what we are saying about the issue that the court has raised about biasness. Yes, biasness that the court spoke about. And I'm glad that the speaker actually noticed an anomaly. Other than notice one anomaly, that because of the hurried nature, that I send a letter written minority because the parliament has not given me correct ones, written majority. We don't print our own. If they had printed for me, majority would have done. But the other anomaly that the speaker has actually highlighted is that not only is it a problem for the speaker to be sitting substantively as a leader of a party. You can see the consequences. But now he has even added his deputy. He has also crucified the deputy, that she's also guilty of the same. And perhaps the court need to get us, needs to pronounce itself to that as well. And as Azimio, as we had indicated, this is not the end. We have withdrawn our members from the House Business Committee, and that's not the end.
And we are doing a lot.
Yes, and that's not the end. We are going to take further action.
Impeach
Thank
the
you.
speaker. The speaker said that the members are there. It was done before.
Delaying, it's merely delaying.
No.
We are going to remove
We withdrew members before he put the question.
before you put the question.
What is he talking about?
But it doesn't matter. It's still as simple as the whipping.
We will
That's
do
what
it in the
I'm-
morning.
In the morning, we'll have the whip. We'll have the whip. It's wasting your time.
They are our members. They
They
are
are
not
our
Kenya Kwanza members.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are not his members. They are our members.
Yes.
Do you have anything to say?
Majority whip have said almost all that can be said. But I just want to add that, the media seem to have picked this thing before. Because in a headline of a few days ago, we saw the headline saying that the speaker is biased. Now today, we've actually confirmed. Yesterday's deliberations, I noted that he was very particular in blocking some of us from speaking. And even when we were allowed to speak, he kept interjecting. And I want to tell the speaker, it's bad manners. It's important to allow members to speak, because the speaker doesn't cast a vote and is not supposed to have an opinion. The speaker is supposed to allow the house to run, and then the decision is made by the house. But yesterday we noticed that he kept interfering, he kept blocking members, he kept advising members, and that's really not his work. So I want to say that finally it's unfortunate that we are here because of the indiscipline of of people that are elected who keep jumping ship. And you saw yesterday when I made reference to our leader Raila Amolo Odinga, the Right Honorable, when he was dissatisfied with the party where he was at that time, he actually defected, he resigned, went back and sought a fresh mandate from the people. But this what is happening in Kenyan Parliament today under the leadership of the Speaker now is that he can entertain members to quickly say that they've just jumped ship to another side, which without even reference to the people that brought them to the house. So I want to say, let us have sanity in the house. Let us respect the constitution, and more importantly, let us respect court orders. Court orders are not supposed to be debated and a question put in the house on court orders. When the court, because of that issue that has been raised there of separation of powers, when the court issues an order, that order or a ruling, that ruling has to be respected.
They are mistreating us, maybe because we shall be taking instructions from Addis Ababa. Then number two, we want to promise Kenyans today that we will end the impunity in Parliament. Yes. It will come to an end. Yes, we promise you. Of course.
Labda tu nichukue nafasi hii kuwakaribisha tena upya haswa ndugu zangu haswa nyote popote mlipo katika kipindi hiki chetu haswa kipindi ambacho kinakupa uhuru wa kuweza kuzungumza yale unayaona ni sawa katika taifa letu na pia yale ambayo tunaona si sawa katika taifa letu. Kwa hivyo nisiwe mrefu kwa sababu na ndugu zangu hapa wameingia kwa fujo na wakiwa hapa wao ni viongozi wangu, so itabidi ni wakaribishe tu kwa haraka, nichukue tu fursa kuwakaribisha wale wako kwa comment section kama vile Ubuntu Yasi na wengine wengi tu kwa kuweza kujumuika nasi haswa kwa upande huu. Bila kupoteza muda, naona kaka yangu mkubwa ameingia lakini ametoka, labda pengine haswa anirudi katika mada ya leo. Mada leo ukisema haswa mazima kuhusiana na spika wa Itengula na yale ambayo ameweza kuyatoa kama maamuzi yake kinzana haswa na yale maamuzi ya kotini. Je, hapa mnapaonaje haswa ndugu zangu? Kenya ni kweli kuna walio juu ya sheria na walio chini ya sheria, ama tutaishi kwa kuweza kuiheshimu sheria kama Wakenya? Haya na mengi haswa ninayatarajia haswa kwa ndugu zangu hapa na Wakenya wote ambao tumefuatilia hii game. Lakini vile vile pia kuna lile kubwa zaidi kwamba nchi hii haswa inaelekea haswa kusambaratika. The way kila dalili inajionyesha peupe kwamba nchi kwendako siko. Je, haswa kama wananchi jukumu letu ni lipi? Tutakubali haswa isambaratike? Hayo ni baadhi ya maswali ambayo tunafaa pia kujiuliza na pia kuweza kuyachambua hapa, kwa maana naamini haswa wenye kuiharibu nchi ni sisi na kuitengeneza ni sisi wananchi, na mengi tu ambayo yanafungamana haswa sawia na hayo. So nichukue tu fursa hii kuweza kuwakaribisha ndugu yangu Jiru, kuna ndugu yangu Kipu, niwakaribishe kwa mpigo, lakini pia nitoe hii nafasi kwa Njiru hasa kuweza kutupa ufunguzi wake na pia vile vile kuweza kutupa uchanganuzi wake. Karibu ndugu yangu Njiru, kama unanipata. The floor is yours, mzungu anasema hivyo. Njiru, kama unanipata.
Huyu amelala.
Yes. Basi Kip, kama unanipata unaweza endelea, then Njiru akirudi tutaweza kumpa nafasi yake.
Yeah. Msimamo, let me just tell you one thing. Those people are idiots. Kina Junet, all those people. wanakuja kutuambia sisi tufanye nini? What do they want us to do? Mtu mmoja, mimi ningekuwa hapo ningefanya citizen arrest. Mi ningekuwa MP. Citizen arrest, ningeenda kufunga Wetangula. Citizen arrest because he's breaking the, afai kuwa kwa hiyo kiti, ameambiwa na koti. Na hii kitu kila siku mnaenda mnapiga kelele parliament and not msimamo. Do you know about EFF? Hii chama ya nini? I'll ignore Ayaga for now. Najua Ayaga napenda uchokozi, ako huko chini. Anza kunichokoza. You know EFF from South Africa? EFF from South Africa, those people wanaweza simamisha parliament and they're always hard. Wanasimamisha, hata wanaambia president yao anyamaze. Nasema shut up, this is my house. Wanasimamisha kila kitu. Yet our MPs are just cowards. Wanakuja hapo conference room na nini na matisho ndogo ndogo, alafu watarudi tu next week, wataenda parliament next week and just continue kulamba matako ya Wetangula. I just knew, nilisema tu juzi, it was a very important moment for Kenya on Monday, not even today, Monday, when I saw them take over the majority seats. Wachana na Eta for now. When I saw them take majority seats and all those things, nikasema sasa bas mumeanza kuamka sasa, kwa sababu hawa watu vile walichukua elections yao na kifua, nyinyi mnafaa kufanya vitu na kifua. You're supposed to use, unajua mnapembelezana na lawlessness. What are you doing? Now it just means what Wetangula is telling us, what he's showing us, is there are certain Kenyans that are above the law. There are certain Kenyans that can ignore the law completely. Shamba la wanyama kabisa. Some animals are more equal than others. That was a very big embarrassment, especially from my MPs. Mtu mmoja peke yake, one man. Mungeenda kwa hiyo nini, hiyo kiti ya speaker, mngefanywa nini? You're breaking the law, he's breaking the law. So who is right? Who is wrong? Show them. Hii kitu ya kupembelezana kutoka zamani, kutoka siku Uhuru, Mwai Kibaki na Ruto, wanakuja na vifua zao, wanatudanganya, wanavunja sheria na kuiba. But we have to, when they hit low, sijui hit high, you ujinga yote ati sijui, if they slap you, show them the other side. Hiyo ni ujinga sana. Ati we have decorum. Tumepita mambo ya decorum. Wanakuja hapa wanatengeneza conference room kufanya ni? What do they want us to do? Tumetumwa huko kwenda kutu protect. What do you, msimamo, ungeenda kufanya nini wewe ukiwa huko Kilifi? Ungeendesha gari uende mpaka huko kuwasaidia ama nini?
Ukweli mimi ningesimama na msimamo wangu kama kawaida. Jambo kama halinifai na halifai kijamii, katika jamii, basi sina budi la kulikataa, kwa sababu nimejizoesha mimi kitu kimoja kipo, kwamba sifanyi neno kwa kumpendeza mwanadamu. Nafanya jambo la kuweza kumpendeza Mungu, kwa sababu na bado na hofu ya Mungu katika nafsi yangu. So to me, singeenda tu kucheza mchezo. Nadhani mimi ningeangalia hiyo kiti ya spika kwa uchungu ndio nao. kwa sababu already hawaonyeshi kwamba wanaheshimu sheria, but wanaonyesha tu kimachoni, kimtazamo wangu, kwamba wana uwezo kufanya chochote kile kwa sababu wako katika mamlaka. Wao ndo sheria, wao ndo kusema, kwa sababu hiki ni kibri tena cha hali ya juu. Mfano, ukiangalia haswa kiini cha koti kuweza kuzungumzia na kuweza kusema hapana, haya maamuzi uliyowatoa bwana spika hayakuwa sahihi, hii ndio minority, hii ndio majority, yalikuwa na msingi wake. Lakini sasa ukiangalia uchambuzi, mwisho wa siku, hata kama ndio hao walitoka kwa media fine, lakini pia tukiangalia hasa na yale yamejiri pale, ni kwamba tunagundua kwamba Wetangula anatumia kifua, na kama anatumia kifua kwamba anaye anayemtegemea haswa, ama anategemea yale mamlaka alionayo, kwa sababu kama hii ni tume huru haiwezi pangiwa, basi hazingekuwa hizi tume zote tatu, ambapo ni hii yake ya parliament, ya judiciary na ile ya urais, kwamba ni kitu kimoja, ni zimeunganishwa katika mmoja. So hizi zina mwingiliano, huyu anaweka mwenzake sawa, lakini kama mwingine hafai kumwambia mwingine chochote, basi hazina maana kimtazamo wangu. So sitaki niwe mrefu zaidi kakangu, kwa sababu ni wakati wa kusikiza. Mimi yangu ni kumimina haya maswali na kujaribu kupata majibu, lakini huo ndo mtazamo wangu, kwamba ningechukua gari niende kule for real, mimi singecheka na mtu, mimi ningekalia kiti cha spika, basi liwalo liwe, lakini hata kama nitapigwa, nitavurutwa, lakini nimekikalia. Hiyo tu ndo mtazamo wangu, asante. Kwako kipo
Ndio nilikuwa nashindwa na Ayaga nauliza nini. Si niyo ndio jambo alikuwa wanatuongelesha sisi wananchi. Sijui anataka sisi wananchi tufanye nini? Tuwasaidie aje? How do we assist them? Our focus, Ayaga anasema our focus as ODM now is Ruto. Weta is small fish. Kama mwezani na Weta mnakimbilia Simba. Mlifinywa na Ruto. As ODM mlifinywa vizuri na Ruto. Kama mwezani na Wetangula, a man with one party, nafikiri ako na MP moja, mtawezana na Ruto kweli? Mlishashindwa mara mingi. Ruto amewatengeneza vizuri sana ODM. So I don't think, mnasema largest party. UDA is the largest party. I'm not talking about coalition. The whip is nothing, Eric Ayaga. The whip ni nini? Hiyo ni nini? Hiyo hata sisi wananchi watajua ni nini hiyo. Those house committees don't even work. When was the last time an house committee has actually worked for the people? Ni mambo ya kugawa tu pesa ya wananchi. So for me, ODM had the opportunity and still has the opportunity to disrupt parliament. Stone PK nimekutumia link ya EFF. I want people to see how to do things, how to show the people you're with them. Yeah? Watu wa ODM wanajipiga kifua sasa after knowing that the way you're saying Ayaga, AUC imeisha, it's over. Huyu mtu anarudi. We are used to Raila losing, we are used to it. After Ruto kuchokozana na watu wa and I told people after Ruto kuchafuana na watu wa nini wa Kongo, mlikuwa mnafikiria nini itafanyika? Because if Rwanda goes with Kenya, huh? Eric Ayaga, kuja kwa show bana, acha kujifanya hapo chini. Ati Wamunyora Cathedral is bigger than UDA. One party is feared. Wamunyora Cathedral. Njeru, ingia. I can see now. We can hear you now. You can come in. Jiru. No, I think he's still at the office. So AUC is finished. Mzee akuje sasa arudi. Nasikia ati brother yake
Na
Oburu.
ndo na msimamo wako uko wapi wewe Kipu? Wewe ni kama vile Ayaga kwamba sasa unategemea kwamba mabadiliko ya kweli yatafanyika pindi baba angukapo AU ndivyo kuja kuchimbika. Sasa tuone mambo yamechacha kama hivi ODM wanavyodai. Swali lingine,
ODM,
swali
ODM
lingine,
today.
swali lingine kwako
Yeah.
haswa mdogo wangu linalonikanganya haswa mimi ni hili: haya maamuzi yaliyotolewa na koti yalikuwa ya Azimio ama yalikuwa ya ODM? Pili, kutokana na kauli za kina Junet, mbona ndo nasema wanatuchezesha karata hawa watu, ni hapa ambapo na wahisi wanatuchezesha karata. Sawa, on their talk wakijaribu kusubmit vitu vyao haswa na kupanguana na yale mawimbi ya kina upande ule mwingine kwa kina Shole na wengine, mwisho wa siku walikuwa na
Maamuzi
insist kwamba ni lazima speaker angalie maamuzi ya uyane sawasawa, ya uyane na broad based government. So meaning haya maamuzi ya koti yalikuwa kwa favor ya Azimio, na kama ni Azimio, wapi Wiper na wale wengine, mbona wamenyamaza? Na kama ni ya ODM, so do we wait for Raila waje ndio tuone kwamba ODM ndio imeamka sasa kuweza kutoa makali yake hapo? Asante.
First of all, I want to say that ilikuwa the decision was because Ruto alianza kuchokoza judiciary, threatening hot air, that hot air is going to be atatafuta nini, atatafuta namna ya kumtoa. So hot air, because she's supreme there, akaweka majudges wa inaitwaje hiyo ya to make a ruling. I mean, after 2 years they make that ruling. It doesn't take that long to make that decision. So you can tell that the events are suspicious. Either Ruto wants Wetangula out, which is most unlikely because the majority staff will be messed up and we don't know the fate of the AUC, or alichokoza huyu mama Hotel. Okay. As to ODM, whether we like it or not, they are the bigger party in terms of the coalition. So they would take most of the privileges. Like, even if Raila was not there, kuongea tu in honesty, they should take a lion's share of whatever it is, but they need to take it by force. Waache kupembelezana hapa. The other point is Junet, I think, are at a road's end, either because they know Raila is going to lose the AUC, or number two, this broad-based government nonsense only works when it comes to the executive. So it just means hiyo ilikuwa deal ya kupata the top dons of ODM party got those seats as experts, but the MPs got nothing. The senators got nothing. So like in parliament we have committees. So like for each ministry we have in Kenya, they have a committee. So you have a committee for agriculture, you have a committee for ICT, you have a committee for treasury, and each committee has a chairman and a deputy chair. So deputy chair comes to the minority side, and then the chair comes from the majority side. Ultimately, there are more, at least by one person, there are more people of the majority party that chair this, that are in that committee, so that in most of the time, in most of the decisions will actually favor the, what do you call it, will favor the majority party. That is why they want those seats. so that they can make those decisions. So for me, nataka tu kifua. And Ayaga Wetangula is going. Huyu anatoka. He's going. Yeah. All right, Njiru. I hope Mr. Mamo answered your question.
Okay, sawa.
Ya umeajibu, lakini ndo hujanieleza wapi Wiper kuna wamenyamaza
Wiper,
na haya maamuzi hayakuwa haya maamuzi ya koti hayakuwa ya ODM, yalikuwa ya Azimio, na if it's Azimio inamaanisha kwamba Wiper wako ndani, wengine wote wako ndani mpaka litimie lile jopo zima, hata Jubilee, kila mmoja yuko pale pale ndani. Hawa jamaa mbona sioni wakiweza kung'ang'ana zaidi, na wameachia hii broad based government? Kimtazamo wangu bwana, ni ODM ndio ambao naona wako kifua mbele tangia juzi, na waona au hao wengine wako wapi?
Wacha niingie.
Ngoja nimalize kidogo just quickly. Wanangojea Raila anguke because they had a meeting with Raila, Uhuru and Kalonzo before the ruling. So they're just waiting for the old one to fail, and then they'll know what decision they're going to make. These ODM guys akina Ayaga wakimbie tu like headless chicken kama kawaida. Kelele tu. It will soon come.
Kwa hiyo kipu nakubaliana na mimi kwamba tunachezeshwa hapa racket na wanasiasa, lakini nchi inaelekea babaya. So kama ni hivyo, lipi la kufanya? Ni baadaye utanieleza hilo, lakini kwa muda huu ni washukuru wale wako upande wa comment section, huyu Eric na wengine ambao wameweza kujumuika na Eve, nimeona Eve na wengine ambao wamejumuika nasi. Njiru, nimekutafuta kaka yangu, haukuwa unapatikana, but sasa hivi I hope unanipata poa. Haya mwenzangu, uwanja ni wako huo, mwagika sasa, mwanangu ambavuni.
Haya ni sawa. Wacha kwanza nijibu kwa nini Wiper hawapatikani. Wiper wanajificha kidogo, sababu najua ODM walishaingia serikalini, na ni kama vile tulisema bwana Msimamo ile siku ya kwamba hii ruling ya majority na minority haikuwa na maana. Ilikuwa tu ni ruling ilikuanga ya kuconsolidate ODM ili ODM ikae kwa serikali vizuri. That was the whole scenario. So Wiper hakuna vile wataanzia ati kujishikanisha na hiyo ruling, na mtaona sababu kuanzia kujishikanisha na hiyo ruling ni kama sasa unaanzia kusema we ni kakaragosi ya ODM. Na Wiper wako tayari kufanya kazi na ODM tena? Sifikiri. Ukiangalia Wiper ni kama wanaegemea hiyo upande mwingine wetu ule upinzani wa kweli. Sababu unajua ODM ni ile upinzani imbo, ile upinzani eleweki, ile upinzani ya kukula. No wonder hata Karuma anajaribu kutuambia ati ni mtu wao hatutaki. Na for your information, sababu hii tu ni sisemi mtu afikirie kama mimi, lakini mimi naona ya kwamba itakuwa ni msaada kwa dunia yote kama Raila Odinga ataweza kuanguka siku ya Saturday. Sababu EU hawachagui kiongozi yao. Huyo ni kikaragosi wa Ruto anachaguliwa. Hakuna kitu ingine iko hapo. Why is Ruto so much determined in that seat, na anataka ku make sure Raila ako pale? Sio ati sababu ati anataka kumpeleka pale ili afanye kazi mzuri. Wanataka kwenda kuangusha EU venye sasa wanataka kuongeza kikapu ya kukura. So bwana Raila anataka kwenda pale kutumika na Ruto kama kikaragosi wake. So Ruto anataka kumweka pale kama puppet. So kwa hiyo minajiri, maombi yangu na vile naomba ni Raila Odinga anguke pale, sababu aende pale kusaidia. Anaenda pale kuambiwa na aende pale kwa msaada. Na nafikiria kuna watu wanaweza saidia pale. Nafikiria hao viongozi wengine wawili ambao wanabaki other than Raila Odinga ni watu ambao wanaonekana wanaweza saidia. So huyo wa Djibouti anaonekana ako sawa, yule wa Madagascar anaonekana ako sawa, na wao wameoneshana heri jema. hawaonekani kama ni watu wanatumika. So mtu yote ambaye anataka kwenda pale kutumika tumemkataa. So wacha Raila anguke kama kawaida. So and it will be very embarrassing for him. You can imagine uchaguzi 5 Kenya zimekataa, alafu sasa hii AU iende ikatae, alafu sasa anzie kuanzia kutuambia haya tuanzie kusikiliza. Kuna watu nimesikia wakisema ya kwamba kuna uwezekano Raila akianguka huko anaweza kuja kukua candidate yetu. Sijui, lakini kwa kusema ukweli,
the brother said that today.
Yeah, so kwa kusema ukweli bwana Kip, it's so unfortunate for me if Raila is the only candidate remaining. I don't know what to do. The level of trust yangu na Raila is beyond repair. I think I might end up becoming a political if Raila is the only available candidate for us, na lazima huyu Ruto so na ndio najaribu kusema bwana Kip, without talking of so much political reason, mimi naona ya kwamba at the end of the day kama ni Raila na Ruto wamebaki pale again, unaona sasa Raila ni yule mtu ambaye anaweza fanya vitu kwa kimzaa, alafu sasa aachilie Ruto ashinde tena, because unajua this guy is not determined to become a president. So hiyo ndio ile shida niko nayo. Raila Odinga sasa akikuja sasa anataka kupigania. Raila Odinga has never been serious on anything. Yeye ako pale kwa minajili yake, kwa pesa. Mimi naona itakuwa like effort into futility. And that's why I think if it will be between Ruto and Raila, who have even actually worked together, afadhali sasa hata tutafute mbinu ya kupindua hiyo serikali. Na ni possible, inaweza pinduka, lakini option ya Ruto na Raila, for me it doesn't make sense. That is what they are marketing. They want to market to us. Hii ticket ingine ya Matiang'i, it needs a lot of breathtaking. Inahitaji kupulizwa sana. Sisemi ati iwezi fanya, inaweza fanya, lakini hii siasa ya Matiang'i ya kucheza chini ya maji sana, for me I'm not very happy of it. And kuna mtu alitutrain hii siasa ya chini ya maji, it doesn't take people anywhere. Mukisa Kitui aliacha kazi ili akuja kusimama president. Akakuja akacheza hii ya chini. Hata kuna wengine walikuwa wanatuambia Mukisa Kitui ndiye atakuwa candidate wetu. Then finally hata hii kupata hewa. Sijui kama mnakumbuka Mukisa Kitui bwana Kip, na ile hype alikuja nayo after kuacha ile kazi ya UN. Silikuwa tunaambiwa Mukisa Kitui ndiye atakuwa candidate yetu 2022. Sijui kama mnakumbuka hiyo time.
Yeah.
Na ilikatana because he was no, visibility yake kwa ground haikuwa, even if alikuwa na experience ya serikali.
Hata afadhali Wajakoya coming last minute and everybody knows his name, at least even that.
So and that is kuna watu wanaweza niambia ni sawa, Matiang'i ako na hiyo take, he can be a leader, sikatai, lakini there is a problem. Matiang'i hana touch na ground. So na mimi hiyo story ya Matiang'i anacheza chini ya maji hivyo, and then tunakuja tunaambua pia atakuwa candidate wetu. Hiyo candidate ya mimi sioni ikipata hewa. I don't see it getting right of the day. Watu wanaweza sema I am wrong, but politics begets politics. So kama Matiang'i anataka kukua president, we should be seeing him in the ground with serious rhetoric, assembling people. He should be doing like what. Hebu niwaulize, mnafikiria hata hii siasa ya Wamunyoro, why do you think it is paying off? It is paying off because the guy is in the ground and consolidating. Now then, bwana Kip, you also need to understand that in politics there is nothing like inheritance. That's why somebody like Donald Trump can become a president even without the blessing of Republican. Unakuta majamaa wote ma Republican wanasema this guy will not become a president, this guy will not become a president. But sasa this guy took his case to the public. Yeah, anaenda huko using the model ile ilikuwa developed by akina Newt Gingrich in the year 1995, anajipresent to the people and he is able to hive that political base. That's why najaribu kuambia keep, there is nothing like you can inherit a base from Uhuru. I can inherit a base from Wamunyoro. Hiyo base ya Wamunyoro ni yake. It cannot be transferred to somebody else. Ni wewe mwenyewe, you have to know how to appease those people. If Matiang'i has to become a president, he has to be seen with Wamunyoro sahi. Wamunyoro wakiongea huko na yeye ako hapo. That's how you do politics. Lakini hakuna ati politics is not diplomacy. So sijui bwana keep and I hope and that is why by the way huyu jamaa anaitwa Donald Trump I understand his politics very much because siasa yake ni ya kule chini, which matters pale chini, base tunaitanga base. So if you don't have a base and you have no way of interacting with the base, forget about hizi stories zingine. So ndio najaribu kukuambia hapa keep sasa Matiang'i could actually miss that opportunity of connecting with the base. Mi sioni akienda anywhere, and I'm sorry to say this because of I understand how politics operates. Politics is base. Where is your base? Kama sahi keep nikikuuliza sahi base ya Matiang'i ni nini? Do you want to tell me ati Matiang'i is relying with Uhuru, ati Uhuru sasa ata transfer your support?
Yes. Na kujita super CS.
It can't
Ruto
work.
Campaigning for 4 years. 4 years alicampaign kujenga hiyo base yake.
It cannot
right now it's
work.
almost it's two years to the 2027 na Matiang'i analalia masikio sijui anangojea. What are you waiting for?
Let me tell you, I'm not trying to discourage Matiang'i, but I'm very frustrated of his concept. His political concept cannot work. Donald Trump did 901 rallies to be where he is today. Sijui kama Kipu unajua hiyo? That guy did 901 rallies. Alikuwanga na shida kwa raia. Admitting different people, sijui black caucus, sijui what caucus, until he swept all that Republican base and some people. So ndio najaribu kusema, you make your own base. Na sasa Kipu nikuulize, andi sahi.
Ruto had a base. Ruto had what you call the hustler base.
Yes.
Tusijidanganye, Ruto had a base. Base yake ilikuwa kusema mama mboga, boda, hustler, sisi watu wa chini, nini. And he did that for 4 years and lied to the people and it worked.
Na sasa
he clapped 60%, 40% of the country like that.
Na keep sasa ndio nataka muniambie where is the base of some of these people tunaambua to support? Where is their base? Like kama sahi keep, can you describe for me Matiang'i base? Describe for me Matiang'i base sahi as we speak.
Super CS. Politicians tu kama wanajitanga super CS. It's his friends who echo stuff he wants to hear. He has no base except for his tribe. Yeah, just get to yeah. He's a kissy like me. That's it.
Okay, so ili nimalizie sababu naona hata Stone PK anakuja hapa na naona Promise alikuwa anaitisha link. So there is something I wanted to explain here. I'm sorry to say this. I don't think I can support Raila Odinga again. It's unfortunate. They might want to bring him to us. What there is we have to think of somebody who has a base and somebody who is visible in the ground right now. Easy as a boardroom, I don't think it can help Kenyans. So we need somebody who is ready to percolate into the ground na create base yake. But for now, it is very unlikable that some of the people who we are fronting that tunasema watakuwa marais, they don't have a base. And that's why I'm saying very soon itabidi wanajeshi wetu waamuke. Wanajeshi wetu wamelala sana. Everything is going wrong na hakuna kitu inaendelea kwa serikali, and we are busy talking about changing our nation, whereby individual stakeholders who are supposed to do something, they are not doing anything. And kama maybe bwana keep as I finish, maybe umalizie hii alafu ni nyamaza. Can you help me to understand why kwa nini wanajeshi wa Kenya and the civil service ya Kenya wamerelax hivyo? Is like everything good is happening in Kenya. Maybe help me to understand why are people so comfortable, especially people who are supposed to make decisions People who are supposed actually to be kukua, yani, they should be outside there and causing havoc to the government. Why are they not doing that? It's something I need to understand.
I can speak for civil servants, but not for Jeshi for now. Jeshi, I think maybe a lot of them are from my tribe, but I can't speak on that. But I can speak on civil servants. Civil servants in Kosabu, most of the services that you need or work inquiry, they are as corrupt as the leaders that are leading us at the moment. Have you ever tried to acquire services in any Kenyan office? Wanakula, they don't care. They'll be eating huko. Ukitaka KRA unalipa, ukitaka passport unalipa. Anything, they are as corrupt, so they don't care. The status quo is actually working for them. They like it. So don't worry about the civil servants. Civil servants are as dirty and filthy as them. Watu wa lands, niambie, tell me a family that does not have problems with land in Kenya now. Just one family. You don't know anybody. So civil servants who will stand up? Civil servants don't work in Kenya. Waste your time there. Juu ya jeshi utaongea na stone PK, but civil servants are garbage. Don't even rely on them. They are worse than the politicians. And I think Ayaga is a civil servant. Thank you.
Sawa, nimemaliza. Mwingine anaweza chukulia.
Sawa. Labda pengine ni mrudishe usukani huu kwa ndugu yangu PK, alafu amkaribishe mwenzetu hapa. PK, kama unanipata basi niregeshe usukani huu kwako, nawe pia uweze kuendeleza pale ambapo tumefikia.
Msimamo nilikuwa nataka uendelee, lakini ni sawa, wewe stand by. Niwasalimie nyinyi wote. How are you? How is everybody? I can see Jared, ndugu yangu, is not spoken this year. Happy New Year and karibu to this Talk and Act kusema na kutenda channel that we initiated to be able to discuss, vent, entertain ourselves wherever possible, but mainly is just to be able to call it as it is. So I welcome all of you and all those who are on the comment section. Karibuni sana, kina Manyan, naona leo tuko fiti kabisa. Tuko na watu 35 watching. We thank you, and if you want to whatever, share this link, and also YouTube is Stone PK or Talk N Act TV in either of those two channels. Stone PK is the easiest, and then if you don't want to come to the studio, that is it. Zero and keep msimamo mmezungumza ya mengi, naona also huku kwa kando naona mzuri akina Eric Ayaga huko anazungumza, but I don't want to come in before I give priority to ndugu Jared. Jared, karibu bwana.
Hello, how are you? How are you, everybody in the studio?
Very fine.
I've just come in and I don't know where we are in the debate, and that's why I just wanted to listen first before perhaps I give my contribution.
That's agreed. That's in order, Jared. Yeah, the topic today we are asking, or rather we are stating, Speaker Wetangula runs rogue. He doesn't go, he's above the law. And then we ask ourselves, is it end of Ruto government imminent? Is it the lead the total collapse of this government? And then we ask, what's going on? Kenyans are just watching as the country sings. And of course, we will also touch a bit of AUC issues, whether it is being used as a discord, to divert our attention and, try to, create a different direction as people continue to rape and rape and dismantle the country, where the court says this and it's defied by one man who thinks, I think he has more balls than the other. So that's what we are discussing, and yeah, it's good you could give it
Okay.
a listen.
Let me just say something in regard to Moses Wetangula.
Karibu.
You know that was a 71-page judgment by 3 judges of the High Court, and they were very, very clear that Moses Wetangula violated the Constitution of Kenya by declaring Kenya Kwanza as the majority in Parliament. They were very, very clear that there was a violation of the Constitution on that part. That's what the court said. And the court was also very clear on one particular thing, that, you know, the issue of the majority and minority was decided on during the elections that were held on the 9th of August 2022. And this was the argument. You know, under the Political Parties Act, you know, there is what we call the pre-election arrangement and post-election arrangement. So what we had in the name of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio was what we call, you know, the pre-election arrangement, where, you know, party came into a coalition in the name of either Kenya Kwanza or Azimio la Umoja. So, you know, when you enter into a pre-election arrangement, then you are tied to it until the end of that session. And I believe that was the argument of the, that, you know, the issue of the majority was settled at the ballot, you know, when Azimio la Umoja as an arrangement, you know, had more members of parliament than Kenya Kwanza. So this issue of, you know, or trying to jump on the other side after realizing that, you know, William Samoei Ruto had been declared the president of the Republic of Kenya, according to the judgment of the High Court, was null and void. So according to them, Wetangula made a constitutional error by declaring Kenya Kwanza the majority. But what have we seen in Wetangula? Instead of rectifying the mistake as noted by the High Court, he tried to justify his move by coming up with another form of, you know, or determining who the majority and the minority are. And ended up declaring that, you know, Kenya Kwanza was the majority by 165 members, and Azimio was the minority by 154. First, you know, that is for the second time, Wetangula is violating the Constitution. The first time he violated it when he declared Kenya Kwanza the majority in 2022. And for the second time, he has violated the Constitution again. So we are dealing with, generally, a Speaker of the National Assembly is a rogue Speaker. Then what do we do when we're in a scenario where we have a Speaker who is rogue? I believe that, you know, that is where members of parliament are supposed to undertake their responsibility by ensuring that they remove anybody that is rogue. For example, Rigathi Gachagua, one of the accusations against Rigathi Gachagua was that he violated the Constitution of Kenya. That was one of the grounds under which he was removed. So here we are dealing with a Speaker of the National Assembly who is violating the Constitution, and he wants to stay there as the Speaker of the National Assembly. So what should be done to him? I think, you know, Parliament generally is letting us down, because, you know, if it was Parliament that is operating in accordance with the Constitution, then they should have passed a vote of no confidence in Wetangula like yesterday, and Wetangula could have gone home. So I don't know whether they will reach that point, but, you know, where we stand, we are dealing with a Speaker of the National Assembly that is rogue. This is a Speaker that is rogue. I remember watching those proceedings the other day, and I remember him even, you know, trying to lecture Babu Owino by claiming that, you know, Babu Owino was, you know, a troublemaker. He purported that Babu Owino rarely attends Parliament, that and any time that Babu Owino comes to Parliament, he wants to create trouble. That is the type of speaker that we have in Kenya. An arrogant, a rogue speaker who does not have even respect to people who employed him, because he's an employee of members of Parliament. So if you cannot respect even the people who employed you, then who are you serving? Who are you serving? So, where we stand today, we have a rogue parliament led by a rogue speaker. We have a rogue executive led by perhaps a person who is the head of the executive. It also looks to be rogue. And on the other hand, the way the judiciary is operating. So where are we as the people of Kenya? Because we are caught in between every arm of government that is wrong. Then if you are caught in between where every arm of government is wrong, what do you do as an ordinary citizen of this country? Because you seem to be between a rock and a hard place. And that's why I want to ask the question that Jill was asking. What are the ordinary people of this country doing? What are we doing? Are we comfortable with what is happening in this country? Because things are not working in the manner that they should work. But we are not pushing enough to see that we attain the results that we are supposed to achieve as the people of Kenya. So is it that we are very comfortable? Perhaps that's the question that we should be asking. Because where we are, and especially after the flop of the Gen Z revolution, after the betrayal by Raila Odinga, we have come, we have returned to where we were. Business being business as normal, and everybody behaving in the manner that he wants to behave. And is that how we want to live until 2027? That those are the questions that you should be asking, because 2027 is 2.5 years. Do we want to be captives for 2.5 years, hoping that we shall be in a position to elect another president in 2.5 years? These are some of the questions that we need to ask as the people of Kenya. And by asking these questions, perhaps they will enable us, to find a way forward. Because where we are, I don't seem to see that way. I don't seem to see that way at all. Tunatapatapa tu, and the way is not being seen where I stand. Let me just stop there.
Thank you, Jared. In fact, I would say it's annoying. And when people say we keep on having hope, how do you have hope in a country where now the constitution that we really cherish and think it was going to save us, one side is devouring it, ignoring it, and then the other side is playing cool. Let's say we want to abide by it because that is what they say, but then your other side doesn't. It's like you're going to face somebody who is having a sword, and you are going bare hand, plead, akusikize ama negotiate. I don't know how that works. This government has, of course, Ruto is in government as well, and Ruto has never been known. For me, I'm blaming Wetangula Pase. I'm blaming. He knows why he's doing that. And it is Amutan.
Uangalia mashine yako pike, mbona haupatikaniki sawa sawa?
Na sasa
Hope uko sawa sasa. Uko sawa sasa. Uko sawa.
Okay, yeah, so I was saying Kenya imeshika nafasi ya really to shock watu. It is a desperate situation because sasa sheria imlindi mwananchi. Sheria imekuwa ni hawa mabwenyenye hawa. And also why I'm not so kind of tuned by the reaction of these MPs. I can see beyond what they are planning. They are just doing the merry-go-round, the musical chair. They are doing timing, ndio waendelee kukula pesa kukosi hivi, just like what Raila does. Okay, it is the same narrative, dancing here and there, calling people, telling, oh, we do this. Like now we are being told, if Raila doesn't get that seat, there will be a storm in Kenya. If he gets that seat, there will also be a storm in Kenya. Same narrative of tutaenda Canaan, imefika mto, imekuwa na mamba. That is exactly what is happening, because these MPs, they should have impeached, they should have reacted, they should have called the people to come to their rescue. Because for me, I think if I'm an MP or an MCA or any position, if nobody is listening to people, the people who send me to that, yes, the people who send me to that house, I turn to them, I tell them, it's time now to see what we can do. Come, you guys, and claim your position. That's why that's what people say. What will people do? People are just watching. When the country thinks, hapo ndio sasa watu wanasema tulikuwa tunaogopa hivi na because hawa akina Wetangula they don't care. Because ni nini Wetangula anajua mpaka ana disobey, ana in the whole parliament amekaa hapo comfortably, wanachora barua usiku fake in Kenya. This is insult and abuse of the highest order. So that's why I think you don't want to be what is truly happening. Yeah. When these are postponing, wanakuambia hata kesho wata withdraw, they will do this, they will do that. So longo subjected to Kalongo. That is my take in terms of Wetangula.
Shida bado inaonekana upande wako kuna shida. Nimerejea tena kukatakata, yani kama ni CD nimekuwa na scratch.
Wewe shikilia.
Haya, asante kwa uchanganuzi huo. Mimi nina maswali tele, lakini anyway nitapata majibu hapa tu leo. Keep kama unataka kuongeza, alafu nirudi kwa ndugu yangu Mchiro hapa.
Yeah, I like what Stone PK is saying, kabisa. And kuongezea hiyo Njeru, that I did not see that angle. Why Wiper is quiet? This is politics, because ni kama wanapima kama bado watakuwa kwa hiyo serikali ya Ruto ama hawatakuwa. ODM, I even think, let me just in all honesty, Azimio should be disbanded. It's useless. It's garbage. Because it was only ODM yesterday playing like cartoons for the last week. They have done nothing. I'll not lie to you, other than the first day. Because the momentum of the first day should have continued. Wangekaa kwa hizo vitu za majority places, wapambane, you fight for you fight, tupigane, tuchapane hapo, tulambane hapo, like fight for it. So that ilikuwa Wednesday jana wangeanza kwenda kwa hizo ma meetings za those house committees and then start the impeachment process, as Stone PK has said. Now wanangojea nini kufanya hiyo impeachment motion ya speaker? You have to, if you believe in yourself, you have 2/3 of the speakership. But no, ODM is waiting for an old man to come and make a decision for them. So wamefungiwa huko Addis Ababa, hata hakuna kazi inafanywa sahi. I don't think there's anybody in parliament now. About 100, and I think we're only going to be the only state that's going to set about 100 MPs. If you see an image of Raila walking in with his goons, and then you see the Djibouti man, you realize we waste money as Kenyans. We're just stupid. And of course, Ruto has gone up for his usual photo ops. I don't even know why he's gone there ahead of time. You know, as if you see most heads of state wanakujanga kufanya hiyo biashara yao, they don't stay in a country more than one day. They don't stay in a country more than one day. Huyo ameenda, that was today. Amepanda ndege, ameenda kulala Addis Ababa, alafu atarudi Sunday. What sort of nonsense is this? Raila going earlier, I understand. But what was Ruto going to do there today? Alienda kufanya nini? I think he was the only head of state there right early. So tutangoja hii fiasco ya AUC, and I keep repeating it, the AUC job, you've seen how useless it is because the AUC chairman has not spoken about the DRC issue. Hata ukiangalia kwa news hakuna mambo ya DRC anaongea. Kazi yake amekuja hapa kuongea juu ya nini? Alikuja tu kuongea juu ya elections. It's a shame. You see, if this position was of great importance, on the 8th, nitakutumia headline ingine utastuka. Then you'll understand Raila is running for nothing. Diplomatic tension in Dar es Salaam as AUC chief Faki ejected from EAC SADC Crisis Summit. Alifukuzwa. Is no respect. I don't know what Raila is running. Absolute garbage. So for me, let's wait and see what happens next week. And if Wetangula keeps sitting on that seat, then we'll just know shamba la wanyama 100%. Shamba la wanyama. Ruto anatudanganya hapa na vitu za Waititu. Waititu is going to come up with that 95 million. He will not even taste a day of jail. Bibi yake atalipa hiyo 500,000 and you will never see a high profile politician. When was the last time Waititu was in amekaa Kiambu? Kiambu is many years ago. So let's wait. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see after watu wa Raila walielia on Sunday, because I believe he's losing. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. And Jeru, I'll finish there. Thank you. Msimamo nimemaliza.
Hey, studio haitakani kuwa na gap ya kunyamaza. Anyway, I hope
Labda nirudi kwako nani PK. Nilikuwa najaribu ku-unmute ndio maana nilikuwa na delay hapo kidogo. But nirudi upande wako sorry Aston.
kweli vizuri sana.
Ukosa ni kama unapatikana kidogo sasa.
Comment section, can you hear me? Wow. Bado watu hawanisikizi.
See the usual vigor, the strength ile tunasikianza ile sauti yako ya nguvu.
Ni kama kuna tatizo upande wake. Sawa, tukisubiri pika ikitengeza mitambo hapo. Wacha ni washukuru wale ambao wako upande wa upande wa comment section hapa kuna Anna, yes you can hear, hiyo simpike sawa. But amesema hapa ni shamba la wanyama, lakini kikubwa zaidi it's boiling. Karibu sana Anna. Na kuna ndugu yangu hapa Joseph kuona naye kuna nani tena Kipril tuko naye hapo studio, kuna Yaga na kuna wengi tu ambao wamejiunga nasi kama Ubuntu. Naona kwa kazi safi upande huu. Labda pengine nirudi tena studio tukiwa tunasubiria kaka hapo arekebishe. Anjiru, unanipata pengine? Njiru, kama unanipata sawa. Sasa nitarudi kwa ndugu yangu hapa Kipu. So njia ni gani? Unajua kila jambo tushayaona haya kwamba ni michezo tu ile ile tu ya panya na paka. Wanasiasa ni wale wale, kwa sababu kimtazamo wangu Afrika walitusoma wanasiasa wakajua Wakenya wakitaka kuwaweza wabwagie jipya tu. So kuna hili la majority kabla tushangae, hili kuna hili la AU, lakini kile hivyo wote mnajua hii ni propaganda na plan za hawa wajanja ambao ni wanasiasa wanaokemeana na kutosha vidole, wakati wa kula wote wako meza moja wanakula. Sisi wananchi tukiwa sasa tunapambana na hali zetu, kwa sababu kwa kile ilivyo afayari wanapopigana basi nyasi ndio huumia. So hii pukushani hao na siasa, sisi ndio tunaumia. So keep the way forward, tuakiachiana na kusubiria viongozi watuanzishie hili nani. Je, nini haswa Kenya tunafaa kufuatwa, kama tunafaa kufanya ili tujinasue katika hili dimbwi la taifa kuzama?
Destroy ODM. ODM party needs to die. UDA and ODM need to die. Ikufe kabisa. Next election, Kenyans need to vote out ODM. We need to vote out UDA. These are garbage politicians. Wamelipa kupata hizo mafio because I know they pay to get those seats and then they don't come and serve us. They try and recoup their money. Absolutely useless parties. ODM, Jubilee, hii chama zote ni useless. They're garbage except for my party, of course. So
Na
I
hamna
even
na hamna na hamna na hamna hata mbunge nyinyi.
si ndio? Ni sawa, unaona hata sisi hatuna shida sasa. We have no problem. We are okay because we don't. You can't
but
blame us for any.
but still mko party ya Azimio, mko kwa party ya Azimio, lakini bado
Hatuko, tulitoka. We came out of Azimio many months ago.
sawa
We're
sawa. Haya,
independent.
tupe suluhu kaka, tupe suluhu mdogo wangu hapo Kipu. Tufanye
So
nini
next
Kenya?
time, let us vote for good leaders because the MPs we have are not taking care of us. The MPs we have are not taking care of our rights. So hatutaki, nimechoka na hao wote. As for what Njeru has said, it's actually absolutely true. Matiang, kama ujitokelezi sahii unatudanganya danganya hapa na strictries, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Ama kama ni shida ya pesa, anza polepole, anza huko kwenu sasa, anza huko Kisii ukisema kwamba unataka kuwa president. If Trump did 901 campaigns, you should start doing, anza jana, anza kutembea around, tembea Kenya kama Ruto, enda juu ya gari, ongea na naitwaje hiyo, you start campaigning. This is Kenya. Watu wa mashinani wakujua wewe ni nani. Wanafikiria they know who Uhuru is. You should start going to Turkana, go to Pokot, do all that stuff. It's not too early, it's actually late. Umechelewa mzee. So my target is not even my target is my party. I want to get as many MPs within our party as possible. so that we can protect the livelihoods of Kenyans. At least we have a few shouting MPs
Kwa
there.
kwa hiyo kwa hiyo kwa hiyo kipu nasema si tujiandae, mnasubiria kumtoa huyu jamaa ni through kura ya mwananchi,
Kura ya
sio
mwananchi
kama
peke yake,
nimekuelewa.
because
Kwa maana hii hapa katikati sasa hivi hatuwezi fanya lolote lile kama mwananchi, shari tusubiri hapo kwa debe ndio tumalizane na huu mchezo.
that is what we are planning to do as People's Liberation Party,
Now
PLP.
how sure are you kwamba mahakama itajaribu kufanya kutembea katika njia kidogo ambayo inaridhisha kama huu uamuzi wa mchezo huu wa paka na panya wa minority na majority?
Mchezo ilianza na
Vipi
hawa ambao wamehusika
vipi
na
vipi vipi kuhusiana pengine na mahakama zetu na vile vile pia suala zima la IBC, kama pengine hawa jamaa tumewaweka hawa broad government wakuja kusameheana, wamekubaliana unit bado atakuwa minority na huyo atakuwa minority, bora tu nchi isonge mbele. Mfano tunaoshukulia kama ule nao
they are the
tumejipangaje
ones who
haswa
started
katika
this.
suala zima la IBC, na tumejipangaje haswa suala zima na kesi zetu kule mahakamani kwamba zitakuwa sawa, ili tukipiga kura kama ulivyozungumza, tunaashua kwamba hii kura ndio itakayezungumza na ndio itakayeheshimika kisheria na katiba. Maana hawa jamaa kile ilivyo hawaheshimu sheria tunawaona. Je, tufanye nini katika swala kama hilo?
No, it just goes to tell me, it goes to show me that executives ring supreme in Kenya. It rings supreme because Wetangula has the chest thumping authority to tell us that him as a former magistrate, that his word is law, his word is bond, that the judiciary, you don't have to listen to the judiciary, meaning that Ruto can do whatever he wants. That's what Wetangula is telling us now. It means that legislation has no powers. The only power that the legislation has is getting orders from the judiciary to pass laws. That's from the executive to pass laws. Hiyo ndio kazi yao. And it means that in the next election, if we cannot even take care of this small thing here, small potatoes as Wetangula, IBC na hote tutachunga kweli? We are absolutely garbage as a country. Tumeisha kabisa. I like the way we are destroyed. Hatuna nchi. Because this week was a test. This was the test to see if Kenya, we are strong enough to do what we need to do. But it looks like we're not. Na hata MPs wa Munyoro FM mwenyewe hapo executive ama coach angeanza kuambia nani his MPs to put an impeachment motion for Wetangula. Wa Munyoro themselves, hawa ndio walimvotia, hawa ndio walimchagua. Work together. But no, you're gonna let somebody bulldoze a court. Yani ana audacity ya kukaa kwa hiyo kiti after a ruling of now where are the police? First of all, where are the police? Wapi police? Acha nikwambie ukweli msimamo. Every day I see these politicians in Kenya, I give up more and more. Na hata tu roho yangu tu inachafuka tu. It becomes more and more sad. We are going to import people for voting in Kenya. Watu watakuja kuimportiwa kuja kuvote. Like every day Kenya, we're becoming worse. Nairobi is being taken over by foreigners. Tunaendelea kuumia tu kama Wakenya. We're in big trouble. It's okay. Tutaona vile tutafanya. Na nilikuwa nataka Stone
Sawa
tuchezee ile
sawa,
video. Nilikuwa nataka Stone tuchezee ile video nimemtumia hiyo
ni sawa pia,
nini.
hamna shida. Ni sawa, labda nikumbushe Njiru kama unapatikana. Sawa, Stone, kama unaweza cheza hiyo video basi unaweza kuchezea tukiendelea hapa kujadiliana. Niwakaribishe tu nyote tu ambao mnatufuatilia haswa katika kipindi hiki cha kusema na kutenda. Hapa kuna uhuru wa kuweza kuzungumza yale unaona kwako ni sahihi kwa ajili ya taifa, na mada ikiwa leo ni kuhusiana haswa na maamuzi ya Wetangula kwamba anaonyesha kiburi kiasi alafu taifa letu likiwa linasambaratika tukiona machoni wa Kenya, kipi la kufanya? Maana mwisho wa siku nani atakuwa analaumiwa kuhusiana haswa na hili taifa? So to me hayo ndio maswala nataka tujadili haswa, kwa sababu tunashangaa, hatuelewi ni kitu gani kinaendelea tu katika ile taifa. Labda naona ni ndugu zangu wamerudi hapa. Naona kuna wengine wamejiunga nasi, kuna Eli, alafu kuna ingine sioni poa hii jina yake, but anyway tutamkaribisha. Eli, kama unanipata, ufunguzi wako unasemaje kuhusiana na masuala mazima haya? Taifa linasambaratika mikononi mwetu, tukiona haswa machoni mwetu, haswa kama wananchi, na harakati ni hizo ambazo tunaziona, kivumbi kiwa watu wanaonyeshana umahiri hapa. Nani yuko juu ya sheria? Nani anaweza kinzana na chochote kile ambacho mahakama akinaamua kwa ajili ya taifa? So si usemi wako ni upi haswa katika hilo, Eli, kama unanipata?
Asante sana msimamo. Mimi nataka kusema kwamba mahakama ya Kenya ni mahakama ya ushenzi, kwa sababu wao watu wanaogopa kufanya kile ambacho wangefanya. So for example, they did not give judicial orders about what parliament should do. So I suppose that's why Mr. Wetangula got a free hand to mock Kenyans, because the court did not say that. Yes, they did say that the Kenya Kwanza were not the majority in parliament, but they did not give orders what to do. So the court is part of the problem, and I find that our courts, to be honest, ukieka koti zetu na executive, the court is just a nightmare. In fact, to me, I think the courts are they're the worst problem, and then the executive and the parliament are together on the same at the same par. Lakini koti, yani, the courts of Kenya are completely useless, from the Chief Justice. And I think this is the biggest problem that we have. And I can say the same about the sentence that was handed to Ferdinand Waititu, the former governor of Kiambu, that he has been sentenced for 12 years for stealing nearly 600 million, corrupt tendering, and in fact, not even anywhere near 25% of the gangster acquisition that he made. There was more cases that, if you look at the 14 pieces of evidence, crucial evidence files, they were shared all over social media when this case started. There was a lot more that could have been said about Waititu's corruption, him and his wife. But for him to be given 12 years, alafu jaji mwenyewe msimamo, jaji anasema ati sasa huyu wewe tupatie turudishie 54 million and you will walk free. Only in Kenya, that happens only in Kenya. Maybe other African countries, but certainly not places like China. Huyu jaji, apparently he's one of the radical judges, but I don't think so, because if he really meant it, he should not be telling Waititu that he give us 54 million and you can walk free. You jail him. In fact, they should bring something where a judge can give his personal recommendations. He can say, you will go to Nyayo Stadium in front of Kenyans and kneel before them, ask for forgiveness before you march up to committee maximum. And when you come out of committee, you will pay that 55 million, but you have spent at least 10 years. That is what is lacking in Kenya. Because if we found one judge who could dare send a criminal or two criminals like Waititu and his wife to jail for 10, 12 years without at easy whatever at the fines, I am telling you, Kenya will change. Kenya will change kabisa. Utapata watu wataogopa kuiba na kwambia. Hawa watu wa nini, hawa public officers wote, hata ma county commissioner wataogopa kabisa kuiba. And this is the problem, you see. And also I know that there are some judges who are very good at their work, but the judiciary will not send these people to the high profile cases because they know that such judges could make determinations that will affect many politicians, you know. And I've said here before that a judge who I personally know, because he was doing his master's program up here, and he was a director of Independent Medical Legal Unit, that independent NGO that were taking John Michuki to court whenever John Michuki was killing young people in the name of Sijui killing Mungiki. That particular guy is a judge now, Judge Mohochi. He's a no-nonsense man. I personally know this person. They will not give him such high-profile cases. He will not hand in fines. He will jail people because they will see him as an activist judge. So on the one hand, we have good judges who are very, very few, and when they try something, they will be given, they will go to small, kind of hardship zones of the country, and they will not be handed, those high-profile cases, because that will just shake the country. So this is part of the problem that we have. Honestly, I think this is the problem that we have. Because the law is there, the judges are there, there are big packs. Besides the corruption, I know that there are some judges that have the balls to do something, but they cannot be given these high-profile cases. And then the ones that are given these high-profile cases, there's always something. There's a way around it for criminals like Waititu. This Waititu will go to jail for 2 days and he'll be out because 54 million, the man has got estates, banner. 54 million is nothing to Waititu. And maybe some people will lend him some money so he can pay that so-called fine. The last point I wanted to make about this is, so you have people who are making this argument that William Ruto is the one who has jailed Waititu, Waititu's wife, and the 4 other criminals. Now, me, I'm asking myself, and I don't even support Ruto, what is it that Ruto will gain from jailing Waititu. Because Waititu is in Gachagwa's camp, I think that's really, really lazy thinking, because Waititu has no impact whatsoever in whatever Ruto does in Kenya. Why would even Uhuru Kenyatta did not really bother with Waititu? Okay, so I think it's a lost argument for some people to say that this is political action from Ruto at ECG. Now he wants to start jailing Gachagwa's people. I think that's stupid, because Waititu is going to make no impact whatsoever if he's sent to jail. So anyway, that is where I wanted to, stress on that. I didn't want to go too much into Wetangula and all that, because that's just a disgrace, And in fact, I was more ashamed about the way Millie Odhiambo spoke, She said some very silly comments about at CG now we are in broad-based government, at broader CG. They're playing with the minds of Kenyans. They've been sitting there for hours talking a lot of nonsense. MPs from both sides. So I really, really don't have any important comment I could make about the discussions that they had in Parliament, because it honestly didn't make any sense to me at all. Thank you.
Asante ndugu yangu Eli sana kwa mchango wako ambao umeweza kutueleza swala kiundani zaidi kuhusiana na sisi wa Kenya kuweza kuziamini mahakama zetu, tusije tukajipata kwamba tumeingia wazima hapo na mwisho wa siku tukumbuke shuka kumekucha ni saa 12. So for real, asante sana ndugu yangu kwa mchango wako. Resist kama unanipata, na wewe pia nao upate ufunguzi wako, kisha turudi haswa katika mkururo huo kurudi kwa Kip Anjelu na wengine. But pia nishukuru kwa upande wa comment section Resist kama unanipata.
Asante sana bwana msimamo, bwana Kip na wengineo. Mimi nitachangia dakika kidogo alafu nitaweza kuondoka. Sasa ile maneno ningetaka kidogo nigusie kwa maoni yangu juu hii nafasi tulio nayo hapa ni ya kuongea juu ya kila mtu ana maoni aliyo naye. Nimemsikia mnenaji mmoja hapo akisema ya kuwa nchi yetu imeisha, na mimi kwa nusu yake nakubaliana na hayo maoni. Lakini nikiangalia kwa undani naona bado tuko na wananchi, tuko na young leaders who are coming up wenye wako na nia nzuri. Tuko na watu ambao ni wanasiasa ambao ni wandogo sana, very few in number. You can literally count them asijui kama wanaweza kujaza vidole za mkono mmoja. That we can count on them. There's just a few, but they are there. The truth is, we have a few leaders who can make a difference. Ile shida mimi naona tuko naye kubwa sana ni the electorate. Bado tuko na electorate ambaye ni ngumu sana. Kwa mfano ukiangalia wale watu who are being fronted kama wanaweza kutuongoza na ambao wanasifika kwa wakati huu, you just see that bado wako na uchafu mingi sana, na kile kinawafanya waongee vile wanaongea sasa hivi ni kwa sababu they are not in the government, wengi wao. But if they were in the government or when they were in the government, hawaku wanaongea hivyo, na wakaingia kwa serikali hawataongea hivyo. However, me I'm still optimistic that this right at the end of the tunnel, mambo mazuri inakuja pale mwisho wa tano iko na mwangaza pale. Kile kinachonifanya nifanye hivyo ni kwa sababu ya the leadership that we have right now, ambaye inaongozwa na Bwana Kasongo, na ama ukipenda Bwana Kaongo. Bwana Kaongo is in a tight corner, and as opposed to the views of most, that decision that was made by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Bwana Wetangula, that's a bad decision, and that means the court rulings cannot be obeyed anymore. I'm of the contrary opinion. Mimi naona that decision was very good, and I have reasons to back it. The reasons why that I think it was a good decision is kwamba sasa hapa ndio mtu anaitwa Bwana Wetangula na Bwana Kaongo wamejiingiza kwa moto kabisa. Why do I say that? Nasema hivyo kwa sababu this, and I would like us to watch what's going to happen next week. This, I'm not a prophet, but I can easily tell that, kama vile wanasema, for me, the way I see it, things are boiling nicely. The moment you disregard a court judgment, this is gonna be it's a very nice recipe for disaster. Na ile kitu imefanya hivyo, a lot of people may think that that judgment was made by Wetangula. No, if you listen to the judgment yenye Wetangula alikuwa ameongelelea before, I think juzi, usikie vile alikuwa anaongea, he was listening, alikuwa anasikiza, and actually, let me quote, he was pretending that he's reasoning. Nasikiza vile wa opposition wanaongea, but for me, it was a choreographed way of how things will be done. I don't think any mtu anafikiria vizuri alikuwa anafikiria Wetangula anaweza atakuja aseme ati he's gonna come and say, atoe maoni yake, amesema his ruling, akuja aseme ati the Azimio the majority. It was not to happen. However, hiyo ruling is not his ruling. Hiyo ni ruling ya Kaongo, and it was predetermined. They were just buying time to look like they are thinking, to look like there's something they are doing behind this. Wanasikiza is a listening government and something like that. But hakuna kitu walikuwa wanajaribu kutatua. So even as nilikuwa naonelea that this is a good decision, because come next week, now they are already failing. And what I saw is they are restraining. They're just trying to restrain, just to wait wanagojea tu kitu moja, tarehe 15, which is the day after tomorrow for us. The day after tomorrow, the judgment that will come from Addis Ababa, which already we know 16 countries have backed up. So the chances that there is a very high chance that we are gonna get the result at the end of Saturday, tarehe 15. And that's when all the 86 members of parliament from ODM, trust me, watatoka wote. They will go to a man, watatoka wote. Ongeza wale wote wa Wiper, Kalonzo Musyoka, wote watatoka. Ongeza wale wote wa Wamunyoro. I heard they are about 35. So everybody now can see, hata wale walikuwa wametoa wa Rigiji, now they can see they are at the same risk just as Rigiji. So that's why, hiyo ndio maana walikuwa, if you listen to them after the hiyo judgment, that's why they walikuwa wanasema Wamunyoro, they were not going kwa waende ati leo. That was yesterday. They were not going to go. They are saying, we feel what you are feeling. Tunasikia video. Kwa hivyo, hapa hakuna, there's nothing the law. We now clearly, hata sisi tunasikia the pain. And I'm telling you, whether the 15th, Raila Amolo Odinga atakuwa the president of AOU, ama the chairman, ama atatolewa, but we are all, most of us, my friends, and I think most of this forum, we are praying asishinde, and I don't think he has a chance now. Asiposhinda, na hata akishinda, the numbers are the ones gonna be there, and the numbers ziko. We are talking close to now 200 who are opposing. So what am I saying? I'm saying, number one, it's gonna be ripe for kuondoa mtu anaitwa Wetangula. Number two, it's gonna be ripe kuondoa Ruto. We really don't need 2027. It's now. It has to be now. And if they drop the ball this time, if they make the mistake, 27 is a pipe dream. It's just a pipe dream. This man is so scared, super scared, and he will do anything, even if you have atakuwa amechaguliwa na 10%. And most likely, maybe they're not going to be even in the elections. So the only chance, and I think I can see kwa mbali, I can see hata huyo mama Mary or whoever, that lady, if you listen carefully, hawatoi maneno yote, but they are deeply inside, they're angry, and they are where we wanted them to be. I hope I'm getting it right. I hope they are where we wanted them to. They're angry now. Mtu anaitwa Kaongo, he's only gonna back with Rift Valley, and sio yote, maybe 50-60% na Northeastern kwenye amehamia. Hakuna mahali pengine. The MPs wa huko, and he can be gotten out at this particular time. Now, that's for now. And nitaongea Jiro. Jiro is not here.
Resist, are you there?
Eddie. Ni kama tumebaki na wewe hapa sasa.
Sasa. Nimekusikia tena na sauti. So I was thinking, what kind of miracle do you think that can be done after Wetangula has been removed? What's the miracle? What's there for Kenyans, honestly? Whether he stays or not, does it mean anything? Let's be honest.
Well, the thing is, if you remember the ile siasa yenye ilikuweko about 3 months ago,
Mhm.
the people, the Kenyans, the majority of Kenyans, kuna msemo mmoja alikuwa naye, the msemo ilikuwa kufa dereva, kufa makanga. So the thing is, that's why I was saying it's boiling slowly and nicely. But it happened the other way around. So dereva makanga amesha kufa. So there's another obstruction. So we are getting rid of the obstructions. It's also we are going for nani aondolewe, Wetangula aondolewe. Sasa Wetangula akishaondolewa, the only person who can get in there is who the worst, Boss Shorey. Ndio anakuja hapo. So Boss Shorey does not hold hana nguvu yoyote. And if all these hizi chama zingine zote, because UDA, if you think about the UDA itself, you can see there is a clear rift. The original UDA wenye waliingia, the members of parliament wenye waliingia, I think they're 171 or something like that. It's now about half of it that is still stuck with the president, about half. So if na ndio nilikuwa nasema, if these people, and it looks a likelihood, it's not a miracle, it's a likelihood, because they can see they'll be cornered. And these members, Kubuka, they are also thinking about 2027, watarudi namna gani. The ground is very hostile for them. So wameona, the moment you are associating yourself with Ruto, that is your deathbed. That's your deathbed. Umeisha wewe. So the only way that they can come back ni kufight Ruto. And if they fight, how can they fight Ruto? The way they can fight Ruto is to kushikana na anybody who is against. And now, the way I see it, the majority of even the current parliament is now against the Ruto. No amount of money, I think, we will be able to buy them this time. Even hata kama ni wewe sahi, think about it. Would you be thinking about what is going to happen the 2 years, or you buy yourself these 2 years and the next 5 years? That's a total of 7 years. Even hata kama ni biashara, even if you're thinking about your life as a business person, because hata hiyo siasa ni biashara too, you'd rather buy yourself more time. So if, and this is my prayer, and this is what I'm also seeing, if they all combine, juu naona ODM iko na how many, 86 in number MPs, Wiper iko na 30 something MPs, ukuje wa Munyoro they have 50 something, 30 something, na wale wote wengine ambao walikuwa kwa UDA, especially from the western, uende kwa anaitwaje, muda wa Marwa, he has got MPs wa western, all those, if you could bind them, this guy can be ejected out. Anaweza tolewa, and that can be the easiest way of getting him out. No bloodshed, no expending too much money for elections. He can be out within, hata even if anaweza kuwa like the way Rick G is right now. He has been ametolewa, lakini kesi iko kotini. That means he'll be, like a dead man. And right now, he has very little support in the ground. Hana.
Resist.
Yeah.
I'm not being cynical, but we know that the 3 arms of government are captured from top to bottom, and parliament is captured physically by monetary means. These people are paid every time there is an essential voting taking place inside parliament. They are paid physically by whoever is in power. And that is what happens in the Kenyan parliament. They are paid to abstain, they are paid to vote, they are paid to, I'm not being cynical, this is a fact. So you're telling me that MPs the Kenyan MPs, who we know very well, that they will go there and vote to remove Wetangula. You know, honestly. And I'm not saying this out of ignorance, because Wetangula is a man of 9 lives. We know how this man, history has always favored him, right from the Commission of Inquiry on Dr. John Ouko, Robert Ouko, where a parliamentary inquiry even said, you know, the Gore Sungu inquiry, commission, Gore Sungu committee, when they brought George Oraro and Wetangula, and they actually accused these 2 individuals who are the family lawyers for the Ouko family, that they were part of the cover-up. Because as soon as Moi stopped that inquiry and the 1992 elections happened, Wetangula received a phone call from Daniel Arap Moi. Congratulations, Bwana Wetangula. Wetangula was like, why, Your Excellency? Moi akamwambia, you are now a nominated MP in Kano. Wetangula will go where the money is good. I hate to sit here speaking about individuals, you know, because we need to speak about, you know, what's probably wrong with our structures and how we can push and remove this evil regime. What we are saying now is that the young people who staged the revolution last year on June 25th, until now they are completely nothing. Now we must rely on this tricks that is happening in Parliament. These young people, they don't care about whether ODM, or KK is the majority or minority in Parliament. And I am not dismissing your claims. I'm just saying, right, that right now, if this is the obsession we have before CG 2027, then it's the wrong path, because it's just not going to happen. These people are looting. They're looting supreme, and they're looting in order to stay in power. There has to be a way to remove Ruto. But using Parliament is a joke, because those guys are in it together. And that's why I was very disappointed by those ODM MPs. It was a charade. You know, in fact, Wetangula is on that seat because of ODM MPs, the way they were talking yesterday. And that's why I was laughing. I was really laughing at those proceedings, you know. What I'm saying to you is this: no disrespect to your claims about what will happen next week, and Raila comes back from. And another thing, you know, this thing about that Raila comes back empty-handed, he's not elected as chair of AU. He's going to demand the speaker's seat. I had this Fanyamambo Kinuthia talking about that, and I was quite disappointed, because Fanyamambo Kinuthia is one of the, you know, the really staunch campaigners for liberation in Kenya. But he seems to be also confused about what should happen. So yeah, what I'm trying to tell you is Parliament is captured. Hakuna kitu mnaweza mfanyia Ruto saizi ati mtumie Parliament. There has to be other means. There has to be other means. I don't know what means right now, and I'm suggesting peaceful means. I don't know. There are people who are angry in every part of Kenya, civil society, and within government ranks, and the security services. People are fed up. But the people I will not rely on personally, and just my last mark, I will not rely on the Kenyan political class as they are right now to change anything.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and that is the general feeling. What you're saying is very popular. Even every little thing that you have said is what is said. But I'm gonna take you to the history books for a minute. If you remember during the Moi era, there came around 1990 a time when the opposition were they were pushing really hard to get the Moti party, and during that time, Moi was very, very hard on saying that haiwezi fanyika. And if you remember correctly, then we did not, we had one party that was KANU, and the powers of the president, they were like, it was like Ayatollah Khomeini. It was supreme. It was not even like now. He was much more. He was much stronger. But why I'm thinking, and I could be wrong. Don't get me wrong. I could be wrong. Why I'm thinking this could bring a paradigm shift is the fact that during that time, Moi said, right, 1991, before, like I said, he went in a meeting and said, thinking Kenya will be a multi-party system ni ndoto ya mchana. He said that verbatim. What happened? He went and realized that there's a push of so many, the revolution, nobody really wants him. It was like now. As a matter of fact, I think now is more serious than then. I think Ruto have little less support than what Moi had then. And also, Moi, Ruto is weaker than Moi, in my opinion. Now, he realized that he's not only having the push, the opposition from local, from Kenya alone, but it's also coming from outside. Because remember, these countries, most of our African countries, they also have another push from outside, like the West, United States, United Kingdom, and all these big powers. They have a lot of say. That is something we forget a lot. They have a lot of say on what happens. So he realized that the West is supporting the opposition, and in his wisdom, and Moi had surrounded himself with very, very intelligent people. This is what they told him. They told him, hey mzee, hii maneno itakuharibikia. So what you need to do for this pressure to go down, allow them to be an opposition. And then when we have the opposition, tukiwa na hiyo opposition multi-party, then you'll be able to infiltrate, divide these people, because right now they're united. They allow them to be having so many parties, and before they get organized, you're still leading, and they'll give you more time. And that's what he did. And what happened? He ended up ruling us for another 10 years until 2001. Ndio sasa Kibaki akuje 2002, because everybody was excited, no more serious fighting. Now, I want you to compare with this. Now, Ruto, in his lack of wisdom, he has a lot, because this was also done in the court. He has refused the court to operate. And hapo ndio nakwambia, this is gonna be his downfall. You cannot stop the ruling of the court to operate. Remember, right now, the courts are also in arms. All the judges, the chief justice, all the chief justice, the Supreme Court, they know they want him to go. They know that he wants them out. So now they're gonna gang against him too. Now, how many forces are we talking about? We are talking about the courts are against him, the people are against him, the churches are against him, the nations that are outside are against him. Everybody is against him. Okay? So this is where I was coming. This is where I was coming. This is where I was coming and telling you, these members of our parliament are going to the ground. A lot of them, like in Mount Kenya, they can't even go to the ground. The rest of the country, they can't go to the ground. And how are they gonna be able to come back if they cannot have, if they don't have the support of the people? So as a result, it's not Nikusoma to what they will see that the only way that we can survive, this man is going. We have to help him go and push him out, and then they will be the heroes, hoping that they will come back. Some of them will, some of them won't. That's why I have a great feeling that he can. What about Tangura? Me, I'm not even worried about Tangura. I'm worried about Ruto. That is that's the problem that we have in Kenya. That's the elephant in the room. I have a feeling that if, and I remember Stone PK have said several times, I've heard him say that we don't need Raila. And I've always restrained from saying we need him. We need every soldier that we can get. Now we know, ukiangalia, people from the Luo Nyanza, especially the Luo Nyanza, he has that following that he will always go with him wherever he goes. So if he comes back, and this is for a fact, I feel strongly this is true. If he comes back, aseme maneno ya Ruto hatutaki, that will be the end of it. And you need to listen to the tone of the people that are talking from the ODM. They are against the government. Like that was not going on a month ago, even 2 weeks ago. They have started the last 2 weeks. So if we get now ODM to join the back with the huge numbers, my friend, this guy can be taken out. My opinion, and I strongly feel about it.
I wanted to just respond to you there that I think it's Kipruto Arab Kirwa who said that Ruto thrives very, very well with a lot of enemies, a lot of enemies or even perceived enemies. So I think in a way that this man with his kind of thinking, and I'm not saying that he's a smart man, Ruto, but if there is any other way of unseating Ruto from power apart from the legislature, then welcome. I don't know which way right now because the young people tried it last year, and the state and the older population came down on them like a ton of bricks,
Mm-hmm.
and there was no breathing space for Kenyans. And I like what you said there that the so-called Western powers and even China, some of these international, alliances, they are behind our troubles. What's going on in Kenya? They decide what's going on. And I just wanted to to thank you for saying that, because when we're going to vote, when we have crisis, these guys are just there pushing the buttons. Like I was watching a video clip about the women of Samburu who were, sexually molested by the British Army in the last number of years. And there are so many cases now, up to 2,000 different cases that have been, are being investigated. And what has happened there is that country pays Kenya $400,000 only per year in order to keep training 10,000 soldiers, British soldiers in Kenya, Yani $500,000, nearly $500,000. That's it. That's like their working, work visa or something like that, and all that. These guys come to Kenya for a few months, and you tell me that these people don't have political influence. Yani tuseme vile watu walikuwa wanaenda on the street last year, hao watu wako tu hapo wana watch. And that's why I applaud what the people of Burkina Faso have done, and Mali and Guinea. They've said enough of these international leeches, these parasites, and they kicked them out. As we still have this, one of our big, personally again, this is my belief that part of the problem we have in Kenya is the fact that we signed some stupid document with the British Army many, many years ago. That document should be ripped apart completely. Alafu hao watu waende sijui huko Diego Garcia sijui wapi, they can go and train wherever they want. Watu wache sisi watu wa Kenya. Because I believe that their military presence in Kenya gives dictators and autocrats like Ruto a lot of power. They feel the presence of the British in the country in case anything happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eli, and thank you, Resist. Mnanisikia lakini? Am I audible?
Yes.
Kabisa.
Thank you. I can see Nyakairo. Nyakairo, you've been listening patiently. Do you have something to say? Karibu.
Thank you, PK. I'm sorry, I'm on the road for a walk, and there'll be a little bit of noise, but I was listening to you guys, and I'm happy to be here, and also to put my points.
You are aware of the topic.
Yeah, I see about what happened, about this Wetangula, and this Wetangula business actually. I see the problem which we have in Kenya right now, and I'm sorry, I will say hi to comment section na Wakenya wetu pahali popote mko, salama sana. Yes, Wetangula is trying to play around with what they did from the word go, na bado wanataka kukanusha mambo ya kotini, because they have been holding this position and holding people hostage for their own good. And I just have a question, why we should have a court then in Kenya which has no mandate of ruling how things should go. And if the mistake has been found, what happened, and there is evidence, this should be clarified. Si ati lazima kesi ikipelekwa asubuhi, jioni kunakuwa na uamuzi. So huu uamuzi wanasema umepitwa na siku, I cannot agree with them. They have defrauded Kenyans. They have done all what they can to keep that position they have just fraudulently. And for me, I feel bad because the situation we are in could have been rescued the very time Kenyans went to the road to fight for their rights. Now, when I look at the position we are holding with people of Kenya, we see that we are facing a lot of problems because of one person. Nimesikia mmetaja Raila hapo. Na mimi naweza sema Raila alikuwa mtu wangu wa nguvu, mtu wangu nilipenda, but in fact, all this what is happening right now, I would say we are in this situation because of what Raila did. If Raila continued fighting for the rights and stood on his grounds and say, this is who we are and this is how many people we have, this situation would have been rescued a long time ago. I know this case has been lying in court. It was not taken to court the other day, but now the ruling came out and it was on our favor. How comes that they can still stand lawlessly and say that they are the majority while everybody can see the evidence and we can see that they did wrong from the word go? When do we correct mistakes in Kenya? We need our right, we need the law to be followed by everybody. Kama hakuna mtu ako above the law, everybody is supposed to follow the law. So what I'm seeing is that they are playing their game as they have been playing, kwa sababu wao ni watu wa uongo, ni watu wa kuiba kila kitu. So we are not going to relent, and we are not going to sit back and look at them what they are doing to us while they have no numbers. So these MPs, these politicians who have been standing there just enjoying their life should come out and say that enough is enough. We are going to kutetea mwananchi ndio wananchi wapate haki yao. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema we don't need Raila. Aende asiende, sisi we don't need him. We need the law to stand. Na hawa watu ambao walihama kwa sababu ya pesa kidogo, waambiwe walifanya makosa. In fact, they should be taken to sentencing. Lazima waulizwe maswali, kwani hakuna katiba ya sheria ya kuonyesha watu vile wanatakiwa kukaa kwa vyama. If you want to cross, you go back to the people who elected you. Tell them, yeah, you elected me. I want to shift. I want to go to another position. So are you going to be with me? It's very cold here. That's why I'm coughing. Very cold. I'm outside in the snow. So that is my position, and that is what I can cry for, so that we can see the truth of what has happened in court. And I wonder whether the court is working or it should be abolished. Then we can stay without a court. Because even those other cases that are being ruled, then they are fake. If that one is fake, also even the other cases are fake. So where do we stand? We want our country stand. The law must be used so that we can fix all what has gone wrong. Asanteni sana. This is very cold here. Thank you.
Paul, Nyakairo, why do you want to walk in the cold? Your exercise fanyie kwa nyumba. Anyway, on a lighter note, who has dropped? Somebody has dropped. Who has dropped? Okay. Before I welcome Jemo, I have one or two comments that Jemo, you are on board. I have one comment that I would like to really make generally on the outlook of Speaker Wetangula, being the rock, and the parliament, the way the parliament has behaved, and then when you look at those two, assuming those of you who did literature and maybe you did some art, some drama, playwright, or you watched somehow you must have. You went through Kenyan system. Shule nyingi lazima zilikuwa zinafanya drama. If you never participated, at least you watched. Now, if you juxtapose the two scenes, those of you who write drama, plays, kuna ingine tunaitanga split screen or split stage. Kwa stage pale tulikuwa tuna split mara mbili, moja ina freeze, moja inaendelea. Some of those very, very advanced schools were able to do that. I was looking at them simultaneously, because I brought Wetangula quickly from day one, and then brought the parliament reaction. I saw something that really distressed me. I saw Wetangula rather, very, Wetangula that knows, ni kama ile unaangalia, those of you who have grown around older people, umekuja unakuja unarukaruka, but your elder brother or your dad anakuangalia tu kirukaruka, oh, you know, very excited, you know, but he's just looking at you just because he knows the end of the script. Now, Wetangula knows and knew this script. What might have surprised him is what might, and I'm saying might because I'm giving it 50-50. The judgment, I would not really be surprised ikiwa Wetangula alikuwa anajua outcome, alikuwa anajua hiyo judgment vile itakuja. He's a senior, he's a senior lawyer, okay? So most likely it may have been leaked to him. And that happens a lot in Kenya. Watu wanajuaga judgment way before itokelezee, because most of them are cooked with a lot of influence, with a lot of backstage activities. So I saw very composed to Wetangula, naona watu wakirukaruka, anacheka tu kindani. Anasema hawa mafala, waacha tu aruke. So he wanted them to go through the motion, which is the most annoying thing in our country. And most annoying because with such a thing, you are supposed even to come and blow off that parliament. But there he is, anajua hii wanafanya ni upuzi, wanarukaruka tu the whole day, just because they want to, you know, that day passes, they are on their salary, you see, these guys are all very comfortable. And to tell you the truth, they have no iota of concern about Kenya at all. At all. Nobody thinks Kenya there. Let them not pretend to you. Let them not pretend to you. And I have a reason why I'm saying that. Anybody who thinks Kenya today would have ended what is happening today yesterday. So, hiyo ni upuzi tu, wanarukaruka, they kutoka ma press conference. Ni zile mtaani tunaitanga vipindire. Okay? Ni vipindi tu, you know, ku-entertain, ile nimesema. So I looked at that scene of Wetangula seated and already knowing he played itaishia hivi. Junior ameiandika is part of the script writer. Okay? Now, and of course, it is designed to achieve a certain objective, which he knows, and which Munaita Kasongo knows. All right? Now, one of the main objectives is to dance around, buy time, confuse people to end back at 2027. Okay? With those dances, and it is evident, we will dance, we will talk, we will be excited. 1 week, a new topic comes, tunaruka. Like this topic of AU, exciting everybody else. Yes, it is a useless, zero, anything resort to mwananchi. Hainisaidii pale kwetu village. Raila hawe, asiwe. It has no simple impact to that woman who gave birth in Kiretire on the floor, Kiretire Health Center. AU is garbage as in relation to what matters to common mwananchi. This, you can debate about it. It's my opinion. This same Raila was, sijui inaitwa hiyo, the other city he had, which he quickly resigned. No, he was actually he was fired, but people, the supporters came here pretending and saying, oh, he was fired because he was just a man of narratives, stories. You know, you don't go giving stories. There is nothing he achieved. You are telling us what we know, that there is a road that is supposed to come from Lagos to Mombasa. That's obvious. There is Cape Town. That's obvious. It's just like Kasongo, the way he started. Akikuja pale Kirinyaga anaanza kuname all the roads. Hii barabara itoke Kianyaga, kutoka Kianyaga ipitie pale Mtito, kutoka Mtito. Nonsense, garbage. Hiyo ni rubbish. Na watu wanasikiza. Okay? So, narrating stories of how Africa is supposed to be. Tumesikia hizo vitu for the last 100 years. We've heard about Lesotho, we've heard about Senegal, we've heard those of you who and I'm part of that, who we read some very nice history and geography. Okay, We read about the Timbuktu, the kingdoms of Mali, and we know Africa so well. So coming to narrate to us the same is neither here nor there. Trying to say that at the age of 80, you will be inventing new wheel for Africa. It's the biggest joke that anyone can give. Okay, so I'm trying to relate all this drama. You know, you have that scene which has been created and it's preoccupying us, that baba kirudi, baba kikosa, baba hiyo ni upuzi mtupu. Ati akikosa kutakuwa na bomb. Which bomb? Which bomb? Ile tulikuwa tunaambiwa Alhamisi. I mean, Kenyans who are intelligent, can we put that under the carpet and forget? Hii mambo ya baba while you are away, creating baba moment, is what they are trying to build. Okay? Ati akija, there will be a big impact. Now, let me ask, which impact will that be if he is with Ruto? Yani he will land at the airport and then ageuke mara moja. Yet ile pesa amekula, is being given all that money. Hata atapigwa na Ruto ngumi. Okay? He cannot come and at sasa he comes, he lands, and then he starts saying he's going to remove Ruto. Nyinyi wa Kenya hata nyinyi mmekuwa duped. I think mumepewa opium, baba opium, that he will land here if he misses, and then he will come and start claiming for what? Ati ndio sasa atakuwa ati power ya kutoa Ruto. From where? When he's in broad-based government, when he has Akinambandis and everybody else. Then if that is, you think Ruto is such a stupid man, as much as I don't like him, that he is sitting pretty, laying eggs, waiting for Raila to come and destabilize him. Hata nyinyi wa Kenya fikirieni. Raila akianguka hiyo kiti, by the time anafika Embakasi, atakuwa anaingia kwa kikapu ya Ruto. Na hataingia kwa hiyo kikapu na ifungwe na nyororo na kufuli na funguo zitupwe kwa ocean. He will never get out of that basket. Take that to the bank and you thank me later. If he fails that thing on his way back, hata sauti atakuwa hana. Yes. Kwanza atatukana, akijaribu mambo ya upuzi ataambiwa huyu mtu huyu hata hana shukrani. Tumetumia pesa yenu. Tukamfanyia campaign, tumefanya kila kitu. Yeye ndiye alienda kupeana vitendawili. Hiyo kiti ilikuwa si ya vitendawili. That is what you will hear from Ruto, and that is what will say. He will zero him, he will reduce him to zero. So, as Stone PK, I'm not seeing any momentum that is going to be built by Raila landing back. As if, I know that the supporters want to tell us it's like it will be a mass landing from Jupiter in a bigger boom, and then things will change. Nothing will change. Something would have changed, but he has the curse and the blood of Gen Z. Right now, it's only very few people who are cynical and crazy about Raila Amolo Odinga. The day the blood was shed and then he sighed and dined with the killer, that reduced all his magic, all that power, all that attraction that he had with people. Ilikwisha. I can tell you and bet, you go to some part of Kenya, mention Raila's name, people will spit on you. Take that to the bank, or you take to wherever you want. But you go to Luo Nyanza, and not all of them, by the way. You know, I am so related and closely deep-rooted in Luo Nyanza by virtue of many other things. So deep-rooted that I get almost each and every heartbeat there. There are people who don't want to hear about him. But why? They cannot come out loudly because that particular area, it's known when you try to resist, people try even to take advantage and settle scores with you. People become very personal. All right? So majority wananyamaza. Ask yourself why that particular area, that when it comes to voting, they only turn out 70%. Ni kwa nini? If they are so mad and they are so cynical about Raila. Okay, so I'm trying to demystify personally this idea of that sijui tungoje Yesu in quotes kwa jina ya Raila ati sasa ameenda kuwa rejuvenated, ni kama ameenda kuwekewa AI kwa brains sasa akirudi atarudi akiwa kitu ingine ambayo ndio itakuwa salvation ya nchi ya Kenya. I think that is hogwash. Let me, I don't want to lecture because JMO is here. JMO, allow me to say one more thing about, I don't want to talk about the voting and the attitude of Africans towards Kenya, especially as a country. I don't want to talk about how low we've been falling, okay? How our respect has fallen, but we've been in denial because of the kind of things we've been doing. Very stupid things that we've done. Okay, which are what defines a country. When those days, when you go anywhere in a foreign country and you say you're from Kenya, you would find the people embracing and smiling and, people feeling, wow, they want to talk to this guy from Kenya. Now, when you say you're from Kenya, there is mixed feeling. That is deadly. Yani unaongea you are Kenyan mahali kwa conference India wapi. I excite kama vile some 10-15 years ago, the way it used to be. That is something, it's an indicator that we should really get worried. So much worried about. And I like when Mkisa Kitui was talking, and I would recommend most people to listen whenever Mkisa Kitui is on interview, because that guy analyzes. And these are guy Kipruto Kirwa. I mean, those are people who can give you Kenya then, Kenya today, and they can also predict Kenya tomorrow, right? So we've lost so much soon. So much that we had gained, we've lost it within a very short time. Look at how we handled Haiti. I don't want to enumerate. So these things now, even now in the African region, go to West Africa, talk about Kenya. People no longer talk about Nigeria. Surprisingly, people talk about Kenya on the negative side. Okay, so again, look at SADC. They have no confidence. Tanzania, our jirani, our tuoni ni kama they don't give us accolades. They give every bad example they want to give. They give about they quote Kenya. Ujanja ile ya ugondi, they use Kenya. Ukabila, they use Kenya. Okay, so what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? So that AU thing, I think we need to name. Then lastly, I know Ellie was sharing like the feelings I've always had, that you cannot use the court, you cannot use the parliament to remove this government. Forget, hiyo tusahau tukabisa. Then which other alternative? Again, just like Ellie says, we don't know. Because hata kama ni, let's say, forcibly, let's say, using the army is Kalenjin. Okay? That is not Stone PK saying. It is fact. It's there. It's on record. You want it, you can Google, you can even go to the website, Kenya and all that. Just check that, izo statistics. Those major positions, and even all the way izo ranks that in majority are people, are Ruto's people, by tribe. So I would not expect, unless they see that the worst is coming to the worst. Like now the Kalenjins, Raia, they know Ruto has messed. If you ask Raia to overthrow Ruto, they will, Kalenjins. At that I can bet. If, in fact, Kalenjins were to even do a quick random check, you will get up to 60-70% saying that this man has messed. Okay, but now when it comes to the jeshi and all that, those ones, they think differently. So we cannot lay our hope there. Jeshi, mostly, sometimes they even wait until everything has collapsed. Juzi mnaona wameambiwa chakula watakuwa, they will pay as they eat. They didn't talk anything. They didn't say anything. Of course, we are told that jeshi haiongeagi, haifanyangi nini. Yeah. But look at those guts. Yani, there is nowhere in the world where you have that kind of stupid program. It's only Kenya. Haki ya Mungu, Kenya nafikiria shetani ameshuka anaishi kwetu. Because the things we are doing, na tunanyamaza. We are quiet. I've talked too much. Jemo, karibu, I don't want to dominate.
Ni sawa. You are making some good pointers. Nasalimia kila mtu hapa na watu wenye wako kwa comment section. So, yeah, I've seen the topic for the day. Issue ya Wetangula. My opinion is, I think, I was saying this last week. There's something about government here, Ruto, and how much, I will say, there's something supernatural that's against it. When you watamini ni Mungu haitaki, like mtu anakwaga na mashida every week. Like, I think there was a time I was saying, Gen Z walikuwa wanasukuma wakakuwa abducted, ikakuwa issue. Wamunyoro akacheza Januari. Sasa angalia Feb imeanza. Sasa tuko hapa tena. Like mtu ni kama he will never find peace in a way. In short, I don't think he's meant to find peace at all. And Jini Eli alikuwa anasema ati Ruto operates well in chaos. I don't think he knows how to operate in chaos. The best thing that can happen to Ruto is compliance and a peaceful environment, because he does not. And if Eli, you are what to advise Ruto on such things, I think you should advise him, because that's the fastest way of him going down. Because if anybody tells Ruto that he operates good in chaos,
Jemo, just I just wanted to point out that Kipruto Arap Kirwa.
Or Kipruto Arap Kirwa, yeah, he mentioned that. Yeah, and I think
I'll just say it word for word.
You mentioned, Kipruto Arap Kirwa.
Yeah, this is what Kipruto said, that Ruto thrives well when there are enemies around him. He will look for an enemy. Uhuru was his enemy. He found an enemy in this or that person. He's always looking at, and he will then use that to navigate around the common mwananchi. That's what Kipruto Arap Kirwa said. I'm not saying that Ruto is a smart man to do what no.
Yeah, and actually, so we can debunk mambo ya Kipruto Arap Kirwa, kwa sababu as we progress in this issue that's facing him, we'll find out that up to chapter 3 ya hiyo kitabu wenye Ruto alikuwa anasoma, he was thriving. Going forward, there are things that we can say Ruto is not good in chaos management, because some of the things that he finds or he says, even in a peaceful environment, his mouth just stirs up things in Kenya. And that's what kujifanya mjanja sana. Kujifanya mjanja mbele ya maadui, sometimes hata maadui ukungoja tu ufike kwa dead end, ndio saa zile wanakupea mkono, wanajifanya wanakusave. They are holding you there as long as you are not falling, but wanangoja make a mess. So coming back to the issue ya Wetangula, I feel like Kenya is just where we are, just where we need to be. This entire sequence of events is what Kenyans need. Sometimes the wananchi need to push, and credit to the Kenyans citizens. They have been pushing this Kasongo. They have put him in casket. they have done everything, you know. Wametumua timua wabunge wake, they have done everything to a point where if it came down to abduction, Kasongo was in a corner. He had to push back a little bit. But here, Wetangula is the other part where Kasongo has entangled himself with too much mess. Remember, Kasongo, thinking he is smart, he went and adopted people who somehow, through court cases that were pending there, they had filed that he had taken, even stolen power, court Ikenda na Kasongo, and they had this issue, majority and minority. So Kasongo went and got the same people and invited them over when he was faced with tribulations ya Gen Z. And ukumbuke, hii tu ni kama unaenda watu uliwaibia, unaenda kuambia kujeni mnishikie ngazi ya hii mti wa muembe, nikifika pale juu tutakuwa tukikula pamoja, lakini mimi ndio nitakuwa huko juu. Sasa imefika mahali, in my own opinion, Kasongo was messing with courts not too long ago, I think in December, to where Wamnyoro was talking about they have plans. And Koome was also saying she's not stepping down. You know, here in US, it's the famous FAFO scenario. So Kasongo messed up. He started stretching his muscle and flexing his muscle to the court. He flexed the muscle to the legislature, but in each way hakuwa naifanya na uzuri. So ameenda ameadopt the ODM wakati wa shida. Nishikieni hii ngazi nichune ni kule maembe, nikiwa kule chini juu nitakuwa nikiwarushia. ODM wanajua kabisa hiyo maembe, mti wa maembe ni yao. But now the courts are saying, because they are getting to a point where they also see that Kasongo is also trying to muzzle them around, and they are passing, you know, they're coming up with court determinations zenye haziendi according to Kasongo. And in a way, they're just stirring up the entire game plan here, Kasongo. So Kasongo at this point, ako pale juu ya mti yenyewe inafaa ikuwe ya ODM. Hawa walifukuzwa, wameshikia Kasongo ngazi, naye Kasongo huko juu ameambiwa hiyo mti inafaa ikuwe ya ODM. But Kasongo, in his own wisdom, through Wetangula, is saying that no. And you know, when two dogs, even if they might be friendly, when it comes to food, na wote ni walafi, they will fight. So Kasongo's game, I think, is over, number one. Whether, I don't even like to talk about Raila issue here, because in either way, if Raila goes to AU, I think the Nyanza people will have gotten what they want. They don't have Deni na Ruto. So they can embark into messing up Kasongo's. I think they might be quiet right now because they don't want to mess up Kasongo's effort of pushing Raila there. But if Raila ends in AU, nobody else can impeach Raila. Ruto cannot impeach Raila from AU. And if they come back at home, if he's there, I'm just using the best case scenario ya yeye kuwa huko. Nyanza people are not obligated to support Ruto because Ruto cannot impeach Raila. So they can now say, okay, Raila is there, mission accomplished, let's handle Kasongo now that we can. So I feel like what happened in at court, at the what you call kwa bunge with Wetangula. It's the FAFO, where they had a bread-based government, and now Ruto is saying that you don't get to pick what piece of the bread you get, and it's gonna be messy. Honestly, it's gonna be messy. Hii hata tuwaachie tu, you know, as Kenyans, at least to say, they let them fight each other there. Let us plan our own different, strategies za kudeal na Kasongo, because whatever ODM and Kenya Kwanza do, and whoever sheds blood, unani wabunge hao, they were teaming against Kenyans, and now they are not in agreement, and I don't think they will come into agreement regardless of Raila. Whatever they do, let them just continue with that. We as the people, we need to continue in our own trajectory where you see the words and the statements that tunaenda kwa Wamunyoro. Even ODM is using Wamunyoro village to intimidate Kenya Kwanza. And it's not the first time they are saying this. I think it has been in the back of their minds. So hakuna trust kwa hiyo bread-based government at the end of the day. I can foresee the next few weeks, if not by March, that is going to be messy, like Junet said. Odinga will not be an issue, whether he's home or he's at the AU. And if Wetangula thinks that he's going to survive this court order by self-vindicating himself, I think he's very wrong. They are going to have a messy fight. And if they agree on whichever terms they agree on, I think that's also a reflection to the citizens that we are dealing with, stupid legislative when it comes to even ODM. I mean, kama Orengo aliwaambia mumepewa haki yenu, ni nini tena mnatafuta? There is no other business to do with Wetangula. Wetangula shouldn't be making those decisions. He shouldn't be the speaker. There shouldn't be any begging there. The Maembe tree does not belong to them. They shouldn't be saying that, ni sisi tuko juu tunawachunia tukiwatupia. All ODM needs to do is shake that ngazi. They are holding Kasongo up on that tree since June 2025. Shake that ngazi. Kama kuna mtu kama sio wanafaa kukula hiyo maembe, then hakuna mtu anafaa kula hiyo maembe, kwa sababu it is a no-brainer to hold Wetangula as speaker while the courts have made the conclusion that Wetangula shouldn't be there. He shouldn't be telling people on what his interpretation of the same law that's against him. If the law was for him, and he's standing in front of everybody and say, you know what, I agree that the law has favored me, but I will step down, then we can take his opinion of the law. But if the law is against him and he is trying to vindicate himself against the will of the people and the will of the conclusion of the court, there's no business of ODM listening to this guy. So I feel like it's gonna be a good kasumba coming up in the next few months or weeks, and I'm glad that this mambo ya Rao imefika ukingoni na tutaona. I don't think there will be loyalty hapo when it comes to Rao getting the AU or even losing. So it's gonna be messy and it's gonna be smelly too. Back to the studio. Njiru.
Okay, sawa sawa.
Nimemaliza.
Yeah, nimesikia. I think discussion inaenda vizuri na Bwana Jemo. Nimekusikia vile unasema ya kwamba Ruto ni kama anashikiliwa na ODM na but I don't know how ODM met itself in that quagmire because it is very bad that ODM walienda kusaidia the worst. I think ODM ni kama ilikuwa imefika ile plateau phase whereby I think ODM could have produced a president in Kenya. But with what is happening in the country, I think now ODM is pointing to its deathbed. And it's unfortunate to do that because walienda kusaidia mtu mbaya, walienda kusaidia somebody who cannot help. They went to help somebody who has lost favor with the people, as you know. So there is a lot we can talk about this regime. So I think ODM imemaliza manukato yake, so it would be unfair for me to speak about ODM here. Sifikiri naweza ongea stories zao because I don't feel they deserve a iota of mentioning. Lakini kuna jambo nilikuwa nataka kuingililia kidogo. Hiyo hype ilikuwa imeletwa mingi ya majority na minority. Yeah, that one doesn't hold water because ilikuwa tu hype ya just the confusion in the government because Ruto knows that there is nothing he is doing in the country. Hakuna kitu hata moja anafanya. He has not achieved anything. So itabidi waendelee kufanya hizi sarakazi mpaka muda wao uishe. Including hata hizi maosta nimesikia hata makomiti wamefanya marishafu. I'm quite informed and aware that even some of the many people Bwana Stone PK from Mlima Kenya, they will be axed from the government. Anyway, they are not representing us. So wale cabinet secretaries wako saa hii, I think Mount Kenya region is having like around 7 cabinet secretaries. Yeah, very soon Mount Kenya inaenda kubaki na wawili. So whoever from Mount Kenya thinks that he can be able to defend Ruto, Mount Kenya region which is supporting Ruto, they are on their sunset days za kungolewa. So wanaenda kungolewa au wote akina Kandara, huyo the former mbunge wa Kandara alikuwa anaitwa nani? Huyo mama mbunge wa Kandara, whoever, wote hata huyo wa maji, au wote sijui anaitwa Eric nani, au wote wanangolewa kwa serikali. Yeah, because it's now evident that Mr. Ruto has gotten a neo romance area. So si ati ni kitu ya kuficha. If thinks that, and it is so sad that there are people who still think like they can team up with the Ruto on anything. So lakini sisi raia wema ambao tunajua ya kwamba we can be able to do the right thing and we can judge Ruto based on the character, on his character and the things he has done. Can you imagine Bwana Stone PK, and sorry to say this, although naweza taka mtu aniambie, si ati nasikia vibaya, lakini can you imagine ati ili mjue hii serikali we are now busy na msiniambie hata watu si serikali. Can you imagine ati almost 1 hour is now in Addis Ababa ati kwenda kuwitness hiyo ufupuzi ya Raila. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Omosh 1 hour, sijui kama mnamjua, yuko Addis Ababa saa hii as we speak, he is part of the delegation. Can you imagine, instead of looking for young energetic men na tuwaoneshe kitu ya kufanya. That's why I'm telling you Bwana Stone PK, we have a very lazy government, and actually hii serikali hata inafaa ipigwe bomu ishe yote. Can you imagine, instead of thinking of how we can foster development in our country, how we can engineer issues which make sense, how we can improve agriculture, how we can make things work, how we can improve malnutrition, how we can there are so many things to do. Can you imagine, the only money we have in Kenya, because I know I can almost 1 hour they are part of the big delegation ile ambayo imekuwa ikitumika kuharibu pesa ya Kenya, and that is why Bwana Stone PK, Ruto has to collapse. Can you imagine almost 1 hour just politics, ni jamaa tu ile tu siasa yake tu anapiganga pale kwa kwa sijui ni pale kwa nini, simply because he is very noisy pale, sijui ni Jacaranda
Kayole, bunge la wananchi.
Bunge la wananchi.
Yeah, because now sasa ati yeye ni bunge la
hapo
mwananchi,
Jacaranda.
ati yeye ni mtu ya Jacaranda, ati sasa he is part of by the way, and Bwana Stone PK, I want us to discuss this, and this is the Laila ambayo tunaambiwa ati hata akianguka kule ati akuje tusimami ati we reconsider him on his 6th bid, because they are also talking about a 6th bid. That is the same Raila. Na ndio najaribu kusema, and they are saying they will convince Kalonzo Musyoka. Nataka kuambia Kalonzo, if Kalonzo Musyoka you have to support Raila Odinga, enda peke yako, go alone. So now Stone PK, let's discuss this thing. Can you people make me to understand our kina Omosh 1 hour, which type of delegation are they going to represent for in Kenya? Na muniambie, if Kenya has not, if there is any signs of retrogression, ulikuwa unataka kuja. Okay, whoever anataka kuniambia ni wivu niko nayo sababu sikuitwa, ni sawa, lakini what is Omosh 1 hour using our taxpayers money? Because najua tu ni kujificha, wanajificha hao watu wamepelekwa huko Ethiopia. And in any case, hii kiti Raila anapigania, how many dollars is that seat going to bring to Kenya? Let's say that even if today Raila Odinga became that thing, what is the direct benefit of Kenya? How many resources are we going to create? How many employments are we going to create in that job? Such that we have to candle people and massage the ego of people, ati tupeleke watu ati simple ati waende ati wakaona ati sababu ati because they are exaggerating ati ni kiti kubwa. And Bwana Eli, I have to say these things. I think my people from Nyanza, they have to prove themselves now that kila saa this idea of small hypes, kakitu kadogo kana hypiwa and everybody is there simply because kiti ati kiti kubwa, and then somebody is there. I think our brothers from Nyanza, we have to start talking about that. Let's talk about service delivery and things which make sense. History, when some of them hear that mtu wetu amepata kiti kubwa, hata kama ina kitu, they are very comfortable. I think it's, I'm not saying it is everybody, but I think that Iola or that thinking whereby with some of our people think that ati mtu wetu akipata hata sisi tumepata, because that is what people say. I think it's the wrong trajectory. I don't think positions and service delivery have ever equated. So Raila Odinga is not going there to, for your information, Raila Odinga is Ruto's puppet. Na lazima we have to start talking them as they are. Bwana Stone PK, Raila is Ruto's puppet. Na wako pale kuenda kuibia AU. And AU would be at a good point if they reject Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga does not deserve that position because he has never finished any assignment in Kenya. Ndio najaribu kusema hakuna assignment amemaliza. Every time he has to do something meaningful in Kenya, anamaliza hewa, anachukua turn, anaenda pahali ingine. So ni sawa, nakumbushwa pia Nyakairo tumruhusu aongee, and I will do that. So wacha nisiendelee zaidi ya hiyo. Ni sawa bwana Kipu, nimeona message yako and I have to respect that kama mkereketo mkubwa.
We Nyakairo ndio ukuje ushikilie hii. Njiro ame raise point moja very important. Nyakairo, if you don't mind. Siku hata nimeshika hiyo delegate, yani Kenya, we become a joker. And we are being told that those people paid their fare to go. Ati
Omosha alitoa pesa wapi? Pesa ya ndege Omosha akajilipia.
Hata tulikuwa tunaambiwa ati watu Kenya, mtu atoe pesa kwenda kushangilia Njiro ati kwa sababu unaenda kunini, ati sasa so mpigia atoe pesa alipe tikiti. Ikafanyika lini? And then when they have ile nafasi ya kukula mali, because with the Ruto government, any simple avenue to siphon money ndio wanapenda sana. Sasa hapo itakuwa walienda na bilioni kadhaa. Okay? Sasa when you have all those people, maana ya kubeba delegate huwa ni kufanya nini? Au ni cheerleaders, watu wa kupiga makofi. Yani
hiyo election imekuwa ni hizi election za Kenya. You know, I think we have tumezama sana, tumeshuka to very low levels.
Wanaitwa ni kama ile game, ati ni kama game ya Chelsea na Real Madrid, ati lazima ukuwe na mafans.
Ama AFC Leopard na nini naitwaje na Gor Mahia. That is what they are taking to Nyanza. I mean to Addis Ababa. Aibu gani hii? It is
Tony.
nonsense. Yeah?
Tony.
Yes.
I think my brother Jiru is he has spoken very well, but he's being unfair because I think it's a Kenyan problem. I don't think it's a thing which is specific of one particular community. Because if you wind back the clock, you know what happened between 2012 and 2013, when hundreds of those delegations of leaders from Central and other parts of Kenya, but mainly Central and maybe Rift Valley, who were going to The Hague simply to show their face there, because the International Criminal Court was not allowing those delegations to sit in the court. But these people went there, and I can give you a whole list of leaders who went there, you know, mainly from Rift Valley and the Central Province. So I would like to reassure my brother there, Njiru, that, you know, is overthinking, you know, because this is not a community, specific community that harbors this problem. This is a problem. Kenya, we have this problem, which we should deal with forever now, and just we need to deal with this. It's a cultural problem where we see leaders as celebrities, as these people who are more powerful than us. We have to respect them. Imagine you, for example, you have a small business in Kenya. You have employed a few people. To say you're a 40-something-year-old. The people around you, you have employed, they start calling you Mzee, Mzee. You know, at now that is a respective title. That thing, we have it from the grassroots and we have it at the top. And this is the problem. So I wouldn't say that it's a thing from Nyanza and whatever. We saw this thing in ICC delegations, and it was just as disgusting, and the government paid for it, for those people to take flights over there. Thank you.
But Bwana Eri, I understand, but what I was saying in Nyakairwa ingie is there is this disregard of the natural way of life simply because sababu ati mtu yetu amepewa kiti, akona kiti kubwa. Like our people can suffer, our people can be stolen sababu mtu wetu ako pale na akona kiti kubwa. That is what I'm saying, and it is so unfortunate that some of my people from Nyanza, I see it categorically because nimeisikia, like they are ready to shelve everything, even forget the people who died in Nyarenda, forget the people who have ever died in Maandamano. If Raila Odinga has been supported by Ruto to win that thing or becomes a prime minister or something, it is something which is there. And some people have been saying that earlier, and you cannot deny it. We are ready to forgive. We are ready to work with this guy as long as huyu atatusaidia pia sisi mtu wetu afike pale juu. It is something which my Nyanza people have shown that, and I have to say this, you know, me, I don't sugarcoat. My Nyanza people have proven to forget. How could they work with the Ruto? How could they overhype a small seat and they bury the blood of their kids, which Ruto went with it, or whoever people who killed people in Nyanza? Why would you do that? It is like kama sahi nisikia there is a leader in Mount Kenya region I'm following, and Sunday nilisikia huyo mtu amefuata Ruto, ataenda peke yake, and that's why nakwambia ndio unasikia hata even Gachagua has been warned that akienda kwa Ruto anaenda Ruto peke yake. So the problem which I'm having is Raila Odinga, by the way, for your info, I have to speak about him. I have never seen him actually in burials. Some of these victims who have died because of electoral issues in Kenya. But it is so unfortunate, and I have to say this because Eddie, it is there. We might say that it's a cultural issue, but it is pronounced in some communities, and we have to say it. Like my brothers from Ruto, they have a tendency of hyping a position to the extent that they can even forget people who have been killed. And now, simply because that person is campaigning for your kingpin, they now forget everything, and they even forget people who died. Right now, let me ask you, Bwana Eri, because it is something which is very key and we have to talk about it here. We know very well in Nyanza, people died close to 200. So you want to tell me that damu ya hao watoto imerudi simply because Ruto is busy flying to Ethiopia and also paying for people like Omosh Hawa to go to Ethiopia? You want to tell me that that one was enough to cajole and bring those people together? So that is the problem I was having. So there is that hype where my Ruo brothers are forgetting everything. Sababu Ruto ako hapo. Ati Ruto ameamua sababu Ruto ameamua kusupport mtu yetu, sasa iko sawa, maneno yote imeisha, tuko sawa. Nyakairo, go ahead.
No. I need to respond to that via the chair there, please. I need to respond, and I'll do it very quick.
Yeah, please do it quickly. I don't want it to be a duo, you know.
Yes. I think it's very unfortunate coming from Njiru. You know, you never go this line. I don't know. The last few weeks, something has happened to you. Sijui nani amekukosea kutoka Nyanza. Pengine ni Ayaga. Lakini, kitu nataka kusema, I'll give an example of a man called Yasser Arafat, who was the leader of the Palestinian Liberation Organization. By the time Yasser was dying in France, these Palestinians were already split in the middle. There were some people who were looking at him as expended, but there were people who were insisting this is our national hero. Now, I don't want to make a comparison, like a complete comparison with Raila Odinga. But what we know, not just in Luo Nyanza, that Raila, he held aspirations of the Kenyan people for a long time. And then something happened. I don't know what, right? The difference between him and Arafat was that Arafat kept saying no to negotiations with the Israelis. But in the case of Raila, after elections, he would accept a sort of a handshake thing, right? But saying that, even Arafat did a handshake with Yitzhak Rabin. These high-profile people, right? They attract a lot of anger from people, from Wananchi. And it's what you are saying. Jiru, that is what you are saying. You're saying that this man has let down the society, and not because he's a Luo. No, because at one point, he held national aspirations for the country called Kenya. He has not let Kenyans down because he's a Luo who has let Kenyans down. Because like Resist said there earlier, Resist, he was speaking there, and he said that not all people of the Luo community are crazy supporters of Raila Odinga. And he even gave some statistics about, I think it was either Resist or Stony PK who gave some statistics about the politics of elections, how many people turn up in elections in Nyanza province. So I would just like to say that it is unfortunate that you're using stereotypes. Those stereotypes, any Kenyan can use stereotypes. Tunaweza hata kuanza stereotypes about your community, and then we'll be here the whole day just talking a lot of... Anyway, that's my opinion.
Okay, Nyakairo akimaliza, I will come to respond to you. Wacha Nyakairo aongee.
Asanteni sana, asanti.
Lakini naomba kitu kimoja Njiro. When you are responding, let it not be seen like it is this versus that. Yeah, but facts, zikuwe facts. Facts. Kama hiyo Eli amekwambia, you know, if you go deep, you'll be shocked. I told you mimi niko inside sana. You go, you count 10 guys, watano, wanne ni psychopaths, mwingine watano 50-50, wa sita anakuambia huyo mzae hakuna, sijaona what we all go for. I'm telling you, I've had those kind of answers. Kwanza ukiongea na mtu ako 50 years and above kabisa, una ako close huko na anafanya mambo yake, you know, ako ile inaitangwa kujisimamia, ni mtu professional nini na nini. Kwanza professionals, I can assure you get something very surprising. Me mpaka when I joined the ODM ndio nilisoma hiyo maneno. Anyway, so I just don't want it to be like push and pull, oh la la la, the tribe and that kind of a thing. Sawa. Endelea tunakaida.
Okay, thank you. Don PK, wenzangu Jiro, Eli, Jimo, na wasalimu. Tukukohoa, very cold. Comment section, habari zenu, na wasalimia Wakenya wetu pahali popote mko. Nilikuwa nataka kuambia Eli just a small thing. When Jiro was talking, he did not talk of a particular tribe. He was talking generally about the whole country, what it underwent after Raila stepped on their toes. And that remains that. Nobody will ever change that history. It is very bitter and very devastating what happened. Kwa hivyo hiyo, hata tukiongelea leo, watu wanakumbuka ule uchungu uliwaingia wakati huo. Kwa hivyo hakuna vile Raila atatuambia ati hiyo history ifutwe kwa akili zetu. It is so bad and so, yani it's very damaging, especially to everybody who had very high regards for him. Na akafanya hivyo. So Jiro is talking on behalf of many who feel the pain, the pinch. Naweza uliza, hii serikali ni ile ilikuwa inalia ati haina pesa. They found empty coffers, that there was no money. People who are doing all these dubious things using money, because I know they did not walk to Addis Ababa. They used a very expensive jet to put them there. Na ukijiuliza ni nini wanaenda kutafuta, you'll never get it. Ndio unaona hata huyu Trump vile alistop his US aid. I am 100%. He has seen these people cannot even develop themselves, however, how much you can help them. They cannot develop. The only thing they know is misuse with the high luxurious life that they cannot afford if only something falls. Mambo ikianguka, hata wao wataanguka. Watashindwa what has happened. And that is why there were so many questions ati kwa nini hizo pesa zimekatwa. And I think he got the answer that hakuna mtu anaweza weka mkono hapo awe anakupatia ndio utumie. Surely, this is a country whereby we are trying to get the stitches together. Lakini mambo yote imeharibika na inaendelea kuharibiwa. I cannot imagine a country which is crying with all these problems that Kenyan people are facing, and they can afford to carry people as if they are going for their own ritual. Hii ni mambo ya nchi ingine. Hiyo hata I don't see, I may be naive, but I don't see the reason why people can get into a jet, that great number, spending all this money for those many days over there, while they know people are crying here, asking where to go, what to do, so that they can have a meal on the table. Those are my questions when I see those people corroborating and getting into the jet and leaving the country, going for a journey or a trip, which does not mean anything to Kenyans. Right now is a time for Kenyans to be together and know which way to go to solve the problems that we are facing in our country. But this is what we are being shown. When I saw almost 1 hour, hata mimi nikashindwa wanaenda hapo Jakaranda ama wanaenda wapi? And they can only show, wanaweza onyeshana hata huyo ati yako safarini, anaenda kufanya nini? Ama kuna bunge la wananchi huko Addis Ababa. This is a country that has shown really, there has no moral. Hawana regard ya binadamu hata kidogo. Huyo kiongozi ambaye anajiita ni kiongozi, I don't know whether he is crazy or where is he heading. Hawa ni watu ambao tunasema ati ni viongozi wetu. Wanatuongoza wapi? Wanatuongoza nini? Wanaongoza nini? Kenya is going down. And yet these people are showing off with luxurious safaris, which does not make sense to us. So my question is, how are we going to end this rubbish? How are we going to sit down and get our country in the right track? That is my question. The other thing is, Raila did whatever he did. Raila knew they had the majority of the MPs, parliamentarians. They knew very well that that is the only way they can win, if not winning the election. That is the only way they can stand to oppose all these negativities that are going on in our country. But they decided not to. They decided to go in a negative way, in an opposite way with the people. The majority people, the people of Kenya, were opposed by the people they relied on. Na ndio sasa unaona hiyo mambo inaendelea. So, however is happening in the parliament, it was given on a silver platter by these opposition people to these goons ambao wanatulisha takataka, ambao wanatuumiza, ambao they are oppressing us in our country. This is exactly what they offered them. They gave them the chance and they told them, let's go. Sisi hatujali. Sasa mkianza kusema ati Raila asijui nini. Raila will never recover this. Sisi tunajua alitufanyia makosa na hiyo makosa hataweza kumaliza hata kidogo. Na mtu asimtetee. Because usaile unamtetea unatuweka uchungu kwa mwili yetu. However you want to kutetea yeye, amefanya makosa makubwa sana. Mimi hata nikisimama mbele yake, nitamwambia wazi. Raila, uliangusha nchi kabisa, ukaiweka chini ya mchanga. And that is why we are suffering up to today. If he stood his way, hata kama haendi maandamano, there could be some fear with these goons the way they are doing to us. Na kungekuwa na mwelekeo kwa sababu wale watu walikuwa upande wa Raila, walikuwa wengi. And we know that. But what happened? They all were swindled because Raila alikubali iende vile itaenda. Na mimi nitasema hivi, hata hawa politicians, kwani vichwa vyao lazima waonyeshwe na mtu vile watafanya vizuri ama kufanya vibaya? Can't they have their own thinking that they can rescue the country by themselves even without a direction of one person? Mtu ambao wanaangalia wanaona anakosea na bado wanamfuata. They could have left him. They stand on their own grounds and say, no, we were elected by my people. You were not elected in my location. So me, I'm going to stand with the truth. Na ndio unaona, sijui kama ninaelewa vizuri, ndio unaona hawa Sifuna na Babu Owino wanaumia. Because they are trying to stand with the right thing, but they are being swindled. They are being targeted in some ways. That is my understanding. And I feel bad because right now, huyu Wetangula vile anafanya kurukaruka hiyo mdomo yake, ni kuonyesha ameshaona these people are weak. These people, they don't reason. These people, they can be swindled. They can be given money and move from one side to the other. Sasa, Raila atapata pesa ya kupea hawa ndio warudi pahali walitoka. But there is a way that the court has ruled. If it was the number that was the matter of doing the right thing, I believe the court has ruled accordingly and it knows the right thing. Hakusema tu, anajua there is evidence to show that these people are more than the Kenya Kwanza group. And when it is ruled like that, na hawa watu wa upande wa opposition ambao walienda kuingia kwa broad-based government, walijua kabisa walikuwa wengi. But because walipewa hizo bait na wakameza, wakaenda. Na walienda wakaacha nani? Wananchi nyuma. Wakawaacha na tabu zao. So I stand still knowing that Kenya Kwanza has no numbers. Lakini kwa sababu hawa walijali maslahi yao, wakafikiria waruke pande ile ingine wa cross the line, the court should stand and mandate these people to do the right thing so that the country can stand. And I believe these people, if they are being scrutinized, they will be found liable of all these problems that are going on in Kenya. Kwa sababu kama namba yetu ni mingi, kwa nini tuachilie huyu Zakao aendelee kuoppress wa Kenya? Why do we have to sit back and look at him ruining each and everybody's life? Ati kwa sababu watu wamehamia pande ile. They should be questioned and there should be a law of how somebody should cross from one line to the other. Na kama alicross vibaya kimakosa, they are guilty as charged. I'll stop there. Santi.
Yeah, ni sawa Mary, Mama Nyakairo. Sijui kama huyu ni yule Nyakairo tulikuanga tumezoea kumusikia kwa redio nyakati zile, ama ni Nyakairo mwingine wa kujibandika.
We are related.
Wow, good. Anyway, it's okay. Nilikuanga nasikilizanga Shosho Nyakairo sana. He used to call himself Shosho Nyakairo. In fact, I was shocked to learn that he was actually a man. Alikuwa mwanaume who used to act all that long. I know, and in Mount Kenya we have so many people who really act like that. Naona hata Wakale siku hizi wameanzia, especially pia Wakale siku hizi naona wako na jamaa anajiita Senge. He is also doing marvelous in that area. In Mount Kenya region naona tulikuwa na, although I don't see Shosho Nyakairo these days, kuna huyu anajiita siku hizi Dada Sara. He is also behaving the same way. Alafu na kuna Kenyanya, yule mwimbaji. Those are the main ones who try to mock women character as men, and they do it well. Kwa pande yetu kwa Wakale ni Senge sasa. Alafu kwa Waluya sijaona yeyote, na kwa Waluo bado sijaona yeyote. Maybe kama yuko mutaniambia. Naona Julie na Jerome Mauro wameingia. Lakini I wanted to respond to Ellie because I have to say this thing, and I want to say it. You know, personality and offices. Our communities, I just said that they are pronounced and they are different at specific. And that's why ulikuwa unasikia, like for example, and sorry to say, sababu ni watu walikuwa wanasema like there are some people who are saying that if Gachagua came from certain region, Kenya ingekarika. Like they couldn't have allowed Gachagua to be impeached. That is what I'm saying. So in other words, ile kitu najaribu kusema ni ya kwamba our communities have to learn not to own these leaders. We have to learn leaders to suffer their own consequence when they betray people. And that is not what I'm seeing actually happening to some of our people. Somebody like Kasamuel, for example, naona watu walimwachilia. He had come out very well from the Gen Z movement. We thought he is a fighter, but ile siku alienda akajishikanisha na ODM akaisha hivyo. Ile manukato yake ikaisha. And many of the Gen Zs who have actually tried to be independent, they have actually been flying. Although now Samuel was determined to convert his popularity into politics. I think that's why he went to ODM. And maybe ODM has assured him that the coming election, he could be in the ballot. So yeah, aliamua sasa kuconvert hivyo We call it political conversion, where you abandon the civil rights movements and you join the beneficial movements. Lakini kuna kitu nilikuwa najaribu kusema hapa, because we have to say those things. Right at the middle, when Raila Odinga is abandoning us, we had so many deaths which had happened in Kenya. And actually, right after Raila Odinga joined Ruto, abductions started. For your information, when Raila Odinga was not part of the government, they were just killing, but they were not abducting. Actually, abductions started with Ruto after they had that handshake with Raila. And I want people to trace that. So wengine wetu tukaanzia, and that is why amekuwa na kesi kubwa sana kujieleza mpaka kwa nchi zingine, because actually there are some people, that's why even South Africa was having problems with him, because ni kama watu walikuwa najiuliza, kwani huyu mtu ndiye architect wa abductions ama ni nini? Ama yeye ndiye alienda sasa akapea serikali ujanja yake sasa. So that's the issues which I was trying to say here. I am not evil about what he is looking for as a person. He can look for it, but mimi ningeomba yule Mungu ambaye anaishi hai for the greatest reward ya wale watoto ambao walikufa during Gen Z. The greatest reward of our kids who died in Nyarenda is if Raila Odinga is humiliated. I think if Raila Odinga is humiliated in AU, it will be justice to Gen Z. It will be justice to many people who have ever died during any maandamano Raila ameitisha, because he gave up the wrong time. So, and I feel it will also be a present to me. If Raila Odinga is going to lose in the AU, I feel it will give me more satisfaction, because I feel, after comparing, by the way, Nasio Mza keep real, my friend. I have looked at the CVs ya yule jamaa. Kwanza huyu jamaa wa Madagascar, wacha hivyo ana watu. Huyu jamaa CV yake ni mzito mbaya sana. Delivery I don't know. But where he has worked, the guy is having a serious CV. That guy of Djibouti, his CV is more political because he has served more as a foreign minister. Lakini huyo jamaa wa Madagascar, by the way, is only that I think it's a bit late, but huyo jamaa, he has been advisor of serious institutions. That guy of Madagascar. For your information, by the way, I don't think Raila Odinga stands a position to advise. If I look at where Raila Odinga has worked before, he is an MP of Rangata from 1992. He has been a lecturer of the University of Nairobi Mechanical Department. Using those two parts, I don't see him as a diplomatic advisor, and he has never taken any diplomatic role anywhere. So using those two places as a beacon, I think Raila Odinga tu ni ile tu watu wanafuata yeye huko because ako na hiyo mvuto, ako na hiyo watu, maybe he has his own crowd which supports him, but he is not qualified for that position. The other two individuals are more qualified. Sasa na hiyo sio ya chuki, it's looking at where you have been, because some of those people have actually focused. Raila hajai focus, anafanyaka kakazi kidogo siasa, hajai focus on anything he has done in his life.
Question.
Yes.
Just a quick question. Why did people not complain so much when Amina Mohammed was trying to be chair of AU?
No, you see,
was rejected by all our neighbors, including Uganda.
Nimekupata.
What is the big deal here?
The big deal here is that Raila Odinga decided to go and participate in a child play. He decided to go and participate in a child play in fact, it is not extremely a political position. So the reason why people are so, and Amina Mohammed had no political man. Had no any political man. There was no any association which Amina Mohammed was looking for. So I think Amina Mohammed did it on goodwill. And whatever Amina Mohammed was able to do, by the way, aliweza kufika pale alifika because she was to her, she reached the top echelon to her. But for Raila Odinga is like moving in reverse. Ni moving in reverse. Anyway, Eden nitakujibu baadaye zaidi of that.
Unaona Njiru, unfortunately, you have a monopoly and you speak too much, and this is your show, which is okay. I mean, we can't complain that. But then when you put heavy matters like that, and then you monopolize, and then baadaye unasema, I will answer you later on, and you have already put your point across, in a very insinuative way.
Thank you, Alex.
It beats logic. It really beats logic. Your arguments about Raila, whether I don't want him to win, but your arguments about Raila, it evolves from bitterness. And sometimes let us be more educative and topical, and while you are comparing, interpolating here, because you are giving us data that is unknown to data that we know. So with Raila, we know. What you're telling us about the Madagascar guy, we might not be knowing because probably you're blowing things out of proportion. But again, we are not here to support Raila or not in his AUC seat. But on a topical level, I think you're being very unfair. Extremely unfair.
Okay, ni sawa.
Njiru, you are not unfair. Njiru, you are free to say whatever you want. And criticizing Raila is not...
We are not saying criticizing Raila is wrong here. We are talking about the data that has been given here does not hold water. It is not about criticism here. You can criticize anybody you want.
Be rude. Let
Who said you can't criticize somebody here?
No.
You don't come from nowhere and think that we are here every day criticizing people. Who said we can't criticize anybody here?
Okay, ni sawa. So Elbudi, let's do this. Junaona Juria and Jeromora walikuja. I have gotten that point.
But make it clear, did we say you cannot criticize Raila?
No.
Did I say you don't criticize Raila?
No, we criticize him all the time, actually.
Yeah, so don't
why
say that
is somebody bubbling from nowhere
bitterness.
saying that we have said we can't criticize
Raila?
You're
saying he's coming from a place of bitterness. He's saying it the way he's
That is my point of view. That's my point of view. So what's wrong with that?
That is Njiru's
so what is wrong with that? Is that saying you cannot criticize Raila?
Relax, Kenyan revolutionary, relax.
That's what you cannot come here all the time thinking that you can.
To relax. It's okay. Budi, tutulie kidogo, wacha Julia take over. Mutakuja baadaye.
Sasa Njiru and everybody start to take over. Naomba uendelee kumoderate. I'll just give my view. Niko na kahoma kidogo na nisumbua, wacha niwasalimie kila mtu. Thank you so much for running the show, Njiru. Thank you for everybody who is here. Nasalimia wenye wako comment section. Asanteni sana. I just came in, I found people in about Addis Ababa. Okay. Personally, I'm shocked. I don't know why 100 people went to Addis Ababa. I'm even wondering, hata nikaanza kuangalia news, kujiuliza kwani, is there something else happening jana na leo before Saturday? And then I was asking myself, kwani, is it a match that they'll be somewhere in a stadium, they'll be cheering? I didn't understand that. Maybe as you people discuss, you may be able to explain to me what exactly was happening at Addis Ababa. I even had to check the dates. Nikaona uchaguzi ni wa kesho, that is Saturday. Nikashanga. Kwani, what are these people going to do? How will they impact the elections? I mean, what's going to happen if something happens and Raila loses this election? Watafanyaje? And who is paying for this? Are they not public funds that are being used to ferry these people to Addis Ababa, to feed them, to host them? why are they there anyway? Somebody may want to, I mean, I hope somebody, I don't know that you people have answers to that. If you don't, it's okay. I appreciate if you have. The other question about Raila Odinga, okay, I don't want to take the direction people are taking, but I'm just wondering, I saw somewhere that SADC, I don't know, SADC countries have decided to back the Madagascar man. And I saw, I think, KTN and NTV analyzing that, and they were wondering, like, what happens to Raila Odinga, because that includes Uganda and Tanzania and all that. Are they really going to sit and decide that we are no longer backing Raila Odinga and we're going to back the Madagascar man? In fact, this Madagascar man was an underdog. He never featured so much, and now he's coming out.
Julia,
Yes.
1 minute. You see, frankly
Mm.
speaking, even me, I was shocked. I have just gone to the profile. Unaona uja mwa Madagascar is only that he was not given the right of display, but huyo jamaa in terms of diplomacy CV yake iko hapo. And then
hata nimeshangaa ametokea wapi, nimeshangaa.
Huyo jamaa, he has been an economic advisor in international agencies. Frankly speaking, if you look at his CV, sorry to say this, unaona CV huyo jamaa wa Madagascar na CV ya Raila in terms of hiyo kazi, CV ya Raila is a paper.
Okay, now I don't know why mbona hao watu inaitwa SAD, what is that? SADC, how can you pronounce that, Jiru? Sadak. Sadak imetokea wapi kaanza kusema kwamba ati now they are backing that man? You people, why do you think that is happening? Why is that coming from? Okay.
Julia,
Yes, Ellie.
Okay, in regional diplomacy about issues happening around the Congo, William Ruto made some statements in reference to France, and the SADC community were, shocked the stance of Kenya about things that were happening as a Kenyan diplomacy thing about what was happening in the Congo. And most of these countries are involved in the Democratic Republic of Congo, including South Africa and Angola and so on and so forth. That's what I know, that's a lot of, many of Mr. Odinga's problems in terms of the countries that will make their decision is actually international. It's nothing to do with what's happening in Kenya. It's not local. One of his main problems is how to convince Islamic countries in Africa, majority Muslim countries, in reference to his comments about the invasion of Kenya in Somalia a couple years ago. That's a very, very big thing in this particular choice of who is to lead the AU. And then, of course, this colonial Francophone versus Anglophone rubbish that we have, okay? And so, but the SADC countries, they have a right to do what they want to do. Every country, every leader who is going to choose who will be the next chair of AU, it's nothing to do with Kenyans. These guys are going to do it anyway. So, and then when I hear people complaining, including yourself, Julia, and respect to you, that why are people being, ferried, ceremoniously, to CG at 100 people going to Addis, and the state is paying for it. Do you remember? I have said this here. This is the same thing that happened when the government was ferrying people to the ICC to support Sijiati, to support Ruto and Uhuru. They are not even allowed in the court. So the problem is no. Let me finish.
Okay, Ellie, may I finish my point?
I'm just responding to Julia. Okay, thank you, Julia. Thank you.
And thank you for responding to that. So I was just trying to say, so like PK has said, if people are ferried to ICC, so should we keep doing that? It is wrong. So we cannot justify and say what will
No, we shouldn't. We shouldn't.
Yeah, we shouldn't.
I can't comment on what I don't know. I don't even know who paid Siji that or Siji or Moshwa now, or wherever it's called. I don't even know how he's going there. I don't know. So I can't even comment constructively about this,
But we need to call it out because it is wrong.
Yes.
And is waste of public resources. You talked about Amina. Seriously, I didn't know that Amina was vying until she lost it. She lost the election, which means Kenyatta government did not blow it. Syria, I wonder how many people who are here knew that Amina was vying for African Union chairmanship.
Julia, you
until
want to
she lost
say
it.
that Julia,
Uhuru
you
spent
want
a
to
lot of
say
money on
Julia,
that.
you want to
No, Uhuru didn't
say
blow it.
that you don't remember how much money Amina used in also her shuttle diplomacy.
Whatever, but this thing is overblown. Right?
No,
Odinga's thing is
obviously it is
overblown.
overblown, but
Yeah.
it started.
Let Julia finish. You'll get your time.
Now,
Okay,
now
guys.
see, Julia, is it wrong to remind you that?
You are being, let Julia finish.
Stop this nonsense here.
Okay, guys,
Unaona
let me
hata
finish.
pettiness
Let
that
me
is
finish.
coming here.
Let's calm
Say-
down. Let's calm down. Alex and Revolution, let's calm down. Now, so let me say this. This
But
thing
don't
of
allow people to just shout people down like that. Tell them to stop.
Because you're disrupting her.
I'm not
her thought.
disrupting. I'm reminding her. It's a point of interjection. When Julia is
Okay, guys, let's calm down. So I'm just trying to say that this Raila Odinga's thing is overblown. And even if some things have been overblown before, we shouldn't keep repeating them. We should call them out. It was wrong to ferry crowds to The Hague. It was waste of public resources. Now it is still wrong to ferry 100 people. Is it a match in AU? Is there gonna be a match or something? There'll be a cheering squad that Harambee Stars is playing and Harambee Stars needs to win. Now, what if he loses? How will those people feel? That's my question. Now, these South African SADC members, they're about 16. I think they're about 16 or something. If they decide to support their candidates, and then we have the Francophone countries. And don't forget, like Ellie saying, Ruto has been messing around internationally, making stupid comments, especially called the Congo War. So if Raila Odinga loses, this 100 crowd Airbus will come back to Kenya. Or let's say he wins, so they will start dancing and singing in Addis Ababa. Let's even imagine that they're gonna win. So they'll start dancing and singing. I mean, it looks stupid. I want to conclude by saying that this AU chairmanship, according to me, it has no impact on what happens to Kenya, on how much we develop, how much we change positively, and even has no impact on the rest of the African countries. AU chairmanship has been there, and African nations have been messing, fighting and killing each other, and the economy going down, and all that corruption, everything at them, allowing international interferences and foreign governments to come and steal their wealth, like the golds and all that. So why it should be blown is a waste of public funds. There is no reason to blow it. That is my take, and exaggerate it. And about ODM blowing it, that's their business. It's okay. That's their man. I have no problem. Lakini hii kitu imekuwa overblown. That's my take. So Njiru, back to you. Asante. I'm a PK.
Nani alikuwa ataongea hajaongea?
Njeru Mwaura. Nimekuja alafu Njeru Mwaura akanifuata, then there was Alex and Kenya Revolutionary.
Haya, tuiende tufuate hivyo umesema.
Njeru Mwaura.
Thank you.
Habari zenu wa Kenya wangu. Wa Kenya habari zenu. Haya, mimi sitaki hata kuongea maneno ile inaendelea Ethiopia. Nataka turudi hapa kwa Kenya, kwa Parliament. Sauli, we are shocked. Azimio ikuwa ODM peke yake. Alikuwa chama mingi sana imeshikana. Na wengine wako tu Azimio, wajasaini kama Kalonzo wako tu, Kioni ako tu Azimio. Mimi swali yangu, hao politician like Ruto na Waita wanafikiriaje chama zile zingine wako tu kwa Azimio na wanakataa Azimio asikuwe majority. Hiyo ndio inaniuma sana. Sauli, Raila akiingia kwa serikali, Raila ndio ameharibu Kenya kabisa. Mtu anipende asipende, muangalie ukweli na sio ukabila. Wakati anasubua watu alafu anaingiza kichwa yake pale, anawacha watu nyuma. Kwani Raila ako na miti gapi? Si ako na 1/4. Kwa nini? Nataka kujua. Wakati koti imesema Azimio ndio majority, wakarudisha huo Kimani. Na wanajua hata koti kabla haijasema, nilikuwa nasikia hiyo koti. Koti ikasema evidence iko pale, ile chama ya Azimio wote walishikana na Ruto, wajatoka kwa Azimio properly, illegally. Wajatoka ile inatakana, waende kwa register kwa party, wamwambie nini yote, kufanya hivyo. Kwa hivyo wako tu kwa record ya registrar, wako tu Azimio. Sasa vile nimeona Weta amefanya, nauliza kwani Azimio ni Raila Odinga, ni ODM peke yake? Mimi ndio nataka kujua. Sauli Kioni Jubilee iko tu pale, wachana na Kanini na Sabina Sege, ni ujinga walikuwa naye. Chama ya Jubilee iko tu. Sauli Kioni aliwin na akasikilia na ni Azimio, hajaenda kwa Ruto. Kalonzo hata akiwa kigeugeu hajaenda kwa Ruto. Kwa nini watu wao na wako kwa parliament? Mtu anirudishie hii swali. Wakupea hiyo chance ndio tukue na opposition kamili. Raila ndio anaua opposition ya Kenya. Sauli kila mtu sasa anauliza, okay, tulikuwa Azimio, mtu wote amevote Kenya, tulikuwa Azimio, kwa nini tunanyimwa haki yetu? Unajua watu waoni mtu wote anaharibu opposition ya Kenya ni Raila completely. Na vile inaonekana ni kama Raila tu ndio opposition ODM. How come the other people they not included in this? Hiyo imeniuma sana Sauli. Sasa vile tunasema huyu Ruto anasubua Kenya, sasa mgeona tofauti. Sauli opposition sasa, hata MP wa Raila sio wote wanapenda vile alifanya. Waparanya ndio wanakula huko na kina Joho, watu wanateseka tu. Janet sasa mjinga mwingine angesimama gari ya Ruto kutukana na watu, kusema atasema vile ati Sauli tunapaa guo vile bibi ya Kenyatta alisema ni choice, your choice, na yeye alisema ni his choice kwa mdomo, na tena anaenda kupigania aseme ndio majority. Ni yeye alijiharibia. Wasisema waiko kwa serikali, Sauli walienda na magari huko juu na Ruto. Lakini sio hawa peke yako, ODM ilikuwa Azimio. Hiyo ndio sheria nataka kujua. Na tena kwani parliament ndio wana make law whatever wanafanya kwa bunge, lakini wanaonyeshaji wa Kenya ukiwa utafuata sheria za koti. Nikisimama Kenya niseme sitafanya vile koti imesema, wataramika. Sauli Weta amesoma na ako na degree whatever na ni lawyer. Kwa nini hakusikia vile jaji amesema? Kwa hivyo parliament iko juu kwa law. Who is above law? Hiyo ni koti ilisema, jaji 3 wamesoma sheria zao. Walisema Azimio ndio wanatakana wakuwe majority, na 100% wako right. Sauli wale walifuata Ruto wakusign properly. Sasa nataka kujua, wakati parliament imeonyesha kila mtu nchi mzima, sio Kenya peke yake, wanaangalia hii maneno, wasikii koti, na sisi wananchi tukisema we not going follow the orders, wataramika. Sauli waramiki. Tangu Kenya hivyo sijai kuona parliament baya kama hii. Nawaambia wa Kenya, hii ni subua kabisa, na Raila ndio anaharibu opposition. Opposition wanajua tu ni Raila anaweza kuwa opposition. Who say that? Who say that? Huko watu huko tu kwa parliament, hata wakiwa walipewa pesa watoe Kasagwa, muone sasa uongo na mtaamini mimi. Walitoka huko kwa mlango wakasema tunaenda wa Munyoro. Okay, kwa nini wanaenda wa Munyoro? walitoa huu mtu ni mkabila. Si unaona uongo ulikuwa pale? Jaji wanasikiza hizi. Nataka wao wajaji nao wamesoma, waondolee Kasagwa ile ujinga imewekwa pale. Asisimame. Sali wametoka tu kwa mlango wakasema tunaenda wa Munyoro. Wa Munyoro si ni mkabila, ni mwizi. Corruption. Kwa nini wanaenda kwake? Si mnaona sasa ukweli inatokea. Ukweli iwezi kufa. Na vile Ruto, Raila, Uhuru, na Uhuru awache kuacha. Uhuru is retired. Is finished. Ana na nguvu pale. Sasa muone hii MP wanataka kupigania Kenya sasa irudi, Ruto aweze kuwekelea hii mabili wanaita watu pale anaweka vile anataka. Sasa wamefunga tena. Sasa wakuwe tu wanasikiza vile Ruto anataka. Mnasikiaje nyinyi wa Kenya? Hii ni ungwana? Mimi niseme kama mambo potea na rest in peace. Mambo potea. Sauli ungekuwa hai sasa ungeuliza hii ungekuwa asubuhi Sunday. Unasema hii ni ungwana kweli? Hii imenisagaza sana. Sheria za Kenya, Kenya hakuna law, no justice. Naona hakuna justice. Ikiwa bunge mzima wasikii koti, kwani hao ndio wanajifunga wakifanya baya, hao ndio wanajifanyia law. They no one above law. Wangesikia tu kuheshimu law vile wamesema, na sio ODM wasikue. Azimio sio ODM peke yake. Kalonzo wako na MP pale, Jibril wako na MP na chama zingine. Sasa hii maneno yote imeharibiwa na msinilaumu mimi kusema nimesema Sauli, hii ni ukweli. ODM ndio imeharibu hii. Sasa tungetoa Kasongo huyu Ruto. Angetolewa sasa. Akileta nyokonyoko zile anaharibu pesa hivi na kukimbia ije, angesimamizwa na hiyo sasa. Sasa ona tena. Tumerudi round 1 again 0. Tuna watu wa kutetea wa Kenya wanyonge, wanatusubuka, kuna madawa hospitali zimeharibika. Si unaona wameacha ujinga wakati university wamesema wataanza maandamano. Wakawarudishia ile haki zao. Sauli hata koti ilikataa hii. Sasa tunataka kusema vile tungeongea hapa, tujue Raila ndio anaharibu opposition ya Kenya. 100%. I know that. Ni ujinga yake ya kukubiria tumbe yake peke yake. Sasa ona ile pesa yote wameharibu na watu wanakufa na njaa, tabu, kila kitu hospitali, kila shule inalipishwa pesa ya nini? Kwa nini wakukaa na vile Kibaki aliwacha system ya shule? Kwanza awache hivi. Na hii hospitali wawache vile, wafanye ile ingine. Sasa kwa hivyo tunasema kwa nini nikimaliza Raila hajai kuwa president? Watu wake ndio unaona Nyasa wamsagui. Hajai kufikisha miti yake ya kusida na hajai kusida Kenya. Ni uongo. Shauri ya hii ujinga yake. Angekuwa kushikana na Ruto ni kuenda tu peke yake hivi aseme okay nataka kuenda EU. Only that. That is sawa, ni Mkenya achaguliwe huko kuliko kuingilia bunge na kila mtu. Sasa ona sasa tumerudi zero. Tuna opposition Kenya. Tuna hao wabunge wote ni ujinga tu wako naye. Hakuna kitu tutapitisiwa mpaka Ruto akufe ama aende. Hiyo ndio inaniuma sana sana sana. Wakati wanaharibu hii pesa yote wanaenda ujinga huko Ethiopia. 100 people. What for? Na wanatudanganya kama sisi wajinga. Sauli Ruto amesema tujasoma sasa. Hiyo ni kadi wanapewa, wanalipia kila mtu mhoteo sakula. Aende tu akaseme Raila aingie wapi. Tanzania imejitoa. 16 country walitoka jana. Raila ni sijui aita Mungu yake. Watamchagua hata Tanzania walitoka. Sauli wako kwa hilo ka group ingine imekuja ya watu 16 country. Sasa hii kuharibu pesa yote ni ya nini? Na tuko na tabu Kenya. Mimi si kukubali habari ya hiyo parliament. I say no na is no. Mimi sio Azimio, lakini nimeona wamedanganywa kabisa. Kabisa na hiyo hakuna sheria. Nimewachia hapo.
Sawa, Jerome Mwaura, nimekubali. It's unfortunate. Unajua in Kenya we don't have freedom fighters. people who can be stand to be counted. Sasa nataka kupeana hii nafasi kwa the Avengers. Nitawaita the Avengers, lakini Alex Budi na Kenyan Revolutionary. Uwanja ni wenyu, lakini nataka muweke calories chini kidogo. So we would like to hear a very collegiate, sane discussion coming from you. I individually enjoy both of you. I think ni maarifa mko nayo zaidi. Sasa mkikuja hapa ndio mnakwaruzana. So I think at that particular juncture, maybe Budi, you can have your 5 minutes, and then Kenyan Revolutionary, you can have your 5 minutes. You know what we are talking about. Is that in agreement? Budi, can we have you? Ama umeenda kuangalia mutungo kama imeiva? Yeah, I think Budi is not there. Kenyan Revolutionary, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So uwanja ni wako, na fanya kama wewe, utulie sasa, usiende juu.
Yeah, nimetulia, but Njiru, you should look at the chat. Hapo kwa chat. It's very unfortunate what some people say. But anyway, I wanted to first of all say that Njiru, it is okay to mention the bad things or the things that Raila does wrong. Don't let anyone try to guilty trip you and say that just because maybe you're from Central when in Kikuyu, so you are saying that out of a place of uchungu. No, if somebody does something wrong, it's okay to say it, even if it's a Luo or Kikuyu or whatever the case is.
I thought we were submitting, not criticizing people, because if it's that way, I will criticize too.
Okay, wait for your 5
minutes. I have
minutes.
a right to do so.
Okay, you during your 5 minutes, you can do that. It's
yeah,
my
but
5 minutes.
Don't
and I'll spend
scold
less.
me. Just
Njiru, can you please moderate? Because I am calm and I'm trying to make my submission.
Okay, kidogo basi kidogo.
Nobody's telling Jim how to do his work. So if
you are interrupting. Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me, Njiru?
Okay, go ahead. Na nitaomba Alex aletwe. Just bring Alex. Bwana Stone, bring Alex, usimtoe, ata relax.
Okay. But as long as it's not interrupting when I'm saying, I'll still spend less than 5 minutes.
No, okay? You can take me out. Stone PK, if you want to.
Okay. All right.
No,
guys, seriously, Njiru, is that
why?
Is that Alex? Is that Alex we are talking about uncircumcised laws? You know, that's really.
Yes,
that's him. What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
No, you don't talk about that.
No, okay. Look on the chat. You know, tuko nayo hapa, copy paste. Naweza kukutumia. Ameenda hapa na nini hapo kwa si ile chat ya kawaida hii ya ndani.
No, I didn't.
I am really shocked that Alex is this type of person, you know.
I screenshotted it. So
hata mimi pia nimeichukua screenshot. Very, very unfortunate. We're here discussing important things, and then no wonder women leaders are the ones who are always upright. You know, they steer things.
Okay, let's do this. Watch a revolutionary at a point yake. I think Alex will be able to compose himself. I think.
No, Njiru, you have to apologize. You have to apologize on behalf of your platform.
Okay, I will do that, but wacha kwanza Kenyan Revolutionary aongee point yake because I
need to look circumcised. What? Kwani yeye ameshakuja akaniona vile nimekuwa? Shida gani na huyo jamaa?
Okay, go ahead Kenyan Revolutionary. I need to look at this chart halafu I make a determination. Please. Kenyan
mi pale nimeingia na disruptiwa hata siwezi kumaliza. So anyway, I was going to be very brief. I was just saying, it's okay to criticize a leader, whether he comes from your community or not. Just because you come from a different community and you criticize another leader from another community who you might have historical political difference, does not mean it's coming from a bad place. It's okay. I just wanted to say, I had Eli was mentioning likened Raila Odinga's leadership, not leadership. He just made a comparison with Yasser Arafat and then say that, even these leaders always have handshakes. But we have to make a clear distinction that the handshake that Arafat made with Isaac Rabin was because Isaac Rabin was one of the Israeli prime ministers who agreed on the armistice lines, the pre-1969 borders. And of course, most of the Israelis didn't like that, and he ended up dead. So it was an agreement that it was a position that they both agreed upon. But if you look at Raila's position, he always joins the party or the government of the day who have lost, and betrays his followers, which is a whole different kind of setup. So Raila Odinga has betrayed a lot of his followers, and it needs to be said, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not a personal hate. It's just disappointing to a lot of people who looked at him as someone who's, is a leader in Kenya. I mean, if Matiba was alive, we will probably be looking at Matiba just the same way we're looking at Raila Odinga, as someone who fought for, multipartyism, but he's not here with us. Raila is the last one of that dying breed, and that's why he still enjoys that kind of following. But it's waning out because his time is up, and Kenyans feel betrayed, and that's why majority of Kenyans are hoping that he loses when he goes to AUC. But my main point that I wanted to make is that we should not fear or be intimidated to be called names just because we criticize a particular leader. Say it. Even if you're a Kikuyu and Raila is a conman, he is a conman. Call him a conman. That's who he is. And don't fear somebody calling you a tribalist. If somebody calls you a tribalist, let them prove it. Okay? So that's my message. And personally, I hope Raila loses this election, this AUC, and come back and goes back to Opoda to sell mandazi or whatever the case he has to do. But other than that, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And please, Njiru, monitor your channel. Don't let this tribalistic stuff goes on and happen like this. Make that person apologize publicly for what he said in that private chat. Other than that, thank you.
Everyone, I'm sorry, I'm interjecting. Njiru, Stone PK, everybody in the panel. I hope I have your permission to just come in. I wasn't really coming to discuss much. Nikasikia kama vitu za wajoli wetu zinaongelelewa about them being uncut or cut, yeah? So we are the consumers of it, at least we straight ones. Every objective of a Luo mother or a Luo woman is to birth a son who is straight. Therefore, those dicks are usually just taken in by the women. So at this point, I actually feel very incensed when I hear that our Luo men's beautiful dicks are being talked about, whether they've been cut or uncut. We're the ones who are proponents of whether they should be cut or uncut. So by the time anyone is discussing them, you should first pass it through us. So as a Nyalego, I'm here to strongly oppose any conversation that would go the direction of discussing our men's dicks. We love our kehes the way they are kehes. We have never come to complain at your doorsteps. By all means, leave our kehes to us. We will eat them. We will give birth to strong children with them. And that is, by all means, just our business. Asanteni.
Okay, let me enter on that. In that note, yeah, it's unfortunate that discussion has come on. It's quite heavy. It's not us. Ndio nasemanga vitu zingine zikikuja, we personalize them. Whatever was written in the private chat, that is purely Alex's own view. and his own point of imagination. It does not display to us. We value people the way they are, whichever the culture they support. Because, like for me, I believe that culture is different. What you think is right for you could be wrong for another person. So it was unfair to give this type of abuses, and I think, Bwana Alex, you also owe these people an apology in an equal measure. On behalf of the two channels, Stone PK and my channel, we apologize for that. It was a bad discussion. I agree. It was not warranted to go to that level. Let's be civilized. I don't think whether people are circumcised or they are not circumcised, I don't think that one is bringing food in the table, is changing the dictatorship which we are having in Kenya. I think there is much more serious, important thing we should talk about. When it will come to culture, we will know how we will be able to deal with that. But for now, I think it's unfair to take this discussion to that level. I think our intellectual capacity, we should be able to shun away from this. It's very unfair. We should not be saying like, if this one is this, let's hold the discussion in our own way. What we are talking about in the governance, we are talking about governance. If you have an issue about governance, let's discuss. But I agree this discussion was a bit overboard in terms of that. So Nyarego, I know you may bid you kuje, I agree. Be assured that we also condemn that discussion. We don't support it. So because we believe people are who they are. People are who they are. So this discussion of circumcision in Kenya, I think it has actually made Kenyans to get out of the axis. While we are supposed to be talking about how our kids should be going to school and how we should be getting food and how we should be improving our governance, then suddenly tunaanzia kuongea maneno ya kutahiri, and then everything goes. And I think communities are also relating with each other, and they know what to take and what not to take. So I think this issue of circumcision is also now becoming stale in Kenya. I don't think it is also going to have the magnitude which it has been having in terms of influence and leadership. I even believe even some of those communities which never used to circumcise, I am hearing these days they are doing it. So I don't think it's an issue which should be separating people. Sasa tunaanzia kusema sasa it is the separation point of thinking. I think separation point of thinking should be beyond this thing. So Nyarego, sorry for that. I know imebidi lazima ungekuja utetee waume wenyu hata kama wewe ni wetu. Unajua unasemanga wewe ni wetu, so I don't think you have gotten an opportunity to be with our brothers. You have been on our side.
No, I have gotten an opportunity. Usually, we start from the grassroots, literally like literal grass. So hata hapo kwa backyard yetu hapo kwa tunaitanga alum. So we usually consume them. So we consume local, and then hata kama nilicross over kwa mlima, msidhani ati sikuswim kwa lake yetu na nikaona vile ni tamu. So watu wasituletee upuzi hapa, by the way. Hizo vitu zinakwanga tamu sana, kwanza vile sasa hizo ziko na sensitivity zenye ziko na high voltage. Mtu asituletee ufala.
So, okay.
Hey,
Nyarego ni sawa.
I just wanted to add something. What really shocked me was this gentleman grew up in Luo Nyanza, you know. Our brother Alex here, who has just left, I don't know if he's still here. Lakini he grew up in Luo Nyanza, in Kisumu and Homa Bay. And these people are our neighbors, these people from Abagusi land, you know. It's so unfortunate. A man of such, he's a very intelligent man. But all he...
umezimwa?
Kuna Gishimu hapo hivyo. Kuna Gishimu Mwangi anatuambia it is a serious thing, it is in the Bible. The same way, by the way, a lot of things are in the Bible that the people do not ascribe to. Meanwhile, there's a reason why they are called private parts. They are private parts for a reason. What we do with those private parts is our business. Sijui what the obsession you people have. Angalieni, what percentage of white people are circumcised? Wasichana wenu wameshindanga wakienda huko, most of your daughters are married, you are always dying to get those jungus. And then wasichana wakikuwa wamekuja Lowland kutafuta nini? Wamekuja kutafuta makehe wetu. So watu wawachane na makehe wetu, tunawapenda the same way. Mkiwa mko na shida na hao, and I think Gishomo is a man. So by the time you're practicing gayism, go tell your gay people to cut their dicks. Sisi wetu, we prefer them to have their full voltage. By the way, inaongezanga length na girth.
Yeah, Nyalego, I think even one thing which I know, 1 minute, is that cultures are dynamic and they are changing. Even some of these things, ambazo watu wanasema, by the way, people are careful, because I don't know to go to that direction.
Why should it change? Why should we change because a few people have different opinions? Whether whatever opinion they
agree,
hold,
but,
whether it is cultural or not. All I'm saying is, it is not anybody's business to discuss another man's dick. Let him bother with his. Let people bother where the holes they put their dicks in, and the kind of the kind of nini, the kind of
Chiro,
quality they
this
want.
doesn't
They
look
should leave
good.
those
It should
alone.
stop this. It should
Okay,
this is stop now. We're going too high. This
Okay, I
should be
understand.
stopped.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
So,
this is will go bad. Stop this.
No, tumeacha sasa. You see, what I was trying to say is that I even have some very many rural brothers or friends of mine who have actually been circumcised. So that's why I'm saying this thing is dynamic. I talk with them wananiambia, by the way, tunatairingi. So they do it. So I have like 5 guys who have done it. So
Jero,
yes.
I'll give you one straight thesis about this discussion, okay? I am sorry but we have to discuss it, because you always say you're a truth man. The people who have problems, this anthropology about Luos and how they look and they're black. You know, black people calling black people black, you know? They don't despise or hate Luos or bigoted against Luos because of circumcision. No. There is something beyond that. And this came from the offing times of the 1960s. It's nothing to do with whether these people are circumcised or not. Because if that's the case, why is it? No, let me finish. I will explain very quickly.
Watu ni kama wataki discussion. You know,
no, but like, no.
Hawataki, but it always comes up, Njiru. It is always used to undermine people.
Yeah.
It is something that they do not understand. It is usually their point of ignorance that they normally do not want to address. The reason some of us come and address it with the crudeness that it deserves is because they're equally as crude. When people do not want to think, when they do not want to apply themselves to something that resembles reason, all of us come and dance in the mud with the rest of them. So nobody should stop us from having a conversation that I will not necessarily have to come and make a... That is not anything I'm going to do. I will come and speak as a Kenyan, and nobody's going to come and give me rubbish. Every one of us has a space in this country for what we are and what we have.
And also, and these guys, you have to know that during the trouble.
Watu wanapotea maniaji. I don't get it. But anyway, it's okay. Let's return back to the regular issues. Sorry for that. So there is a lot. Our topic today was the imminent collapse of Parliament. Is end of Ruto government. Should Kenyans take over? So I think Bwana Stone PK akituletea hiyo topic ni kama like alikuwa ameanzia kuona ni kama maybe the government has failed. We don't have people who can fight. So hata wanajeshi ni kama hakuna kitu wanaweza fanya. So raia sasa, I think is a core of raia. Kila kitu imefail Kenya sasa. Finally, civil servants, they don't seem to care ama they are at the state of complacency. Whether I'm making money or not, I don't care. So let's discuss about that point. Like Wakenya venye tuko sasa, sisi raia, can we assemble ourselves and take over? ama tutaanzia kusema the same things which you were told by Raila that we need serikali iwezi chukuliwa tu hivi hivi. It is better to have a like the way people are always told tukionyeshwa Somalia, it is better to sijui kwa story you need to come and confirm this one, sababu wewe najua utacheka sana. It is better to have a dysfunctional government than not having a government. What? I don't know. For me, I think they are the same. A dysfunctional and no government is the same thing. So anyway, I think to bring the discussion into terms, wacha Jemo akuje. Jemo kuja, alafu Nyakairo. The others will take over. Jemo, go ahead. Jemo ni kama yuko. Nyakairo, take over. Am I alone? Nyakairo? Julia? Ellie, can you hear me?
Endeleeni
Yes, I can hear
kidogo,
you,
niko na
but
kitu nafanya.
just
Asanti Jiro.
Sawa. Unajua nimeita kila mtu aongee hadi nikashindwa, kwani niko peke yangu studio. Aya, Ellie, go ahead.
Jiru, I've really got nothing to add there, but I wanted to speak about this is something else about this guy Khan, who was Ruto's lawyer at the ICC, and the way he has been banned, the sanctions by America on the International Criminal Court. And one of the first targets that Trump has banned from traveling to the United States is Khan, the guy who was Ruto's lawyer at the ICC. It's very strange way of looking at this, because basically we're talking about international law, conflicts abroad, and then a person who, through his role as chief prosecutor of the ICC, he is supposed to be submitting reports to the United Nations Security Council and things like that, and he cannot now do this because he has been banned by Donald Trump. Now, this is the guy who represented William Ruto at the ICC. So I wonder whether this particular episode has any impact on William Ruto as well. It looks like Donald Trump is doing some of the most maverick, things that has never been done by any U.S. president. I don't support the fact that the chief prosecutor of the ICC cannot now go to the United Nations Security Council when there's conflicts around the world. But I can see why Donald Trump is doing this, because the ICC has been known to be selective in its way of prosecuting injustice. But I just wanted to highlight this because this happened 3 days ago, and it's affecting. By the way, it's affecting the whole of the ICC, and the ICC is directly linked to the United Nations. I don't know what's going on, but this is something that it's quite shocking actually, because other countries might follow the same principle of Donald Trump to impose sanctions on individuals that work with international bodies like the ICC. But I only brought this up because of the fact that he was William Ruto's lawyer during the trials in the Hague. Thank you. I think Jerry is on a commercial break or something. I'm a Tony.
Oh, Jero ameenda happy. Okay. Eli, you raised a very, very pertinent point here on a different tone, but then again, it's very correlated. And as we said, all this is a web. All these things happening in our country, in the region, in the globe, it's a web. And it's a very intricate web that we are in the hole that we are in, because I believe we are already sunk into a hole. We are trying to raise hands to see who can really stretch kamuti ili tuweze kutoka. So we've sunk there because somewhere, somehow, we've allowed the serious meddling of our ability to really stand. And I think we've meddled. You can see samples of how we slide into these very unfortunate situations. Because like when now it comes to electing leaders, we just are sycophantic. We just go because Stone PK ni wetu, that's it. Eli ni wetu, that's it. Whether Stone PK amekuwa akiua watu, he's been selling people, ananyonga, nobody wants. Na hata ikijulikana Stone PK ni madara, tuna adi ile adage, hata kama ni muuaji ni wetu, wacha akuja atuue sisi. And that is very typical I saw it in Liberia, that phrase. And in Liberia, it was so bad that you killed my mama, you killed my papa, I'll still vote for you. And it worried the UN so much because when you have such a phrase happening in front of somebody who really murdered people, massacred people, his own people, not a foreigner. And then people come singing, you kill my mama, you kill my papa, but I'll vote for you. It is worrisome. The same thing now has grown into our country. We are getting the results we are getting because of that. So we've been so dumb that we can't get the right people. As much as rigging zinaendelea, unaona, ndio kura zinaibiwa nini, lakini unaona hata kura zikiibiwa unasikia mtu anasema hata kazi imeibiwa, kwani ni mimi nimeibiwa. You see, so there is no that strong patriotism and capacity to be able to say no. What we want is good governance. Good governance in Kenya, hiyo iliishia kitambo. Nobody even wants to talk about it. Ukiambia mtu saa hii unaenda kucontest ama hey Eli, hebu kuja bana, kuja uende ukachukue nini kitu campaign, unaulizwa Eli ako na do, Stone PK ana pesa, Njiru ana do. That is what has soiled and ailed our capacity to get leaders. And that's why they are saying, you want to know the people, look at their leaders. So the leaders are a mirror of us. Okay? So how do we now change that state of mind? How do we change it? Tutabadilishaje? Na hiyo ni sasa ni akili yetu ndio inasema hivyo. Mwizi kama ni mwizi ni wetu. Kama ni mrogi ni wetu. Kama ni muuaji ni wetu. Hiyo tukibadilisha hiyo, and which I was so disappointed with my generation. When I say my generation, it is the generation of people who were born cosmopolitan. You find yourself born and bred in Kisumu, went to school there, went to Nairobi University, crossed over. So such a person, or went to Kirinyaga High School. From Kirinyaga, maybe you did O-level there, then umeitwa Maseno, then from Maseno you go to the Such a person should be a crossbreed or a hybrid of what now should have been a super Kenyan. And I'm in that generation which we never had at Shule. Like I'm in Kangaru, I cannot go to Maseno. I was in that group where so long as you score, if you score an A and you are in Marsabit, utaitwa alliance. So that generation, which is also slightly Uhuru wako mbele yetu kidogo, but it's, I mean nyuma mbele yetu kidogo, which is the same kind of, you know, because it's the same generation that intermarried heavily, because, you know, you could get girlfriend from wherever, it didn't matter. And to make it more even, it is a generation that would go into sports, into cultural activities, which knew no boundary. But now when it came to leadership, I'm talking of people even like Akina Otuoma. I mean, I'm talking of those now who are even in the position now. Akina Peter Kenneth, that generation, that should have transformed this country. And even people like Magoha, those who are some of our very senior people in Starehe, you know, and the Nairobi dynamics, you know. So when you see us sinking deeper than where our dads were, it is worrying. It is worrying. And that's why we are now saying, what do we do? What do we do to change this really paradigm change, the mentality? Because if it is in the head, I don't know how you can finish this generation kabisa, wakwisha waende kabisa, then I don't know what will happen, whoever can come, so that they have no influence. I was hoping that the transformation would have begun with Kibaki. Because it is during Kibaki's time that we saw some of these people coming. You know, he brought the dream team. There was this dream headed by Onyango, who was from KCB. That dream team, the tech team, it was the reflection of what, I hate this term people use, at the face of Kenya. Because for me, any face is Kenyan. You know, it is in the brain and how you do things and your attitude that really matters. If it's negative, then it's negative. So I thought from Kibaki, we would have done 10 years of total transformation, then another 10 years when we would have cemented a situation whereby nobody will look at you by the name or by where you come from, but by being a Kenyan. And if it's a professional consideration, that is what we were hoping. Now, that didn't happen. So what do we do with those of us who are remaining? And it is through such channels that we are able to, you know, when people call it as it is, there should be no, you know, that kind of very serious tug of war. You know, we should be very objective. And I like what Kenyan Revolution said. That was his parting words. That let's stop this at usiguze Stone PK, usiguze Njiro, usiguze. Tuache hiyo. Kama Stone PK alikula lolo, alilamba lolo. Watu waseme alilamba lolo ni kweli. Kama saa hii, for example, point blank. Wetangula cannot come and tell Kenyans ati anataka kuchaguliwa. Ati anaenda Kakamega anaongea Musangerere na hizo vitu ati alafu Waluya wanaanza kusema ama ni Wabukusu ati msiguze mtoto wetu. You know, I don't see how these people can even now, from their activities, if we were to follow, even almost all the MPs, because tunatakiwa saa tuanze kuchambua kila mmoja na pini. Wewe ulibehave aje? Wewe ulibehave aje? Then you rate. If he goofed too much, and if he is maybe below 80%, then unajua that is not whatever. We need now to start setting. Not saying huyu hapana, but let's put them on the weighing scale. Okay, you participated in Gen Z killing. That should never be forgiven. That even if you went to Uhuru Park, knelt down and cried blood, you cannot be forgiven if you really participated in that. And especially when you even called them criminals, and not only did you kill them, but you came and criminalized them and called them all the names. And these were young people, young as, you know, the future of this country. You came and christened it to what you christened it. So I'm just trying to say that it is the time now that we are in this very bad situation. We should not forget why we are here and start now saying, oh, sasa unajua ODM imeingia broad-based, hatuwezi guza. That fact that the court ruled that Azimio should take over we should now ask, why didn't they take over? Let's not start saying it's Wetangula. No, there must be something. Okay, if it is Wetangula, I said earlier on this program, why don't we, tomorrow, we want to see punitive measures being taken against Wetangula by all the Azimio members of parliament. That is now, as people now, when I ask, should we take over? Those are things we need to take over. Like we did with the bill, okay? The punitive bill of 2023-24. We should now say, tutaamuka mapema, tuende kusupervise these members of parliament, do what we need done. For me, that is it. Other than ati kutupania hivi. Hii kizungumkuti, hii mzunguko, hii kalongolongo wanatuzungusha hapa. Na wanakula pesa, na wanalipwa, na wanafanya nini. We should now nail it. Tuambie hapana, hatutaki ujinga, hatutaki hizi tu press conference tu upuzi, mnatubeba ufala. Na ni ukweli wanatubeba ufala. Alafu tusianze ati unajua sijui Babu Wino ni mzuri, huyu si mbaya, huyu ni no. We take collective responsibility. Okay, collective responsibility that this has failed, they have goofed. Because for me, when I listened to even the Azimio guys talking, I could see deceit. I saw people who are just playing games. Yeah, fine, mulitoka nje, then muli resolve nini? We want to see what you resolved kesho. Use that law. Saa hii tungekuwa tunasikia kuna watu wengine tena wameenda kotini mara moja. Saa hii tungesikia motion imedraftiwa ya kuimpeach, if that is the way to punish anaitwa nani, Wetangula. Or even if Azimio is so serious and Wamunyoro members are so serious, they should now even be declaring kwa press conference that they, in 2 days time, they are tabling, they are collecting signatures and tabling. Waspidisha hiyo impeachment vile walispidisha zile zingine zote. What is this? Hiyo ya president na Wetangula, they can all be swept together because we are dealing with leaders who have defied the constitution. They don't care about it, and you don't expect them to even oversee hizo my election mnasema za 2027. I don't see that. It is all over. They have even indicated and say, mnacheza. Somebody, ati Kindiki anawauliza, ati ulisikia wapi president wa one term? How can you ask voters that kind of a stupid question? A voter can even elect you today and then recall you as soon as he feels and deems fit. Don't tell us about the constitution. The constitution says you can be recalled. Don't talk to voters as if we are so stupid. Ati unatuuliza swali ati ulisikia wapi? Ati mtu ati president wa term moja. Who said ukichaguliwa lazima ukae term mbili? You know, those are things that raia sasa we are supposed to take over, and even the lawyers wale wako na wananchi, they should now start making noise on those kind of things so that these people don't watch to bebe ufala. Let me pause there and we can welcome nani hajaongea. Any of you can talk. Jemo amekuja last, alafu I think Eli alikuwa ametoka. Tunaweza fuata hivyo, you know, dakika mbili tatu, we still have time. Nani
well,
Jemo?
Nawasikia. Hey, nilikuwa nimetoka kidogo hapa, kulikuwa hot kidogo. Nilijaribu kuweka AC up, but hey, hizo conversations ilikuwa a little bit on the upper side, but
usilete
yeah, so
nitaweka show ya
move on. Yeah.
Nitaweka show ya wacha tu niseme hii, nitaweka show ya nini, ya cultural and stereotypes za Kenya, because it may affect politics as well. It's good to
affect politics. Yes,
it affect
politics. Yeah, so I feel like I think to discuss Raila to some point, and I think it's good. Raila needs to be discussed. He plays a big part of that country. In my opinion, Raila, one of the questions I want to ask and I find myself asking is what happens if Raila wins or loses? Does it affect anything in Kenya? And I feel like when it comes to Ruto, Raila right now is the biggest con game in Kenya. Raila has been holding brutally, and in my opinion, if he wins, I think he's not obligated to support Ruto regardless of anything because they have won. They have achieved their agenda, which was to push Raila across the line. If he loses, Raila's value becomes even, the lump sum will increase. His value to Ruto becomes even greater. No, his value appraisal from within will be bigger because Ruto has to pay more to keep him quiet. One of the things I feel like will happen, hii agenda ya bunge yenye iliendelea, I feel like the ODM people, they might be wanting the majority side because sitting on the majority side and getting the say versus sitting on the minority side and getting the pay. I would rather be the person who can, be holding the honey jar or cookie jar. Their value right now is bigger based on the fact that they control the narrative of we can turn against you, Kasongo, anytime. The way they were saying, Wamunyoro, Wamunyoro, Wamunyoro. It's just intimidation. And I think they know they get more out of Kasongo and the government and out of corruption, for that sake, than if they take majority leadership. So, in my opinion, if Raila loses, atarudi kwa drawing board na afanye self-appraisal, and guarantee you one of the things that Kasongo will have to do to appease Raila is more money and that majority seat without questions. So when we ask, is the parliament, do we have a parliament? The parliament was dissolved long time ago. We don't have it. We don't have it. The way things have been going in Kenya, we don't have a parliament. Raila crossing over to bread-based is the same thing. At work, they're in bed together. They're just fighting on who should have the most pillows, But nobody wants to get off the bed, Hakuna mtu anataka kulala kwa sakafu. They are fighting on pillows, about pillows. So Raila akishindwa, he will come home and the biggest con game will continue. So I think for Kenyans is to think beyond AU, because this AU train and the narrative of Raila tunyamaze, watu wanyamaze ndio Raila ashinde, is coming to an end very soon. Kenyans, whatever strategies we were playing, we need to stay on that. If these guys happen to derail themselves, it's even better. It will be even better for the rest of the country. I hear us talking about United Nations and ICC. Man, we are not. We care less about United Nations if we don't have a nation. We cannot be talking about United Nations only when that organization is out here trying to settle things. So Kenyans should actually get out of that United Nations mentality. The same thing we should get out of the US policies and whatnot, because this ICC has been there last year with Biden. And Kenya last year had bigger issues than any other year. So I don't think it matters if we as people don't fix our country. And we can't fix our country based on the fact that tunaongojea other people wakuja watufixie nchi. Now that Raila train, AU train is coming to an end, whichever way it will end, we need to start thinking on what other games are these people coming out with, and how are they going to push that game towards us, and how are we going to avoid the messy games that they have been playing for the last 2 years, about is the 1 year that Raila, the AU issues. If he goes, he goes. I hope his people are gonna be happy. And now that hawana deni na mtu, I hope that they are gonna be in a situation where they will come and say, we're still hungry and we need to eat. And Raila cannot be impeached. So sorry, Ruto, thank you for the service, but we are moving on.
Thanks, man.
It's a con game. It's a con game. If we leave room for Kasongo and Raila to come and change a different narrative, because Raila can come out and be the face of opposition, and what do we know about him? He will hijack it and dump it back to Ruto, because he will run with it and do the same thing and dispose it back to Ruto for 2027. If we are not serious or careful, Raila might make his way back, and if we listen to him, we might go with him and only for him to dump it back to Ruto. So we ought to be very careful. The con game is either gonna get bigger. Tutaanza kusema Raila amekuja saa hii take over the opposition, and ODM iko kwa opposition, but that could be the inside games that they have. Raila ni rahisi sana aseme nilishindwa. All I need from you is 3 billion and majority leadership. He was surviving with the BBI era with Uhuru. And Raila was quiet at that time. Raila can be paid and he will be quiet. Once he gets the money and a little bit of these other things that he will get, utamona tu akilaunch to nothing. Like how, at least with Uhuru, he was launching some projects, kama Uhuru Park, wherever they were taking pictures together. But that's the con game that we need to avoid, because it's coming up very soon. Nilianza kusikia akisema mambo ya akishindwa ameshinda na akishinda ameshinda. So he meant something with that. Akishindwa bei yake inaenda juu. Hata kama ni mimi Raila bwana. Nimeshindwa sasa, niko free my friend. I'm here with you. What else do you have to offer? And you cannot offer another AU chairmanship candidate. What else do you have to offer? There's nothing else Ruto can offer Raila other than silence. And silence comes at the expense of the nation. Silence comes at games that might sink the country into more and more economic issues and abductions. Silence yake is the silence yenye amekuwa akicheza now. Without AU, if you see Raila is quiet and there is no candidature for anything, mjue tumechezwa. So the parliament is not there. The parliament is not there. It's at the mercy of Kasongo and Raila. If Raila comes out and you see people, oh, now ODM is in power or in a majority, it will be part of the game. And that's why they went to the State House the other day. Junet and Ishungwa, they went to the State House kuambiwa nyamazeni kidogo. Hii kitu simwache tusipige kelele, wacha tuone mimi na baba. Wacha baba tutoke Addis Ababa. Tuongee hii maneno. And that could be part of the the deal that akishindwa tunawapea majority na mnyamaza. Na mkikuwa huko mjue kwa sababu baba amenyamaza, mambo ya impeachment hamtaleta hapa. You know, Baba did that with Uhuru. He was very quiet. He was very quiet. So the games zao tuachie. Waki-derail each other, it will be better for us as a nation. If it's true that they are going to go on different ways based on the fact that the court said one thing and Wetangula said different thing, and they decide to part ways based on that, well and good. If they don't, hiyo si kusema ati tuko pale pazuri. Hata wakiingia majority na watu wamelala kitanda moja. Sasa mwingine ako na pilo 3 na mwingine ako na pilo 1 na mwenye nyumba ni Kasongo. We still in the mess. Let's not just be naive. These people are always playing games with us. And just continue on what we have been working on. Mambo ya ukabila, when Gen Z said tribeless and partyless, that tribeless part iliniuma sana vile baba alikuja akasema anakuja kuokoa Ruto. Alikuja akamuokoa mpaka saa hii anasemanga I had to save Ruto. Ruto aende wapi? But you know, since then there has been more tribal conversation in the country than before. The country where we were not even thinking on the grounds of tribe before that, we are more tribal. I think Raila just came and said it's okay, we have to endorse. And Stone PK amazina amesema. The last hope we had was during Kibaki. Yeah, it was, but we have been making progress as a nation. A lot of us have intermarried and all that, but when tulisema tuna fix issue ya inchi sahi, and this time we are not going to say we'll fix it based on which tribe is what tribe. We're going to fix it as Kenya first. Kila mtu atarudi kwa kila mtu ako na mama yake. But Raila akasema hapana. That was just an indirect re-endorsing of tribal politics, and that's what it has been, and that's what they impeach Rigiji based on mambo ya Murima na sijui nini. We hear more about this Murima, about this and that. So let's not make room for Raila to loiter around us after he's done, especially when he's done with the AU and he doesn't make it. Let's not give him room to influence us as people. He is invited back, like he said, he's a Kenyan. Kenya ni nyumbani. But atakuja kujoin nini? Kama alikata the initial conversation that we said. People said, tribeless. What is he coming here to tell us? That Ruto is so good. So atakuja kujoin us on what grounds? Raila has not been part. He always go on the mic when things are getting too hot. And the other day he said mambo ya abduction akakani kama ako serious because he knows he's coming towards the end of the line. And he has to prepare the grounds for him to re-enter Kenya on the current terms and conversations that are happening in Kenya. So, however, we know he hasn't been at the front line of defending the Mwananchi. Raila has been about himself. You know, he has not been for the country. He has been for him and his position at AU. Let's not give him any chance to be loitering around, because sahi hana room. Sahi ako na room kidogo sana. Amekuwa akizunguka huko na huku. We have also forgotten about him. tunampea heshima zake, but akirudi hatutaki kusikia ametujoin. Anatujoin aje? Like ametumwa, iko ametumwa kama kina Makure. They pretend to be part of the movement, na kumbe hao ndio wanakuja ku hijack the movement. Raila Sai and Makore are the same. They will come and hijack the movement. They are not part of the movement. They will redirect Kenyans, and only to dump us back to Kasongo. And at that time they will say it was democracy. Mimi naomba tu tukae ngangari, to concentrate na chenye tulikuwa tuna concentrate. Hawa watu wakienda majority, shauri yao. All the best for them. They will be making the same laws that are oppressive to Kenyans anyways. And we've seen them voting for things that are oppressive to Kenyans anyways. So wakinyamba ni hao wananyambiana kwa hapo ndani na wananusa the same mnyambo. You know, they know what they are doing. You know, they can complain about one or two things here and there. You know, two dogs who are friendly, hata kwa kijiji, they usually end up fighting when they are when wakianza kukula chakula. And they are friends, and they're actually brothers, or even brother and sister. It doesn't mean that they hate each other. Once the food is gone, they can go back and on trying to get some more food. And how do they get the food? What are they fighting for? They are fighting for a share of the loot. Nasikia watu wengi wakiongea hapa kina nani ati Omosho alienda Addis Ababa. What do you expect from an incompetent government? That watakuwa wamepeleka watu wazuri sana huko? Like mwizi ameiba kitu alafu unamuona akifanya generosity, ananunuliana mahindi kwa barabara, na umemwona akiiba huko nyuma. What do you expect? That atatumia hiyo pesa yake vizuri? Let's move on. Kenya Kwanza will misappropriate money until when we get them out. How they spend their money right now, it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Yeah? Kama kulunch transformer ndio wanatufanyia, jamani, kwa nini Omosh 1 hour asiende? You know, Omosh 1 hour. This is a guy that has nothing to do all day hapo Jacaranda. Amepewa, hata hakuwa na passport. Sasa hiyo ametafuta jina yake tu, kwa ameulizia mama yake na baba yake nani birthday nini, wamepiga picha hapo hivyo nje ya nini Nyayo House. Quick fast. Pigwa passport ya kuosha macho hapo uso, quick fast. Mtu akampea shati hapo, vae shati ni nini, yani ya passport. Ingia hapa ndani, pigwa passport. Government ikatoa passport, jamaa akapanda ndege. Omoshi wana watu unafikiri anakuanga na passport wewe? Omoshi na hiyo mdomo yake, angekuwa na passport angekuwa anasema anaenda Addis Ababa. Watu walimu ni quick fast. Na mimi ningekuwa Omoshi, nimeharakishwa hivyo mpaka nimepewa passport. Nimeharakishwa hivyo sijui panda ndege, my friend. Eish. Nitawaacha hapa hivi mkiongea peke yenu. Mimi sasa nitakuwa huko juu, at least nijuange AC ya ndege inakaa aje. You know, those are the people we are not gonna even look at. They are beneficiaries of poor governance and a government of looters. And whatever they do over there, they didn't have anything to do anyway. So wamepeleka tu bunge yao ya Jacaranda huko Addis Ababa. So we need to stay focused. That way these people don't see us worrying so much about the majority versus minority. And only for us to end up in their inside con games that they will do. Junet na huyu mwingine alienda na Ishungo alienda State House na tukusikia anything leo. They are cooking, man. They are cooking. They are cooking. Don't be surprised after Baba kuanguka, majority itakuwa ni ODM au Azimio bila kupingwa. So we just need to continue pushing on what we were pushing on. I think that has got Kasongo so worried, because that's what really works. Kasongo is not worried about ODM. All they need to do is get paid, you know. All they need to do is get paid. Baba akianguka, If they were getting 2 million a month just on the side, now it has gone to 2.5. They will be quiet. Why should I go to the majority side and not, you know, na nidharauliwe? I think kwa majority side unadharauliwa na wananchi kuliko kuwa minority. Unakula 2.5 yako mzuri na unakaa minority. And you have an opportunity to blame the government, so they will take it. That's it for me for now.
Njiru, are you there? Rasvik?
Habari ya kila mtu. I know it's been a while since I heard from Njiru, Stone, Julia, Jemo, Eli, na kila mtu. Habari ya watu wa comment section. Actually, I've been following the show from behind the scene. I was tuned in pretty much from the beginning. I think if Raila wins the AU chairman seat or lose, it won't add any value or it won't deduct any value from our lives. That's the honest truth. You know, it will be good for him. It will be good for his family. You know, they'll be able to put food on the table for themselves. But the only positive thing about Kenyan politics, if Raila wins the AU seat, those people who've been depending so much on Raila to be relevant in politics, their days will be numbered. So it will be every man for himself, because I'm very sure that that position will take him out of Kenyan politics for a while. You know, it will kind of have like a conflict of interest when he tries to intrude in Kenyan politics. So come 2027, kila mtu atajisimamia. Wale wanategemea endorsement yake sana, itakuwa hard kwao. So let's, you know, wish him the best, and hopefully aipate ili he change landscape. I heard that you know, Raila has really killed the Kenyan opposition, which might be right, but you know, Raila as a person, let's be honest. Why must he be the opposition all the time? You know, hata yeye amechoka kukuwa opposition. So you know, he's been offering himself so many times, but he got rejected. He has to put food on the table. He has to survive. So he had to do what he had to do. Whatever he did, I know it's not popular. Even personally, from a personal standpoint, I don't support it. You know, I've been a big critic of him working with the Ruto government. But as much as we criticize Raila, which we all have a right to, let's not include Luos. You know, I'm a Luo personally, and we get so offended all the time when someone is criticizing Raila, then all of a sudden, boom, sisi wajaka tumekuwa ndani. We Luos were not at the table when, you know, Ruto and Raila were agreeing to bail each other out. You know, we don't know the terms they agreed on. You know, the broad-based government is not helping us. Our broad-based government has not put food on top of my mom's table since it started. It has not changed any Luo person's life in Nyanza or wherever Luos live. So let's be very, what do you say? Let's be very sensitive when it comes to generalizing and just dumping Luos where they don't even belong. Because when we see this happening, that stereotype makes Luos feel that, okay, so hivi ndio vile siasa ya Kenya inaenda, wache sasa tusherekee, tuwasaidie. It's giving Luos this perspective that okay, hii serikali mulichagua, you know, wacha sisi tuwasaidie kupenda. But at the end of the day, it's not helping Kenya as a country because we are like embracing a wrong regime by doing so. Let's love each other. Let's stay focused and keep our eye on Kasongo. Kasongo is a big enemy, and whoever falls on the way when we are fighting Kasongo, be it Raila, be it, you know, Joho, be it Oparanya, you know, anybody who falls on the way, those broad-based government, if you are part of that Kasongo broad-based regime, that's where we need to keep our eye on. Let's not keep our eye on people of Central Province. Let's not keep our eye on people of Nyanza. We are going to lose focus because, you know, Raila, Gachagua, they are bargaining for themselves. The moment, if you want to know that these people bargain for themselves, jaribu tu kuingia kwa siasa ya Kenya, then uanze kukua popular, uone vile utapigwa vita na hao watu, kwa sababu una affect hesabu yao. You know, they use our popularity for themselves when they get to the table to negotiate. So tafadhali, let's be sober and stay focused. Thanks to Nyalego, you know, thank you for coming to our rescue. You know, there's somebody who made a very tasteless comment. You know, shame on you. You know, you need to take your faggy ass away from here. There are some things that we don't expect even men to mention such things to other men. So when we hear such things, we get so offended. You know, I have so many Kikuyu friends than even most Kikuyus themselves, to be honest with you. And we respect each other. In my family, we are so diverse. You know, I have nieces and nephews that their mothers or their fathers are Kikuyus, and we embrace them. We love each other. If you come to our family, you won't even know whether who is a Luo, who is a Kikuyu. And even most people think I'm a Kikuyu myself. And, you know, I have great respect. I have great love for Kikuyu people. You know, you're good people. Let's just condemn these a few individuals that makes us look like enemies. And because if we embrace this kind of behavior, then we are going to lose focus on fighting for ourselves. At the end of the day, we are on our own. These politicians, they don't represent us. The politicians who attempt to represent us wanapigwa vita. You know, they get a lot of death threats. They get a lot of threats that they'll be kicked out of those political parties, you know, if they don't sing along with the looters. So I'm just urging everybody, let's stay focused on our fight with a sober mind. Thank you, everyone.
Niongee sasa.
Ngoja kidogo. Rasvik, it was Alex who said those things. So I guess I hope he's sorry. And I hope he not repeat that. I hope atarudia. Ngoja kidogo Jero, kuna mtu hajaongea resist.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I only have a few words that I can add on what the previous speaker have said. It's very backward for people to be speaking at this time when we have a common enemy. We'll be talking about tribes, especially in forums like this or anywhere else. So what I would tell my brother who has said he's from a certain tribe, when you see people commenting here,
and they are kind of targeting some communities. This is personal opinion. This is not opinion for everybody. And we have few elements like that. They have always been there. Even when you are being ruled by the white people, they were there. The sellouts. And they will always go to the side of the oppressor. And they will always not discuss like the rest of the people who have a common goal, who can see the common enemy. So my brother, don't pay attention to those people. Like I would say that I'm from the Mount Kenya region, and I went to school with people from all parts of the country, from the coast, from the Rift Valley, from Nyanza, from Western. And I can tell you, I can confirm that the people from the Nyanza are some of the most brilliant and smart people that we have in the country. And they are not, if you live with them, they are not tribal. The tribal lines are always brought to us by the politicians. And this is why we have to be smart as people. This is why we have to be more intelligent as people. Well, as much as there are mass emergence of leaders here and there, the population, as we the people, must dictate what we want. So when people start talking of certain regions, like you see the common we have, the common enemy that we have right now, Kaongo, is actually a very divisive person. He uses divisive politics. If it's Mount Kenya, he wants to divide it. It's like West is Mount Kenya East. He wants to tell us that we have never known that before. And now it's getting he was almost getting entrenched. Now, when it comes to the Rift Valley, he wants to tell us there's so many tribes in there. No, we are not tribes. We are Kenyans. And even if we are tribes, God placed us where we are. If you are in Central, you didn't choose to be there. You just found yourself there. Your parents were there, and he did not do that by mistake. It was by design. So we are supposed to coexist, and once we are faced by a common enemy, we are supposed to face it as we the people. Now about Raila Amolo Odinga, I have heard most of the speakers have been listening. And what I have heard is a common denominator whereby it's like bashing of Raila Amolo Odinga. And I'll say this, which I don't expect a lot of people to agree with. None of us can match what Raila Amolo Odinga has done for the country. Does that make him? Does that make us forget what he did to us recently? Absolutely not. He tainted his own image for true, and we can't forget that. We are angry, but we cannot also take away from what he has been able to do. Now, the other side of it, of Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga, as far as I'm concerned, as of now, as of today, he is still a factor, and a big factor. He is one of the big five. Like if we like Kenya, how we say Kenya has got the 5 big animals, he's one of the big 5. So for me, I can illustrate this with a small story. When I was growing up, as a young boy, I found that my father had dogs. If I remember correctly, there were about 10, 11 dogs. And I grew up in the White Highlands. Most of you might remember what White Highlands were. And these were the lands that were occupied by the white people back in the day. And there were thousands of acres. And there was animals that we used to go and hunt there, gazelles, tic-tics, and all the kind of animals. We used to go hunt. We also, I was also neighboring a big mountain that had a lot of animals. We used to go and hunt. Now, when we went to hunt, I and my neighbors, everybody would come with their dogs. And then, when you hunt, you're hunting an animal. Our intention of dogs was we kept dogs to hunt for food. We were looking for food. And if you did not have dogs, you're not allowed to come with us. And then when we catch, say, an animal, a big animal, you get as the share as per the number of dogs that you had. Now, as far as I remember when I had maybe 10, 11, 12 dogs. I knew the fastest dog. I knew the slowest dogs. But for them to be able to hunt together, you cannot even leave alone. You can't leave home the dogs that you know that are slow. This is something that I have come to know later. The fastest dogs I have come to know later, they were like the greyhounds. They had long legs. Now, and some other guys, they had similar dogs that were good hunters. Now, that helped to put down the animal, and the best runners, the strongest dogs helped. Even the ones that were not good runners, they were in what we can call, they were giving moral support to the other dogs, although they are running behind them. So I'm giving this story to give an illustration why we need each and every strong dog that we have, and even the ones that are not strong. So Raila Amolo Odinga has a following, and I don't think there's anybody else who has a following in Kenya except Raila Amolo Odinga. And these people, I am sorry if I upset anybody, they follow him whether he is right or wrong, and they are not 100 people. They are not 1,000 people. They are not 10,000. They are in their 100, they're in their millions. So even if he has done all these mistakes that he has done, and we are so pissed off, we have to forget the players, what our big dogs' mistakes they have done, until we make the animal fall down. After the animal falls down, now we will start talking. You, by the way, tutakugawia nyama kiasi fulani kwa sababu there is something that we are thinking about. Kuna kitu ulifanya. And then itafika mahali watu waanze kutubu. So basically, even when you hear about politics, as most of the time you hear, every vote counts, every region counts. So basically what I'm saying, I don't appreciate the kind of bashing that I hear about Raila Amolo Odinga, knowing what he has done for the country, knowing that he's an elder. Who knows what is happening to his brain? Because for me, the Raila that I have known all these years, the one that I have been supporting, is not the one that we have today. When you are hitting 80, I have seen my dad progress. He's about the same age. I can see the differences. You should not get so emotional about Raila Amolo Odinga. He is our elder, sick or not sick. He might be sick, who knows? And that is why I'm saying critically, Raila Amolo Odinga is the only person that has a serious following. Maybe the closest that may be coming right now could be Rick G. And Rick G doesn't have he's not having a following. He is having supporters. So does the Kalonzo Musyoka. He has supporters. He doesn't have a following. So all these big dogs, my friends, my countrymen, we need all of them to get the animal down. Thank you. Back to the studio.
Thank you. Jero.
Yeah, thank you. Number one, vile nitasema, nimesema tena, sina ukabila. Number one, ujue nimefurahia, ndio mjue vile nasema. Unaona, tumeona huko Moro, huyu kijana na alikuwa Luo, ameoa Kikuyu, ameuawa huko. Alafu hao wote walikuwa Wakikuyu, wanapeleka hiyo mwili yake walikuwa wanapeleka kwa polisi kila pahali. Vile nasema mi Raila tangu nilikuwa sasa naelewa vitu 82 vile wanasema ati Raila amefanya. I would like somebody saa hii niingie kwa ndege anionyeshe Raila amefanya nini. Ukiangalia Kibira vile wanasafa na wanamfoti kila saa, hata huko Nyanza ile kitu amefanya tu ni kuua. Kutoka 82 I was understanding what is dead. Vile niliona 82 not until today Gen Z last year. Kwa hivyo watu wanasema ati Raila amefanya lile, seriously anafanya na anamwaga damu. Hiyo ndio la hayat tuseme ati amefanya huko, kumwaga damu ya watoto wenyewe, sauli ya tumbo yake peke yake. Wakati saa hii tunaongea, mjue Gen Z wanasikia, na Gen Z wako kona yote huko Kenya, vile wako na uchungu. Sauli Raila kwanza akasupport hiyo JKA, alafu akaingilia hapo, akasema Gen Z wakaingia sasa. Alikuwa ameambiwa haiko, kwa hiyo wakati Gen Z wameuawa ndio huyo Raila akaingia. Lakini alikuwa na mkutano, walikuwa wanatengeneza hii nyumba yake na Ruto, wakaenda Mombasa, tunawaangalia tukiwa hapa, wakaenda huko Dubai, alafu wakaenda Uganda. Gen Z sijui walikuwa wanajua, walikuwa wanafanya maneno zao. Kwa hivyo Raila tu alikuwa anatengenezea njia yake ya kuingia na kubagain whatever. Wakati hii Gen Z wamekufa, unamuona tu anaenda kunywa hiyo damu sijui huko Mosale kuangalia, alafu that is the end of it. Watoto wajalipwa wengine. Wacha nimalize tangu utarudisha ndio nisisahau vile nataka kuweka comment.
Unajua when you start talking about vitu wewe, that is hiyo ndio uanze kusema Raila hujui kama anakunywa damu. That hiyo ni siasa ya kuweka matope. That's what we are trying to avoid. Raila, listen, usilete maneno ya kukadhaibisha. Raila kuna watu wake in millions, na watu ukiongea hivyo unawafanya roho zao ziumie. Wacha, kuna nimekwambia wanasiasa wote wakubwa, hakuna yule mzuri, but right now ndio tuko na wao. So wacha kuwaingilia wale, anybody ambaye si Ruto wachana na yeye. Ingilia Ruto na hata ukitaka kutumia hiyo lugha unatumia hapa saa hii, but that's really offensive. You don't know that.
Kana naongea nikiwa mama saa hii, nikiwa mama najiweka viatu ya wao mama sasa wanalia watoto wao wameuawa Gen Z, na Raila akaingilia kwa hii serikali. Hiyo ndio naongea.
Hiyo kitu tumekubaliana zote, hiyo kitu inatuuma zote.
Sasa ndio inaniuma.
Watoto wameuliwa na Raila ameenda amejoin serikali. Hiyo kitu imetuuma zote, lakini tunaomba kwa sababu, na ndio tulisema maneno ya Gachagua, tukasema Gachagua tunajua si mtu mzuri, lakini ako na following, so we gonna accept him at vile tu ako.
Hiyo sio question wananiuliza. Umesikia muda yangu, utaongea muda yangu, sitaki kukubuka. Wacha mimi nimalize alafu uongee. Wacha mimi niongee nitoke.
Bas, wacha kuongea maneno kasirisha watu ambayo hawafikiri kama wewe.
Sasa hiyo ni tabu zao. Mtu ule aoni vile siri. Ni nani aoni nchi? Nani anaona nchi vile imekaa? Pengine mkiwa mnakula naye, kila mtu ako na uchungu. Na ule mtu anaharibu hii uchungu. Unaona tulikuwa kidogo hivi. Sasa parliament itoe Kalonzo kwa Gen Z. Sasa huyu Raila tu ndio inaonekana imesimama pale. Unataka tuseme nini? Sasa hii Raila sasa, huyu Ruto angekuwa ametolewa. Fourth, tumemisi one kidogo hivi. Huyu mtu anasubua nchi mzima, ajali ni kutukana tu. Huyo Raila tu ndio iko ameweka kifuli pale. Unataka tuseme nini? Mimi nimpake bluebird. Uzuri ni uzuri na ubaya ni ubaya. Mkasirike ama mkasirike, sumu ni huyu. Wakati anaingilia serikali saa yote na anasema kwa opposition, akishindwa ameshindwa, ajaribu tena. Lakini hata sasa amezoeka, lakini hiyo tabia ya kuingilia kwa serikali mlango ya nyuma, anawacha watu kwa barabara, unafikiria watu ni watoto? Amesikanyisa hii chama yote ikakuwa Azimio, alafu ameingilia mlango ya nyuma. Unafikiri sisi ni watoto? Tunaona. Na mtaki aambiwa anafanya vizuri. Kwani anafikiria anafanya vizuri? Nyinyi mnafikiria anafanya vizuri kufanya hii maneno? Anaumiza watu wengine, anawaacha kama watoto pale nje. Atasaguliwa na nani? Huyu sio leader. Nikwambie kitu kingine, Raila sio leader, ni politician. Sisi tunaangalia leader. Niseme hivi point yangu. Watu wamesimama hapo wanasema kwa nini ligi G? Kwa anasema hii vitu akiwa pale ndani. Haya. Tusikanize. Wakati walikuwa Nyanza, Kimani Ichung'wah akasema huyu tumemtoa Sauli ya support serikali. Si ndivyo hivyo Kasagwa alikuwa anasema? Mimi huyu Ruto akisema kitu kwa table hivi namwambia hii sio mzuri, tulisema tutafanya hivi. Si wanajitoa tu wanasema huko nje wakisimama kwa magari. Kwani Wakenya musikii? Wanatoa ukweli tu. Ile tu Kasagwa anasimama huko anasema mimi niko na bishana na huyu mtu kwa meza. Namwambia tuliambia watu wa Hanzora hivi. Sasa umegeuza hivi, umeweka kwa kona hivi. Wewe ndio una play show. Hivi watu watakasirika. Sasa hawa wenyewe MPs Waisongwe na wengine ndio wanasimama huko juu tu wanatuambia huyu mtu wako ana support serikali na yeye anasimama anasema hivi. Hebu niambie mtu mmoja amesimama huko minister, CS or MP kuargue with Gachagua ile maneno yote anatamuka huko kwa TV. Anatamuka kwa TV zote zinamwangalia hivi akisema vitu. Nani anasema ni uongo? Saa hii ndio tumeona wakati koti wamesema Azimio ndio wamewin majority. Wote wabunge wote walienda kusaidia Ruto watoe Gachagua, wakasema tunaenda wa Munyoro. Kweli nimerudia tena, wanaenda kwa Munyoro na mtu wa ukabila. Wameenda kwa Munyoro na mtu ako na corruption. Si ndio nasema muangalie ukweli. Watu wanasema usukue kitu moja tu, word moja tu unaandika pahali. Mjue ukweli unakujia wapi. Sauli ya watu ni confusing. Wanakuja kuconfuse. Sasa Gen Z hapa wanakaa hivi, wanaangalia tulikuwa na chance ya kutoa huyu mtu anatusumbua. Sasa tena imefunikwa kabisa. ODM walienda huko kwa Ruto kumuona kabla hajaenda Ethiopia. Sasa hiyo maneno funga. Wataingia kwa ile majority. Sasa ndio nauliza mkikosa kuongea Gen Z saa hii nikwambie wewe unasema hivi. Ukimwambia Raila ama Ruto, mimi nawasikiza kama vile tunaongea hapa, naongea na hao. Wataki kusikia. Wataki. Sauli, nikufungie niseme kitu moja. Unataka kuniambia Nyanza hakuna mtu mwingine amesoma akuwe governor? James Olengo, angalia miaka yake. Kwani hawa Waluo wasomi? Hakuna mtu amesoma huko, hakuna degree na nini. Tunasikia uchungu Kenya mzima. Tuangalia kijiji ya Luo nini? Ni Kenya mzima, ni nani analeta hii tabu? Ni nani watoto wanakufa, watu wanauawa kwa juli mtu mmoja? Aingie huko. Mimi nalilia Kenya mzima kona yote. Kila mtu akona chance. Doesn't matter which job. Anaweza kuwa MP, anaweza kuwa governor, anaweza kuwa whatever. Lakini kwa nini Raila ana point watu wa huko, wewe ndio utakuwa hivi, wewe ndio utakuwa hivi? Sauli wanampea pesa kila mwezi. Anafikiria tujui. Anawapea watu wanampea pesa. Sauli ana point. That is no law. Wajiko sio yeye anasagua watu wa Nyanza. Ni vile tu Raila anasema wanafuata vile, wanakimya. Na hii ndio mnaona hiyo opposition never be strong. Sauli is not true. Bunge msicheze na bunge kama hiyo bunge watapitisha kitu. Sauli ya hiyo damu. Na tena kuibia miti unaingia pale hakuna kitu itafanyika. Sauli sio Wajiko, sio nguvu ya Wajiko huko. Watu wote Raila ana point. Tunajua tu hakuna mtu anawasagua. Unaona wakati ya Kenyatta walisimamisha nini? Raila akakosa kurudi kwa nini campaign. Si alisagua watu tu wako kwa parliament. Walisaguliwa na nini? Na nani? Na huko hakuna mtu nini election ifanywe. Nataka Kenya mkuwe serious. Uniambia wakati alikataa kurudi kwa election na Ruto na Uhuru, nani alisagua bunge yake? Na huko hakuna election, IBC kwenda huko, walifunga, walikataa. Na sasa hii ako na MP, ako na governor, ako na whatever. Walisaguliwa na nani? Kwani hapo hiyo ni Kenya kidogo? It's the same law, lakini hao wako na kalo zao kutoka Raila. Hiyo ndio inauma. Tunaangalia history. Na sasa hii wabunge yako ndio wako huko kwa parliament. Walisaguliwa na nani siku ile? Ndio wao tu wamerudi. Hebu tuangalie nchi yote, tuache kuangalia kabila na nini. Tuangalie nchi inaendelea ama iendelee. Sasa ina sink. Shauri ya kusema mtu wako atiabio nini? Akifanya baya tutaongea anafanya baya. Kila siku anaambiwa the opposition. He is not opposition, na he is not leader, na he will never, na he never be. Kutoka 82 mimi naangalia vile amefanya na vile yote na hakuna kitu anapata. Shauri ya hii ujinga hii. Ako na watu kwa nini yaingii kwa bunge? Shauri sio leader. Aingii kwa ile chao anataka president hawezi kuingia. Tangu akasirishe baba yake ile meeting, sijui nyinyi mlikuwa mmezaliwa. Alimfanya madharau vile anafanya hao watu wanamfuata. Alifanya baba yake vile vile. Baba yake na akina Matiba walikuwa wamekaa chini sasa. Wapige moyo. Huyu Raila na hii vijana anatembea na Jakarada akakuja karibu ile mkutano. Na tangu siku hiyo hajakuwa na peace. Ni maneno yake ya kuchukua vijana ya watu kuwatumia. Kuona baadhi yalienda huko Jakarada kuongea na hao. Mtu mkubwa kama hiyo anaenda hapa kwa Jakarada. Tangu nini? Sasa ndio waonekane tunakuja hapa Ethiopia hata na hasura. Hiyo tu ni plan ya Raila na Ruto na huyo badi. Ndio mnaona huo kijana ameingia kwa ndege ameenda huko. Waonyeshane hata wako na watu wa chini. Wameingia kwa ndege. Hiyo ni kufunika damu kwa mdomo tu. Sauli badi ndio alienda kwa hiyo Jakarada kuongea na hao vijana. Sagueni mtu mmoja akuje na sisi. Muone sisi tunawapenda. Hapo ndio wananunuliwa hao vijana. Sauli wamecomplain tangu Gen Z. Ukiangalia video zao wana complain, wanagusa wote. Wamekuwa wazuri. Sasa badi akaingilia. Sagueni mtu wanyu mmoja tuende naye. Pengine hao wengine wakapewa kitu. Wanyamaze. Ndivyo mnanunuliwa wa Kenya. Na Gen Z wanaangalia tu hii. Gen Z wananyamaza tu. Wanaongea hata vitu vizuri mimi nawasikia sana. Watu wazima 100% vile wanasema. Na wako tu kwa university. Raila akifanya vizuri, Abiy amefanya. Lakini mimi sioni kitu wamefanya wakati watu wote wanamsupport. Hata sasa wako kwa matope. Sio dada yangu ama ndugu zangu, lakini ndugu zangu kwa dunia ni brother, we are brothers. Kwa nini wanateseka Kibira, wanateseka wapi Mathare? Wanapomolewa nyumba, Raila amekimya tu. Hajasema kitu, anaenda tu alafu hiyo pesa yote imeharibiwa na hiyo kampeni yake. Si angejegea watu wa Mathare wanalala nje, watu wanaharibu pesa. Hiyo whatever Africa whatever inatusaidia na nini? Itasaidia Raila na familia yake. Ni Kenya tu ionekane ndio hii na hii na hii whatever. So what? Itakuja kutengeneza hiyo hospitali na kuleta madawa? No. Italeta chakula kwa meza yako? No. Mimi baya ikiambiwa ni baya. Na mimi naanza kukaa Raila tangu aache hii maneno. tangu aanze kusikia baba yake 82 akaingia hiyo, amekuwa kwa jela miaka 7 sauli ya kufanya vizuri. Alafu mnasema ati amefanyia Kenya. Amefanyia Kenya nini? Kuua tu, watoto wanauawa tu. 1 minute ako kwa serikali. Hiyo ndio inatuuma. Hiyo ndio inauma, na inauma hata mwanamke yako Kenya. Kila mtu anauma. Na sasa tumejua Raila ni nani. Tangu Rafia Gen Z. Tumejua Raila ni nani sasa. Na watu wake wamemfuata, atakuja kusimama peke yake. Akirudi akianguka, hiyo ndio ataona dunia imechange. Gen Z wamechange. Na ndio unasikia Gen Z wanasema asipite. Sauli ako na damu kwa mikono yake ya Gen Z. Kufanya hivyo na akaingia kwa serikali, inaua watoto, inafisha watoto wa wenyewe. Lili. Baya ni mbaya, mimi sina ubaya na yeye, lakini ni time to grown up. Asikie uchungu ya mtoto kama wa mama wengine, lakini sio kukimbia tu ni tumbo yake tu anawaachia watu wanalia miaka nenda miaka 10. Ati anasema anatengeneza Kenya. Ameua opposition ya Kenya, lakini inakuja opposition inakuja. Ndio ataona opposition watakuwa siku moja mmoja wao ako president. Sauli wachezi Gen Z watatengeneza hii nchi. Na mimi nawangoja vile wanaongea. Gen Z wanakuja. Kaa miaka nenda miaka 10 na hii ujinga hii ya watu hao wazee wote waende zao. Kila mtu akisema ukweli wa Kenya ndio wanapiga ule mwenye kusema ukweli ndio anapigwa. Muongo ndio wanapenda. Kwani hao watu waoni? Pesa mnachukua ya nini? Msague mtu. Unauza nchi miaka 5. Na hakuna pahali imeandikwa Ruto anaweza kwenda miaka 10. Amepewa kibarua ya miaka 5 na MP yake. Kila MP wamepewa wote MCA kuoleba miaka 5. Wakishindwa waondoke, kulete mtu mwingine. Na ndio tunaangalia sasa. Lakini tabia ya Raila saa yote serikali akishindwa anakimbia kwa serikali mlango ya nyuma, hiyo tumechoka na hiyo. Hiyo wakati imetoka sana. Afikiria kitu kingine. Na hii ni kadi ya mwisho. Alisema ako na risasi moja. Risasi moja. Lili. Na kwa nini alienda kwa serikali akiwa na risasi moja? Hii tumechoka sasa na hii damu hii ni ya mwisho. 2004. June 25. That's enough. Kwa hii power wanakibiria. That's enough. Wallahi Gen Z muamke. Enough is enough. Watatufanyia hivi tena. Angekuwa mtu mzima akishindwa anasimama na chama anaonyesha watu ni mkweli, ako na nini, ni leader, lakini sio saa yote akaingia kwa serikali. Hakuna opposition Kenya, pengine wanatengeneza saa hii opposition strong. We will beat them men. Na unaona 3 days ago Weta alisimamisha hiyo opposition iingie. Kwa hivyo sio sisi wajinga, sio ODM ilikuwa ati ndio Azimio. Hapana. Walikuwa chama mingi. Hiyo ndio inauma hata Gen Z saa hii. Mimi sina ubana wa Raila, lakini ya watoto wameua. Mungu ule akawaya atamlipisha. Hiyo maneno anafanya. Inauma sana. Na Gen Z watasamehe Raila na kuambia hivi. Hata hao wanamfuata wamepinduka saa hii, wanasupport Gen Z vile amefanya. Hati tukose kusema ati Sauli ni Raila. Si hakuna ukabila iko hapo. Saa hii tunaongea tutengeneze nchi yetu. Ndio tunaongea hivi. Na sio nini tuko na mchungu, siwezi kusema tuna uchungu. Tuko na uchungu, watoto wanauawa, wanafishwa nini? Sauli ya mtu mmoja. Hapana. Lazima tuongee sasa. Tuna na ukabila, lakini tunasema mtu anaharibu nchi na anaharibu opposition Raila. Kila saa anafanya hivi tuko zake. Sasa ODM haibu, wanasikia haibu sana. Wakati wa juzi wanasimama huko nje kuambia watu twende Umunyoro. Gen Z wanasikiaje ama Mkenya wote? Wakati MPs, member of parliament, ati tuende wa Munyoro. Wale wametoa deputy president. Ni mbaya woleba. Gen Z wanasikiaje? Watu kweli wanakupea jia mzuri. Are you trust them? Hiyo parliament yote is dumb. ni wabaya, watu wabaya kabisa. Hakuna leader pale, pengine mmoja tu handle leader. Hawa watu ni watu wa pesa, na tumejua na hiyo 3 days 2 days or whatever wamesema hapa, tunaenda Umunyoro. Hai, Ruto alisikiaje? Kwa hivyo ni uongo aliambia dunia mzima ati huyu ni mwizi, huyu ni mkabila. Wanaenda kwa mkabila tena. Mimi sina ubaya na nini na Luo ama nini, mtu mmoja tu Laila, na Mungu anajua anauza Kenya kila siku damu ya watu, na hiyo tumechoka naye sasa. Now itafanyika tena, na ule mtu amesaa sasa hivi kuna watoto, asikie vile nasikia hao watoto wenyewe wameuawa na wengine wamefishwa hajaonekana. Mimi nasikia hivyo. Sauli, mimi ni mama, na Sauli ya mtu mmoja tu aende AUC whatever lile, hiyo inalipia bilo ama inalipia Wakenya bilo ama nini kwenda huko Africa thing. Who cares? Hata akianguka mimi sijali, hata akipita mimi sijali. It's a useless thing. Waste time, waste money. Na watoto tu wa mama wanalilia tu kwa nyumba, watoto wao hawajapatikana, lakini hiyo ndio ya muhimu sana. Ya muhimu sana kwa Ruto na parliamenti yake. Hiyo is useless, rubbish. I say. Memaliza, mimi sina ubaya na Ruo na si chakua, nimelelewa na hawa. Lakini mtu mmoja tu wafikirie, huyu mtu anawapeleka wapi? Wamemfuata miaka nenda miaka 10 ya nini huyu? Lakini wameelefuka jinsi ya huko wataka kumuona. Na ujue na huyu kijana alimujaini alikuwa jinsi, ndio utajua jinsi wanaongea. Bila wanaambia huyu kijana. So, hapana kutuambia ati Raila nini ati ni upusi. Hakuna ukabila iko hapa ama fitina, tunaongea ukweli. Imefanyika miaka mingi, Raila anadanganya watu. Kujeni wanamfuata, alafu akianguka anaingia kwa government. Watu wanawachwa huko nje wanahangaika. That is serious. Saizi hao MP, yes, wamechaguliwa, anakatakasa wakuwe majority. Sauli wanajua wataanza kutoa watu hata huo Ruto. Raila amekataza. Sauli yako kwa government. Amenunua na Ruto. Sasa tunaweza kutoa huyu mtu aje Ruto na mnasema Ruto aende. Na Raila ako huko ndani. Tumeona MP zake wako kuangali na Ruto wanafanya kampeni juzi tu kila pahali. Sasa tutamtoa namna gani bana? Mpaka tugoje 2027 ama Mungu afanye kitu. Inauma. Nchi ya Kenya, mtu mwingine hapa alisema hata huko nje, nchi ya nje utaki kusema wewe ni Mkenya. Ni kweli, tuko na aibu sana. Kenya ilikuwa kama mafuta. Ukisema ni Wakenya, Sauli ya ile watu wanakibia nini, ilikuwa juu sana. Saa hizi nothing. Tuko kama hao wa Nigeria sasa. Tabia ziko Kenya. Tourists wanaenda huko wanaleta maneno nje. Vile waizi wamejaa, wananyang'anywa nini, wanafanywa nini, wa maandamano nini. Kenya iko very low to Africa. I telling you true. Hakuna mtu ako nje, sisi tunataka kusema sisi ni wa Kenya. Na ni mtu mmoja tu anaharibu. Na sisi ndio tunasaguana. Ndio hao watu wa nje, nchi za nje wanasema si nyinyi ndio mnasagua, mwezi kutoa huyu mtu. Kwa nini mnasagua huyu? Miaka ikuja mnasagua, ndio anaharibu serikali. Hai. Watu wamerefuka lakini. Nimemaliza.
Anyone who want to say something? Ama tufungashe show. Kuna mtu ako na maoni? Njiru, Eli, Jemo, Rasvik. Okay, inakaa watu wametoroka, hata mimi nitatoroka, Jero Mwaura ya kufunga, Jero Mwaura.
Funga wakiwa wamelala. Ni saa ngapi huko?
Huku ni saa 4 imepita.
Ya usiku?
Yes.
Dunia ni dunia.
Hapa kwangu kwako ni asubuhi.
Ni saa 5 ya mchana na dakika 19. Huko wako Kenya wamelala sasa. Hapa ni asubuhi.
Hapa ni usiku. Hapa penye niko ni usiku, kwengine pengine kwa Kinaeli ni usiku kabisa, pengine kuna wenye wako nyuma yetu bado ni saa 2 hivi.
Nikiwa nimekutema mtu munisahau Julia, lakini ni lazima utoke uongee ikutoke, unaona?
Haya.
Mimi sina ubaya na mtu na kabila, nitoke. Mimi nasikia vibaya sana hao watoto lini. Kwa hivyo we have a good night.
Asante Njero, have a good night. Tunashukuru, asante. Everybody, nashukuru. Mimi leo sauti yangu si mzuri, kwa hivyo sitaki kuongea sana. Nashukuru nyote. Nimejiwa na kahoma kidogo Njero, sasa sitaki kuongea sana.
Uko na tangauzi huko?
Niko nayo.
Ukunywe black tangauzi, uchamuze uweke. Uko na ile ya powder?
Niko na ya powder.
Hiyo ni mzuri, nilijua tu juzi. Uchamuze kama turungi ukunywe. Kezo uko clear.
Asante, nitakumbuka kufanya hivyo. Asante.
Haya, lala salama na upone.
Okay, asante. Good day.
Good night.
Thank you everybody. Joe, Dinda, Diana, Joseph, Sammy, Costa, na wale wengine wote wenye wamekuwa kwa comment section, na akina Resis, Rasvik, Eli, Njero, Mwaura, Njiru, na those who came earlier, akina Stone, tunawashukuru sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi katika issue yetu ya kujadiliana which way forward. And irrespective of our differences, we are all Kenyans and we are all here for one common goal, a better Kenya for our people. We are here for a goal to restore the rule of law and justice in our motherland Kenya and to restore our democracy. Nawashukuru sana na tusibabaishwe, atutingiziki na atutishiki. We shall maintain our spirit. We shall say Aruta continua, the struggle continues. Good night, good morning. See you tomorrow. See you next time. See you same place. I won't say same time, but same place to deliberate and discuss and agree which way forward. But we must remain united as one Kenya, and we say Aluta continua.